astounding the level to, and this is at a high level, not the specifics of this case. It's astounding to me the degree to which this notion of originalism, which now means, the new phrase is original public meaning, right? That's how we're supposed to interpret the Constitution, according to its original public meaning at the time of its adoption. It's just extraordinary, the tentacles of this ridiculous monster. It just creates the most absurd of arguments. The executive order specifically denies birthright citizenship to undocumented residents of the U.S. or undocumented people present in the U.S., even if they're not residents.
Children, right?
It denies birthright citizenship. Only someone being born can have, yes. So that built into that is the concept of a person being born. So it's the babies. At the time that the amendment was adopted, the concept of an undocumented person didn't even exist. And so you just get these Alice in Wonderland arguments that really, if you just take a step back, they just don't make any sense at all. Trying to argue about the quote-unquote original public meaning of the 14th Amendment and what that means with respect to a category of people that was not even a coherent concept at the time that the amendment was adopted is just, it's the same thing we saw in the abortion case, it's the same thing we've seen in the Second Amendment cases, where you just get this ridiculous kind of analysis. And I suspect there's going to be more than one justice who is going to adopt the position that was urged by the Solicitor General today. But I don't think it's going to be a majority of the court. I cannot see 5 justices ripping birthright citizenship away from, I guess, what's estimated to be, 150, 200,000 people a year. And furthermore, as was mentioned in the questioning, several justices, and this is a theme with the Trump regime and their strategy at the Supreme Court, several justices asked the question, we know now you're only asking for us to say that it's legal to do what the executive order does, which is only prospectively, right? It doesn't apply to anyone who's already born. It only applies to future births. But, said the justices, the logic of the government's position would apply just as much to people who were born last year or 5 years ago, or for that matter, 80 years ago. And again, all you get, and this is true in some other cases too, it was true in the abortion jurisprudence as it developed, is, well, that's all we're asking for today, right? And you really don't get any answer to the very, very scary question. The logic of your argument, if we accept your rationale of why you win this case, that rationale applies just as much to someone born last year as it does to someone who hasn't been born yet. And I just can't see a majority of the justices opening the floodgate to that possibility. Not only that it will mean that children born here tomorrow or after the decision can't be citizens, but that it could then be applied next retroactively to take the citizenship away if the number is 200,000 a year. Okay, if you go back 10 years, that's 2 million people. I don't know if the number is consistent, but you get the idea. So just on a prognostication basis, I don't think they're going to win, but I think there's a good chance they might try to go narrow, just for lack of getting 5 justices to agree. And unfortunately, I just don't have enough time to get into the substance of the arguments on both sides. Maybe at some point, later today or on another day, but I'm just in the middle of a lot of crazy very briefly the other case, which is even in some ways crazier, or at least it's just as crazy, which is essentially there was a case argued, I think it was only a week ago, but maybe time is compressing for me, where the government is basically arguing that because there's a federal law establishing an election day, right? The basic constitutional background here is states get to decide on the manner of doing federal elections for Congress, for president, but the federal government can decide the time. And basically they argued because there was eventually a federal law setting a national election day, the Tuesday thing that we're all familiar with, states can't accept absentee ballots that come in after that. And to listen to that argument, it's just nuts. And the case, this is my last comment that I have to go, the case was about a jurisprudential concept called preemption, right? Because federal law trumps state law, there's this idea of preemption where the feds can come in and legislate in an area that sort of preempts all state laws. So, the feds might set some sort of standard for something, and it essentially means that the states can't come in and put in a different standard. Preemption means we've sort of occupied the field with federal law, states, and it was actually a preemption case. They were arguing law setting a national election day. That's all the law does. It just says it's got to be this date. Preempts state laws saying that absentee ballots that are postmarked can be counted for 3 days, or as long as they're received within 5 days, they can be counted regardless of.
It looks like Steve got his call, so I'm assuming he is going to have to take it.
I want to throw in here also that they are slowly defunding post office. We are only getting our mail here 3 times a week. So when you talk about sending it and postmarking it on the right date, they're not necessarily even going to get it within 5.
Have you heard anything about what they're going to do for military? Doesn't the whole military mail in?
I have not yet specifically, but I think this is worth a specific roundup. I was sort of trying to get to this, but
I know that the military.
I would assume the military are, in large part overseas, so of course they would have to do mail-in ballot.
Yeah, the military and it's military and real absentee ballots aren't
exempt from
for now. What is a real absentee ballot?
A federally approved one, or
if you're really out of town, not we all vote by mail. So if you're a senior citizen, you couldn't be in the town that you vote and you just mail your ballot in. You have to go to the polling station. Well, from what I gather, and I've been watching this rather carefully as I'm a senior citizen, as far as I know, yes, but I believe that our state is going to prevail on this because we're run by Republicans and we've been voting by mail for 20 years.
Well, I think you're the state that's promised to do the first legal.
Our Attorney General kicks ass.
Well, I think what this means practically is that for anyone who has friends or family or knows any senior citizen, the very concrete thing you could do would be to maybe help them get to the polls.
I think we haven't heard from Larry, Andrea. Larry, you came up on stage. Would you like to speak up?
Welcome, Larry.
Since he's got just a couple. I heard Trump stormed out of the Supreme Court when he heard the arguments being dismantled by his appointees. So I think that to piggyback off of Steve's great comments, he wasn't happy with what he was hearing, and he particularly wasn't happy with what he was hearing from the guys that he's installed on the court. So hopefully that's a good sign.
That's a good way.
Okay, well, we are at time, Andrea. Anybody else would like to have any closing comments before we shut down the room for today?
Pearls of wisdom.
Make sure you have a big belly laugh today about something. Watch something funny, call somebody you like, but chase some joy today.
Mm-hmm.
We have to.
It was good to be with you all today. Thank you.
We have to win 26 or 28. Otherwise, this MAGA trend might continue for a while. But I think if we win 26 and 28, MAGA will be in the history books. It'll be a weird read. And watch the hell out for this flu and COVID. And it's not just seasonal. It's very strange.
Well,
I hope we feel better, Austin.
Yeah, wishing you better. I just want to say that it's not going to stop at the election. Yeah, we need to win, but as our friends are constantly reminding us, then, it'd be very interesting. What is our project 2029? That'd be a fun room to have. And also, we have to do the hard work of how are we going to get the prices down for people, and what are the other issues. We need some sort of AI initiative to wake the whole country up to it, to be shaping dialogue and outcomes there. What are we going to do? Should we have a big, New Deal to revive the economy? What are some really simple things that we should get through that about 80 to 90% of Americans agree on, like ending Citizen United or ending term limits. Term limits and ending trading, ending insider trading in Congress. But you know what I meant.
With basically the tax filing season upon us, if you aren't already doing it, I would recommend volunteering at your local library. Help people fill out their tax form. For a large portion of people that are not able to do it themselves, and usually they're getting refunds. So just wanted to recommend.
Force meant to be a poll worker, $300 a day in New York plus $100.
There's also a good link for where anybody senior or lower income can get free tax help to fill out their taxes. I can try to find the link for that.
One thing, anyone who's connected to donors or people that would like to give to something worthwhile, there's a number of organizations that are going to be preparing to help protect elections, fight any issues that arise in the elections, and or maybe could look at helping people get ready. There's groups that are helping young people who often need guidance and support to get registered and get their IDs in order, and advise college kids when they have questions. So there's so much to be done, including the regular traditional GOTV organizations, and of course the real small organizations on the ground, like Parafight used to be one of them, but others that'll be turning out the vote. So lots to think about.
If we're plugging charities, I would also encourage people to at least look up Doctors Without Borders, because especially with USAID funding minimized under the current administration, those workers need help and need frontline support.
No, absolutely. All right. Well, I debated between closing out on a really positive "Let's All Love Each Other" song, or going back to 1992 to an Ani DeFranco song that really speaks to the issues of who is a citizen. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stream that, and then Andrea, we can shut down the room. We'll be coming back together on Friday. So happy April 1st, everybody. And here we go. Pull it up. And here we go.
going through, getting their goals together, about what club they gonna go to. So listen, with the complain about how.
Don't forget getting their kids the new Jordans and shit just came out. Don't forget all that.
Exactly, and you gotta pay for babysitters, and you gotta pay for Ubers and all this different stuff with all these different.
It's still a big event though. It's happen for America in 2026. The World Cup is going to be one of the biggest events for American income for 2026. Yeah. I'm personally so happy to be an Englishman to go to America and contribute to your.
Don't come over here, bro. Stay where you at.
Not you personally.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. So, you said it's hard for you to put food on the table? Or you just complain for a lot of people? Exactly. Oh, we got tables in there. We got to put a lot of tables in there. Eat on his bed. He on his bed, on his pillow. He don't got no table. It's hard.
Yeah, put money. Yeah, you got money.
For other people, that's from that question.
But you know, as far as what you were saying,
Complaining for other people.
as far as what the sister was saying, I've been saying, and I'm going to keep saying it, that I like Claude, you might like ChatGPT or another, but I truly believe that with your creative black mind and working with the AI, be able to come up with a substantial way to market yourself, create good business, and make good money. But it won't start until you start prompting. It won't start until you start working on it. And you've got to start working on it now. And this is high time to do it. By the end of the summer, you'll have an operable business if that's what you want. And I think that it's all out here for you. Creating LC, creating the C Corp, creating some type of entity for yourself, opening up a bank, creating a Stripe account, and putting things together, doing your YouTube, doing your Google research, and network with the right people and put it together. I know that you can put something together, and not everybody is hurting. And so it's time to start networking. You've got a lot of people that are here and there, and I think that you just got to get going and get your roll on. And if you do that, I believe by the end of the year you could be a millionaire.
Can I jump in there real quick? Can I jump in? Can I jump in there real quick? Hold on. Jamal, I really appreciate you in April, because it's April, someone could create a business, a LLC or a C Corp to your point, and then go out and get funding, and then that business be profitable to make them $1 million. I'd like to see that business model. Anybody that has that in the works, please DM me. I will give you my personal phone. I'm still talking, Jamal. I'm still talking, Jamal. I will give you my phone number for you to call. Jamal, can I finish? I will give you my phone number for you to call me because I like to see what you have. I like to look at that business model. I may want to invest. Here's the thing. If you have a talent, okay, if you have harvest that talent, but don't just harvest it to get into business. Many chefs that I know that go out and restaurant but have no business acumen. The two are not synonymous. It doesn't automatically.
Can you say that again, Steph, please, real quick?
Yes, I said I know many chefs
that have went out and said they were going to open a restaurant and failed because they have no business acumen. So all I'm saying is that there are many levels and nuances to running a business. That's not to discourage you. Do your due diligence. What I was speaking specifically had to do with how you gain more money to survive and thrive not in the long term, in the short term. And that's why I brought up again other little services that you can.
Why doesn't I get a logical response back to?
What's that? Where you can make your own schedule, things of that nature in business. Listen, getting funding all means not only do they take time, but they take know-how. All I'm going to say is if there's anyone that is listening that is having a hard time or knows someone that is, leverage your time for money. If that's what you've got to do, leverage your time for money. But in the grander scheme of business, do your due diligence. Do your due diligence because it's not. I'm still talking. Please let me land, sir. I'm landing in 2 seconds.
I'm sorry.
There's some things out here trying to sell you a program. Do this, and I've many courses in creating my business. Many courses. There's a lot of repetitive information out there. So do your. There's a train. Do your due diligence. That's.
Has anybody?
Why does not get a logical response to nothing she just said?
Well, I mean, the first logical response is you got to get out of your bed and have some get up and go. I've been working since 3 o'clock in the morning. Right, yeah. You ain't got no get up and go. This is something you never make no money.
More words.
Always gets the work. Right, that's working all day. No. You gotta get your ass out of bed.
His word salad because he literally just said the same thing previously. Literally. He said the same thing every day.
But that's not what word salad means.
Say the same shit every day. Now everybody here
What word
knows
salad means.
I'm giving you the jewels. I'm
it
giving
ain't
them
nothing but words.
What are you
He said you had ask that man a specific question and he ain't got it.
It's crazy.
Where the business model, man?
I don't have to prove anything.
Where the model, man? She asked a specific question. Look, nobody want to answer. Nigga want to talk about you gotta get up and have some go by yourself. You gotta get up and have some go, nigga.
And then whatever it is you want to create, I like Claude. I don't know. I've told you this 1,000 times. I like Claude. Anything you have in your mind as an idea, start talking to Claude. Download Claude. If you can afford to pay the $10 or whatever the fuck it is, pay for it. And start talking to Claude.
The gas was high. Now you want niggas to get a chat GPT subscription and put gas in the car?
Hey,
This nigga has no solution.
I like Claude.
What the business model she asked you for?
That's what you need to do. Pay for Claude for a business model. And you'll find one. You'll get one.
You create that to Trevor Mason's brain not start saying that.
For my business model, I'm working my own business model, and I'm keeping it under until I'm ready to bring it forward.
You goddamn lie.
You don't work on my shit. Anybody else?
Teach me how to drive those trucks instead of just.
Yeah.
Can we move it to somebody else? Can we move it to somebody else?
And mix a little YouTube in with that. And then put a dash of Google with that.
Okay.
And put all that together and mix all that up. And then put a big clump of get up off your ass. And then mix all that together.
Okay, so with that being said, we still in a badass situation, plain and simple. Trump made it worse, plain and simple. He fucked it all up for us. He fucked the world up. He fucked it all up for the world, and now we are in a bigger mess than we were already.
We was already before Trump.
Okay, but we weren't in this big mess. You don't have to put fire. You don't have to put oil on the fire. make you every time.
You're simple, man. You're simple. If you just can't keep up, just you can't keep up.
Oh, niggas will be right back. You're talking about some shit in the 50s, boy.
You're simple, man. You're simple. You don't put gasoline on the fire. You made the shit worse. Tell your mama to do it.
He called you stupid, man. Don't have it to you, bro.
But that being said, but he's still in a situation.
When she's in her interviews, she's just, it's like regret.
I think she was playing it on that situation, tell you the truth. Because that was kind of, dude, she didn't admit that she was fucking Harvey.
She didn't admit she was motherfucking Marilyn Monroe either.
Marilyn Manson. Oh, everybody knew Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, they were on the red carpet together.
He had wealth beyond 10 million.
Okay. But they didn't know that she was fucking the Harvey Weinstein.
Dude, she was.
It sounded like Frankenstein.
He was rubbing it in his face when she wore that outfit on the MTV Awards. That was barely where her ass was hanging out. You remember?
Did you join the Mile High
I'm
Club?
about to pull it up.
So my question,
Oh, God.
Mr. Trump, did you
Oh, God.
join the Mile
And who
High
was that
Club with
woman
Ray
that was
and
at
Amanda
Sundance
Steele?
that
Did
said,
you put yourself first? Yes.
Harvey Weinstein has been assaulting me?
Dude,
Who was that woman? And she said it loud and clear. Harvey Weinstein's in the audience. She's high.
And here's another thing, though. You gotta understand. So, Harvey was basically the fucking scapegoat. He was the scapegoat because guess what? Guess who's had 2 daughters that were interning for him? Obama's daughters.
Oh my God!
This is when Obama was being looked at for the Pizzagate.
Well, ain't no way in my entire life that I've ordered 40,000 boxes of pizza ever in one sitting.
Exactly. So when Pizzagate dropped, guess what happened right away? Misdirection, the Me Too movement popped, right? Remember that?
Who dropped?
Okay, so Pizzagate was coming out. Pizzagate was being like a conspiracy or whatever. Remember the guy who shot up the pizza joint? The guy who was one of the Rothschilds. He was one of the Rothschilds.
You just like Luigi from Super Mario? I mean, his name was Luigi.
I don't know. It was something else. But anyway, so the guy shot up the place, and that was the main focus. And the names were supposed to get out, the Clintons, the Obamas, and all that. Guess what happened? Harvey Weinstein, the Me Too movement.
He's a fall guy.
There you go. And guess what? His 2 daughters were planted. Because look, Obama was giving Harvey an award. Look at all that. Oprah was hanging with Harvey.
And allegedly, I heard that Beyonce and Jay-Z were hunting children in Africa.
What was the relationship with Harvey and Jay-Z? Well, okay, Band Apart was actually a music production video company as well, besides movies. So guess what? Harvey put a lot of money in production and stuff in a Band Apart.
Well, it's a music apart because I deleted all my Beyonce and Jay-Z shit, anything affiliated with Rock Nation. I know you used to work for Rock Nation, and I knew somebody that worked there as Jay Brown's right-hand woman and shit. Fuck all that shit. I know now. I just feel like going, but it makes me not even want to do music anymore. And then you have to put it in perspective. I know what you know what I'm talking about, Shannon. When the artist comes to that point of like, you gotta put that on the album. You know what I'm saying? And the purpose is the children. I'm doing it for the kids.
Yeah, well, you know what? You have a pretty good manager. She's pretty down to earth, and you know.
Thank you.
So yeah, she wouldn't be Dude, my boy wouldn't be messing with her if if she wasn't cool. You know what I'm saying?
Look, let me tell you. Because Skinny Monkey for a reason. She don't play no games.
No, but she's a badass, dude. She's very well known in the industry. And another thing is that, Chad and my boy, they were like, yard noise. So, I mean, she was repping them. So, I mean, and Chad is a totally down-to-earth dude.
So what's going on with Chad and Pharrell? That shit going on with him not getting credit for all the motherfucking hits that he
dude,
up for.
I'm getting messages on that shit like daily when that shit pops up because my boy, like, dude, my boy's around Chad like almost every day, dude. Chad moved back to Virginia Beach, by the way.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
And Pharrell was in court and couldn't even sing a note. I mean, he couldn't even tell you what the notes were in progressions.
Nope. Isn't that crazy?
That's like DJ Khaled.
DJ Khaled looks like a retard at the fucking production computer, dude. He's got one or two fingers, like, dude. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm like, dude, what? It doesn't even. It's like.
Did he pop a Molly before he got to the session?
I don't know. I don't even think he's the one that makes the music. I think he's just the guy that they make him look like he does. I'm sorry, but that dude does not look like he knows how.
You know these big producers hire other producers under their camp like Darkchild did, and then they produce it. They come up with it. They bring it to him. Then he adds his thing to it, and then he puts his name on it, and they sign the agreements that hey, I'm the producer, main producer, like Timberland. However, these are the other producers underneath it that added the stems.
Yo, so you guys are talking about all the alien hybrids in the celebrity world.
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm gonna tell you this much. I've been writing. You want to hear what I wrote?
Yes. Yes.
All right, hold on.
Ooh, this drink is good.
First made were the angels, and you better believe that angels are real. Demons are angels cast out of heaven and bound down to the earth, and the evils of this realm are real. They will deceive you to believe that they aren't here, but they are here, and they are after your spirit, your soul, your illusion. Many consider them alien. They mingled and meddled and slept with man's women and gave birth in the Nephilim, the giants amongst man. And giants are real. Goliath was real. And David killing Goliath with a sling and ordained king by God was real. God is real. The orb of light that levitated and shot off into the sky, then disappeared, was real. I saw it. I was there.
I saw it.
Opened my eyes. Man bore witness to the supernatural creator of all timelines, all dimensions, all parallel realities, synthesized and crystallized into one thing in the entire multiverse, and all of the infinite multiverses. It was a man, Jesus Christ. God.
It was a man.
To the Jewish intelligence community, who stood up to the Roman military-industrial complex, who stood up to the authorities and spiritual wickednesses, sacrificing his own life for the kingdom of eternal life, conquering death to walk amongst us yet again, is all real. We are at war. It's an ideological war, a civility war. The spiritual war is real. The strong will survive. The preservation of the human race is dependent on its capacity for resistance. Resistance to the stripping and mining of your identity. Resistance to the comforts of technology designed to control you. Now is the time to free your mind. The artificial wombs that are being built in fields are really there to harvest every ounce of your energy. For the human body generates more bioelectricity than a 120-volt battery and over 25,000 BTUs of body heat, combined with an advanced form of fusion. The elites who worship machines, possessed by demons, have found all of the energy they need for their technological revolution. They will be sold, some for family, some for organs, some for science, some for slaves, some for soldiers. But the most valuable will be kept in the basement, for they will be keeping the lights on. They will be sold as batteries. Their technocracy is enslavement. Their transhumanism is really an illusion. This illusion is a psychological matrix designed to keeping the war effort appearing to be paralyzed, pulling the wool over our eyes, putting in a tremendous amount of effort into poisoning the water, poisoning the air, putting chemicals in our food, vaccinating liquid metal mercury into our bloodstreams at birth. This paradigm will shift. This war will be won, not by bullets, bombs, or enslavement, but by using the technology of war, written
written by Sun Tzu, using real ideas, real voices, real talents. Really, the war will be won by the side of mankind, by the side of God, without firing a single bullet. In the beginning, there was only hope, a glimmer of light, peeking through a cracked pyramid, filled with the chaos of this realm. It's Pandora's box. No, it's Pandora's pyramid. I was there, opened it, looked inside, and what I saw was me, broadcasting live from a world ran by AGI. Opioid epidemics and biological weapons. God speaks to us through many vectors. We are only as sick as our secrets, and time, it takes time. So let's get honest, we the people are tired. We wake up just to work a job that we hate, just to get by, just to make someone else rich, while we're sitting in our cars, stuck in traffic, contemplating suicide. There are things worse than death, and living like a slave is one of them. There has to be a way out. There has to be another way. Now is the time to stand up. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for your family. Stand up for your freedom. Become a leader in your life. Speak the truth. The truth will set you free. It's time to get off of the tightrope. It's time to be the tip of the spear, because the only thing you can do is not say anything. They manufactured silence, mass manipulated compliance, all under the mantra, trust the science. Standing on the brink of World War IV, addicted to drugs and debt, break free into a parallel dimension of eternal life. The voice of God technology, voice to skull V2K has got me going mental. God, bring me the gift of desperation. I've seen miracles happen. The orb of light that shone itself to me disappeared in front of my eyes after morphing in on itself. Where did it go? No. When did it go? I've opened my mouth and it's gone into me. While the mass distraction is being executed, the ones who are supposed to be helping us are taking $7,000 per post to say nice things about a country on the other side of the world that's committing a genocide.
Uh-oh.
When will you wake up? When we... Don't listen to me. Listen to God. He's screaming from the rooftops. Open your mind. The nature of reality is not defined by your ability to bend the world to your will. It's definite. It's defiant. It's infinite. It's God's will, not ours. Through struggle, we find strength. Through hate, we find grace. Every moment that goes by is the divine expression of this order in the universe. Be here now. Be still. Thanks for letting me share.
Hooray!
That was pretty dope.
That was dope. Let's give a shout out to Augustus.
Thank you. Yeah. Looks like I lost some people though, but it's all good.
That's me.
Augustus. Look at my PTR. Tell me what you see.
1 second. That's a street lamp.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Is it a UFO?
Yeah.
He says they follow him around a lot.
Check this PTR out, y'all. So I looked at the sky, and the sky, it looked like a firework, right? And then out of nowhere, a ship just manifested.
Anybody can see the sun from where they're at right now?
Yep.
Alright. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna get a piece of cardboard, regular
regular box, Amazon box cardboard. Make about a 2 or 3 inch circle. All right, cut it out. Then you want to stick like a skewer to hold it. Okay, everybody with me so far? Yep. All right. So you're gonna stick that skewer, whether it's bamboo or metal, into that circle, kind of like a reverse spyglass. So you're gonna and hold it where the sun is the same size as that circle. You with me? Yep. All right. Gonna watch. Okay. On the perimeter of the sun, you will see things moving that don't move in normal shapes, normal directions. Wow. You'll see debris on the way up, stuff that you never thought was in the clouds or in the sky, just floating around. It really tunes your eyes to the sun. I've seen these things shooting into the sun. I've seen things shooting out of the sun. I've seen things do 90-degree turns. Yes, it's real. So if you want to do that, check it out. Make sure you get back to us on it, on what you see. Dude, it's fucking wild. Wild. Sometimes we're meant to be just matching up on that watch. What's crazy is to see shit moving slow, darting moving fast. God, since it's called Agora. Found it. I play that link I put in there, and Pauline back and forth talking about hybrid. I think that kind of would set the
Yeah, we got to get back on topic. Yeah, if anybody could play that video, that'd be fantastic. What's up, most post or high post?
Yo, what's going on, bro?
Thanks for joining the stage. Yeah, let's get back on topic.
Hey, Augustus, can you play that link that I posted of Anna Paulina?
Hey, what'd you say?
to the link. If you play that video of Anna Paulina talking about hybrids back in 2020.
Yeah, I gotta make a call real quick, and then I can play the video. If someone else can play it, that'd be even better.
Bunch of fucking strokers. Really?
So why do you think the release of
Boyfriends.
Matt Gates disclosure on hybrids living among us, then another post corroborates the entire story all on the same day? So, that's a great question.
Great room.
They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock belt. I chased every trend, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed and said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up Still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success, ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving it all. Standing steady, that's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet, but still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs a thousand knocks. And every open night took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It says sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before we stroll along is loving harder than there's land. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eye. Having a friend before you rise. Keeping the faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flexes. Quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success.
they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind. Dreaming of a free time. Maybe we're just scared to try. Maybe we believe a lie. Holding back what we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I hear a voice inside my head saying, don't settle for less. I'm craving change. I'm here to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spin. I'm craving nights when hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all.
I'm an office musician and politician. Broke down with the Federal Liberator Republic of Chicago.
Silence, break the chain, raise a voice in every lane. Every vote can turn the tide. No more letting life pass by. Maybe we can shake the sky. Choosing how we live with pride. Building dreams we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real. Something real, not just something I wanna get. More than all this empty spin. I'm craving lights from hope ignites. Hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. We won't pretend this is not how our story ends. We'll take the risk, we'll cross the line, just to know this choice is mine.
I'm not really starters on Brandon Circus Cons. Mother knows best.
City lights, but they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind.
Hello?
Dreaming of a free time.
Hello?
Maybe we're just scared to try.
I posted on Instagram in the comments section on this very liberal Democrat Chicago account called book called the Shy Book Club or whatever it is, and I'm getting roasted by Chicago residents, claiming that I'm a ghost, I'm a spook, all kinds of stuff. But I'm just writing back, hello?
Hello.
So we are about to engage in the book club. That's right. No, this is not a mystical sorcerer, magic, thalametic, Freemasonic, mystical association. These are just books. And I'm just a bald guy reading a book. Stop using me as your evergreen totem pole of catch-all projection. I didn't do this. I'm just a man recording you saying all kinds of shit. So I recorded Deep State Patriots earlier, unfortunately, and they'll be back this Friday. And we are going to record them this Friday. Who? Diego's back! Yay! We'll hit.
They were in the masculinity mansion talking about the Jews.
Did you hear Tim Robbins yesterday get roasted by the Viking warrior?
No, I didn't.
Holy shit. It was beautiful because Tim Robbins, he can't stop talking as he's getting roasted, and Viking is just mercilessly roasting him. And Tim Robbins is just like mumbling this Irish like mumbles shit. It is so honestly, it really. I really hope that one day in your life you will watch two enemies of yours battle it out in front of you as you sit back and just delight in watching your enemies destroy themselves. That is truly fully automated intelligence. That's when you know that you've achieved a higher state of intelligence. And it is so delightful. Full automation. See, this is the thing. Most people don't know that their brain is fully automated. They think that the brain isn't completely and entirely fully automated. That's what it is.
Some people are just the ashes that, come from the phoenix bird,
It's true. I keep my ashes, and do you know what I do with them?
Smoke them.
You can't smoke ashes, bro. You could try. Sometimes you can get some of what's left. But no, I use my ashes in magical operations to accumulate more power, prestige, and dignity. Just a joke. But I do save my ashes because I think, it's technically you. You've consumed what was on that ash. It is now a part of you, and that's what remains, is just ashes. From ashes to ashes, dust to dust, from dirt to dirt, we will all return back into the earth.
When's the last time you read Ecclesiastes?
A couple of weeks ago, or a few months ago.
Well, chapter 1 hits hard, especially that one verse. Those won't remember the ones in the past, just like the ones in the future won't remember you in the present.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marcus Aurelius says the same thing. You're basically just in the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha, it actually calls men and women foam. That to me is like one of the funniest analogies for a human, is foam. Or a bubble. Oh.
So, how you always say, like, people here are, just getting, like, learning ESL for free.
They're what?
My wife, ESL.
Oh, yeah.
For free.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife actually gets paid, to teach ESL. That's her job as a professor. So she's the one that, she's right now tutoring a student for $120 an hour. So.
Damn.
Personally, which is it's pretty good.
Damn, that's amazing.
Yeah, and like it's really like word of mouth, communication hypnosis, where one person will then like hypnotize another person. I say, oh, this person's a really great professor, and so she's building her clientele right now, which is fantastic. But she's teaching at a university, but then after like the classes end, she then contacts the students saying, hey, do you want like private tutoring, to continue your education?
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I got a nonprofit dedicated to just that. It's called the Chicago Book Poetry and Meditation Society. I'm the founder and president. And no, it's not just an income and tax shield. It's an actual passion of mine.
So that little begonia flower, she clipped you, didn't she? It's crazy.
Yeah, her and She-Wolf. If it was them, it was genius. I did not see it coming. I didn't see it coming. The fact that they came in there and like said prohibitive things and then blamed it on me, and then Clubhouse is like, oh, okay, this is a bad actor, delete. But it was only because I let them speak that they had the evidence to delete me. So you can kill with a word.
Yeah, Bind it in time.
Time Bandits.
Yeah, that's a good movie. It's a pretty good movie.
It's been a very long time since I've seen it.
So what are the books what are the books for today? What books are we getting into?
Well, yesterday we read What is Zen by Watts. We read Wisdom of Insecurity by Watts. We wed the Kabbalah, the Mystic Quest in Judaism, and then we also have Sylvia Brown, The Mystical Life of Jesus, an uncommon perspective on guess who? The life of JC.
Christ consciousness. Right on.
MCA. And then I stopped going to church, and my dad was like, John, why did you stop going? Everyone is so upset. I said, well, you don't really believe in angels, do you? He goes, yeah, absolutely, I believe in angels. I said, well, then you must be a Kabbalist. But I prefer different comic books. He was like, angels aren't comic book characters. And I said, well, how are they any different? And so my dad got very upset with me. But the truth is, I didn't want to go sit in a room for a couple hours every Saturday. Eventually it got a little old. But the guy that baptized me, he passed on.
Like the best option is like not to actually go to like the sermon portion of like a church and just go to like the actual Sunday studies, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's where you get like real sort of like gleans of wisdom from other people, like their own interpretations of the Bible. That's why I prefer that to the actual sermon when I'm just like being sort of like talked to for about an hour. It's not really worth it.
Well, we would watch videos of the founder of the church. His name was Garner Ted Armstrong, and my dad would sleep and fall asleep, and I was so embarrassed because I was like, I can't believe we come here and it's like so disrespectful to the to the preacher or to the pastor. Anyways, eventually I stopped going.
I have a similar thing with like my dad, where like how he treats like customer sort of like employees and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Where we go to like a restaurant and he doesn't think that he's above them, but he wants like perfect service, and I'm like, come on, Dad, like these people are getting paid like like less than $3 an hour as servers. You're not going to be getting like amazing service. You should just like kind of lower your expectations, and that's sort of like the way that you're treating them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think you can actually really find out somebody's persona by the way they treat, waiters, etc. Because it's really also about awareness. Because I was a server, I went from working at Google, making over 6 figures, to working at a pizza restaurant, making nothing, and the respect that you get as a server just doesn't exist. People don't even people just basically think you're a robot. They have no idea that you're a real human breathing human. They talk to you and treat you as if you are literally just a robot and not a real person. And, be careful who you're rude to, really. Like on the internet, like even making this comment on, like making an insensitive comment, even if it's accurate, can still lead to significant friction. So
especially with like Dr. Adams, how he has that ban button, you know, that you can like instantly like ban anyone. It was given to him by like the House overlords. So he literally has it pulled up. He just press it and like boom, you're gone.
if you suck one security head's dick, apparently you can, control who uses a dying app.
Yeah, it's called sex intelligence. You're the one that brought it up. You know, Epstein was practicing that as well.
It's interesting. I never heard it put that way, but yeah, disgusting. And Clubhouse, what's amazing is like the stupid gold coins and shit. Like I actually spent the time to set up my Stripe account, upload my driver's license, upload my W-2, connect my bank account, and then they just delete my account. All that fucking, it's like, are you guys really trying to run a business here? Because like I'm a power user. I'm a fucking power user. So anyways.
It would be nice if it was like something similar to like Cash App. Like when you first start out with like your it's just like fake money, right? It's like an IOU. And then they don't really know what they're doing with this app at all.
They know what. See, the thing is, it's owned by like one of the richest men in the world, so they don't really give a fuck if it loses a couple million a year, because the value that it.
Haven't they secured like $1 billion in funding already?
I think I don't think it was secured funding. I think it was just like, well, whatever that headline was. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the number, but it doesn't really matter because honestly, X. Is incredible. Like, but TikTok is also pathetic. The fact that you can't say the R word.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what in the world? It's like most of these people are, R words anyway. So it's like you're sort of like describing the nature of what reality is. And so it's like you're just trying to censor reality when you do that.
See, I can understand like getting to a point where you don't actually use any offensive terminology. Because like that's actually not intelligent, you know.
Like, hey buddy, like the nice southern way of doing your insults.
No, I guess what I'm saying is there's no real reason to intentionally try to insult people. That is just not intelligent. Even if you're offended by what they're saying, to just cascade and create additional friction is not intelligence. Now, I guess it's possible that it could be used effectively, but honestly, in terms of like personal problems and friction that it can create, it's much better to always try to be super rational and de-escalate somebody else's emotional situation.
Yeah, it's like to embody the logos.
Yeah. It's very hard to maintain in the moment or to even think about it because you're immediately drawn into the opposing party's hypnosis. And
well, it's like what the Tao says, but like I alone am here. I alone am going, tossed away, wave by wave, So, like when you're like sort of an unfamiliar situation, put yourself in that sort of perspective. That's like how everyone is, regardless of where your position is.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess regret is a concept, but like intelligence transcends and improves all systems. But intelligence, I think I'm trying to do bait and switches all the time because in my comments, I'm trying to gaslight, but then I have a secret surprise, which is I'm actually like I'm an enlightenment persona. So I bought a bunch of Thomas Paine books. Do you know who Thomas Paine is?
He brings the pain.
Yeah, he's a pain in people's ass. The philosopher is always the pain in the ass. And that's why Roman emperors eventually outlawed philosophy, because they said it's just politics. And so they outlawed it. They actually banned the art of philosophy.
Yeah, one of the reasons there's this thesis, it's called selective breeding and the birth of philosophy. And one of the reasons why they banned philosophy was because they were bringing up dangerous ideas of like eugenics.
What's interesting too is I think most people think they're philosophers. And so if I gaslight and then they re-gaslight, I failed to note their philosophy, meaning that they're not expressive of it, but also this is like another thing. Like if I take a chick out on a date and she's beautiful, she's wonderful, I'm in love, etc. If you believe in magic, what you're actually doing is you're being attracted to somebody's magic and their magnetism. But every single person has this magic potential. And it's not just potential, it's actuality. But it's hard to actually know that everybody walking around on Earth is a magician, a sorcerer, or a sorceress.
Well, it's like that's in regards to like the super stimulus, right? People that smile or that laugh, they stimulate that sort of portion of your brain, and that's sort of like the magic potential that they're kind of tapping into.
Wait, say that part again?
It's like super stimulus. That's just magic and a different sort of like terminology, right? Because like when you smile, when you laugh, you're tapping into like the art of persuasion. And when you can get it so unconsciously done, you're not like forget to like fake it until you actually make it, and those be ingrained into sort of like the personality of who you are over time.
What's interesting is Sora has these Trump videos of him in like Judge Judy's court, smoking weed, like tonguing and kissing Barack Obama, like crazy Trump videos.
Some really unfortunate like porn videos of Trump. Like it's really like it's an info hazard.
Well, what I'm saying is, what was I gonna say? Anyways, that is super stimulus, and I've been posting the videos just to see if the algorithm will pick it up. But also, like, I have so much content out there and so many accounts. This is what's kind of interesting is that I have achieved a state with my enemies, like whoever reported my accounts and got me deleted or gets other accounts deleted over the years, is that the sheer amount of accounts that I have makes finding specific content difficult to even report. Because when you see the number of YouTube videos I have and how long the live streams are, to like actually try to find that moment that some individual wants to complain about is difficult. But
can you like do like neural analysis, like AI automated like a transcript of all those hours that you've recorded?
YouTube creates transcripts, and they also do closed captioning, which is amazing. And the closed captioning is where you can see how the algorithm actually determines, okay, this is abusive, this is hate speech, this is a violation. And it's really all in the transcript. It's not even there's context to the statement, but anyways.
Hey, what's up, Abby? I heard what's his name? Diego. He's back, right? To the app. Happy hair, Mr. Dandruff.
I also like kicked and blocked Nora from her room the other day because she was like sitting in the audience, like shit posting me. And she was also attacking me in some other rooms. Like, she's a very aggressive person.
Scarface?
Yeah, Scarface. Like, blocking her and avoiding her is like one of those things where in life where I definitely recognize out of sight, out of mind is a good thing. And it's good for them too, because I am a gaslight. And I don't want people fixated on me who I gaslight. Like, hit it and quit it and block it and forget it. Like, some people are toxic, and the highest level of toxicity to me as an artist and a creator is someone who gets my content removed. But it's also a me problem, as I admitted before, that intelligence doesn't actually intentionally cause friction. I really am just interested in exceeding and improving myself, intellectually, intelligently. So this app is like a breeding ground for bad behavior.
Begonia, right? Yeah, Begonia, and what's her face?
She Wolf.
The other one. She Wolf. Yeah, that got you clipped.
Well, we don't know for sure. It's impossible to ever really know because we have so many enemies. Abby, do you want to come up and say anything? And by the way, I was just teasing you about your PTR. Like, you're a beautiful person, and you're not a toxic creature that came out of Chernobyl. You're a beautiful person, and I only like bringing it up because, like, weirdos on this app love to say, "Hey, you want to see Abby's photo?" It's like, wow. I mean, Abby, I live stream myself every day, 24 hours a day. Like, there's no shame in my game, Like, you can see me.
I think John, you're just super curious to see how Abby looks like. I think that's what it comes down to. You have like this voice, you just want to put an image.
No, I know what she looks like now because Bussy showed me her photos, and Bussy showed me other photos.
That's AI. Like, I'm telling you.
Well, it doesn't really matter what you look like.
You know that he's an AI person. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I don't care if you make fun of my looks. Like, it's funny to me too.
Yeah, okay, cool. Because I thought maybe you were upset.
I do look like I just came out of Chernobyl.
Are you the?
No, I'm not. Yes. No, I usually cannot speak anymore. I'm doing stuff. That's why. I'm not upset or something. I still love you, Kitover.
Oh, wow.
I mean, love is a strong word. I like you.
I'm trying to be more lovable.
That is difficult.
Or you just gaslighting?
Difficult. Yeah.
Well, what if I could become more lovable?
On your research, Abby?
Yes, also on other stuff too. So, a lot of things going on. So yeah, I talk less. I talk in certain hours. So I have my hours that I speak more. Yeah, I'm usually in the audience these days.
I'm literally like a grease pig. That's like my new job title. Filling up oil in people's cars. From like being a glorified paper pusher to pushing oil, I guess.
Well, in my opinion, pushing paper is better than pushing oil. My uncle was in the insurance business.
Smoking sitting is like the new smoking, man. If you're sitting for like 10 hours every single day, that's gonna kill you.
Yeah, but you don't actually sit. I mean, you spend a lot of time doing other things, like wasting time.
Your body is wasting away, decaying.
Well, when I was working... Well, when I was working for the IRS downtown Chicago, I mean, I would go and do power walks to buildings and look at, like, the historical architecture. Like, there was just limitless amounts of things to do. So, but the thing is, if you have to be in that cubicle because you have to, that's the fucking job, well, then you're dealing with stupid people. There's just...
But also, most of that stuff that's getting automated away, man, like AI is going to just eat it up. Like low data entry, all that stuff, like it's going to be gone in the next couple of years. Call centers.
Yeah, but...
Like, there's no such things like,
AI can't do lock repair. AI can't fix a window latch. AI can't fix a boiler. AI, it assists, but there are certain things in reality. See, this is the great AI bubble because...
That's the blue collar. That's why I transitioned over. I was like, I need to become a mechanic. That's like one of the last things that's going to eat away.
Well, you're at that point where, in my opinion, because you understand the power of communication and maybe the commodification or commercialization of communication, That game is just so much fun to compete in and try to make money that putting oil in people's car eventually will become redundant and you'll hate it because it's too redundant. And you'll know the value of communication.
Well, there's the portion of the communication is when we try to sell them the services, like the customers.
Yeah.
I'm trying to become a master hypnotist so I can get my sales up.
Matt comes in, then he leaves. He is so.
He's always like, "Hello, can anyone hear me?"
Yeah,
Hello, can anyone hear me?
You're so passive aggressive, Matt. Are you like this in the real world?
I'm my true self.
Oh, this is you, huh?
Yeah.
Do you think you're a disappointment to your parents?
No, I don't.
Come on, that's not the next question.
Well,
No, it's okay. It's okay.
no, I mean, I think all communication is projection, and so I'm risking my own self-esteem by asking that question. Hello? Watch, Matt's gonna leave any moment. It's just gonna, boop, then he's gone. That's what he does.
I'm here.
Okay, well, tell us about yourself, Matt. Give us a paragraph bio.
What would you like to know?
Whatever you want to tell us about yourself in one paragraph. Think about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would prefer to answer a pointed question about something you would want to know.
Okay, tell us about your childhood.
Thank you.
Oh, did I just send you some
Couple
gold?
hours to go. It's not quite yet here.
Did you get gold?
It's 3:05.
Did somebody send you gold coins? Hello?
Did you have a saver?
What do you think I'm doing right now? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're gonna have our Passover Seder soon.
Yeah, first it's already started.
Yeah, 8 days. Yeah, I have to go to update. Abby, you crack me up. You really do.
Do you know they took the foreskins of little babies and then they fried it in this calamari that you eat in red lobster?
That's the first one I have to.
Hello? Hello? Okay, so this is the book club where you can read a book for 10 minutes or 1 minute if you want. You could read a little poem here. This is a good opportunity to read, to break the conditioning of this app. Oh, I wanted to mention about Trump is these AI Trump videos. It made me realize how much of a great master Trump is in conditioning all of us. His suit, his tie, his hair, his speech, his communication. He is a master hypnotist of the highest order. And truly, the president actually is like the master hypnotist. He fools everyone every time. Every 4 years, we get fooled again. So, the number 4, does anybody here know spiritually what the number 4 represents? Oh, look, it's Rico Bosco. Oh, man, Rico, you were getting chewed out. Dude, hilarious. The Viking warrior is truly a berserker. Brad Stauffenberger from...
You're talking about that one.
Did you just burp, Matt? Rico, welcome to the room. Rico, welcome. The berserker had Shalom. The berserker had you in his sights yesterday. You were getting hit up. I never really viewed you as like a groiper.
All I did was state the fact that I actually see control of straight over moves and I'm making the world pay tolls.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of crazy that they're toll keepers on fucking in the ocean? Like, how the fuck do they get away with that? I can understand the Panama Canal because like somebody had to build that, diversion. But if it's just the open body in the ocean, how the fuck does a country claim taxing authority on a public waterway? I don't understand that. Might is right. That's what the fascists say.
Isn't that sort of like the truth of the universe, though? Like, you wake up, that's using might to wake up from your sleep. Anything that you do, you're using energy. You're fighting against entropy.
What do you think about that, Matt?
I have no opinion or thoughts.
Do you have an opinion or a thought about anything?
Yeah, just on that topic.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. What do you think about John Kitover, mayoral candidate of Chicago?
I don't know anything about it.
Got it. All right. Well, this is the book club. And Abby, Matt, Rico, Zen, you can read a book here. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that, Matt? Hello?
Would you vote for John Kitover? Would you vote for John Kitover?
Absolutely. I'll be voting for myself in the February 23rd, 2027 mayoral candidate, election. I'll be voting for myself. So, this is the book club. Thank you.
I kind of want to hear Rico or Matt like read something. I don't think I've ever heard them like actually read anything.
I don't read. Yeah.
You might have to actually be able to read. You could call it publicly speaking, but I don't think Matt or Rico, despite the fact that they think they're like, cool guys, maybe semi-successful, I don't think they're actually very good at publicly speaking. Have you guys ever done Toastmasters?
Toastmasters is for people that can't publicly speak.
Yeah, that's you. Toastmasters was created.
What's the last book, Matt, that you've read?
Toastmasters was created for guys like Matt. Hello, Matt. I'm willing to bet that if I look at Matt's profile, it's all my rooms. Let's take a look. No? No! Nothing! What the fuck? Damn, you've been in a lot of rooms. Oh.
A couple days ago, called American Diner Gothic. Have you guys heard about this essay?
Yeah.
You mentioned it during
It's really, really good. Kind of sort of describes like what's going on in middle America.
Zen, why don't you give us the compression?
Yeah, so it's sort of like the internet coming into like into the real world, like Discord or all these sort of trends that used to be like sort of hidden away, furries, all that stuff. It's like it's taking over middle America, like the flyover states and these urban centers. They kind of started it, but they moved away from like queerness and all that stuff. But middle white America is just really picking that up. That sort of psychological contagion.
Okay, this is the book club. You can read a book here. This is a book safe space. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. You can pick up a book here at any moment and you can just start reading. A book is alive. And it's just waiting to...
What's like a recent book that you've read that's been pretty good?
I I live here. I'll show you.
In my opinion, this is actually a great
I
way.
think you'll like this one. So it's not the one that I used to read, but this one is a fucked up one. It's the FBI from George Bataille. It's a very fucked up book. Feel like disturbing stories.
One book called Blender Babies. It's where like it's like this horror slash it's a horror just a horror like book, and it's pretty fucked up. It's pretty messed up where like these zombies, they need to blend up babies in a blender.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
No, this is not really horror. It's slightly horror, but it's also not. It's like two teenagers exploring their sexual desires, but it's really written in details and very disturbing in a way. I wish I never read it actually. I cannot complain about the writer's skill that he can go in such depth in describing stuff. So it's very fascinating to me. But definitely like a disturbing book I wish I didn't read.
So in the book club, we have one rule. We don't actually talk about the books until we've read them.
Oh, we read, yeah. But unfortunately, I have to leave soon.
Oh, well, that's great. We'll just take 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Have you read 120 Days of Sodom?
No.
That's a pretty messed up one too. It's by Marquise de Sade, and it was written in 1785, but wasn't published until 1904 because it detailed the depraved sexual acts of like four libertines in a secluded castle. It's pretty messed up. And one book that did as well, which was like Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald, and I've been trying to find it, and I can't find it anywhere. It's like,
You have the book?
I think he's focused. Selling our communication through his channels.
I can't believe you're monetizing off me.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm trying to start this nonprofit called the Chicago Book Poetry Meditation Society. And basically, we help people read books. And you get 1 minute to 10 minutes to read a book. Hello? We have one rule in the book club. We don't talk about books. We read books. Hello?
So I did pull up the story of the eye by George Bataille. I don't know. Bataille. And here's some of the quotes from the book. Extreme seductiveness is at the boundary of horror. Another one is, to others the universe seems decent because decent people have jilted eyes. That is why they fear lewdness. They are never frightened by the crowing of a rooster or when strolling under a starry heaven. In general, people savor the pleasures of the flesh, only on condition that they be insipid. But as of then, no doubt existed for me. I did not care for what is known as pleasures of the flesh, because they really are insipid. I cared only for what is classified as dirty. On the other hand, I was not even satisfied with the usual debauchery, because the only thing it dirties is debauchery itself, while in some way or another, anything sublime and perfectly pure is left intact by it. My kind of debauchery soils not only my body and my thoughts, but also anything I may conceive in its course. That is to say, the vast starry universe, which merely serves as a backdrop. That was pretty nice. Ponsonby Abbey.
I think you can finish with it in 2 nights, maybe. I don't know how long you go usually in one go. Happy birthday, Julian. I missed your birthday room, sorry.
Oh, here's another quote that's a little bit more disturbing from the book. As for the fact that Simon dared to piss on the corpse, whether in boredom or at worst in irritation, it mainly goes to prove how impossible it was for us to understand what was happening, and of course it is no more understandable today than it was then. Simon, being truly incapable of conceiving death such as one normally considers it, was frightened and furious, but in no way awestruck. Marcel belonged to us so deeply in our isolation that we could not see her as just another corpse. Nothing about her death could be measured by human common standard, and the contradictory impulses overtaking us in this circumstance neutralized one another, leaving us blind, and, as it were, very remote from anything we touched. In a world where gestures have no carrying power, like voices in a space that is absolutely soundless.
And the decision that was made at the council. Okay, so the decision that was made at the Jerusalem Council, they were sent by their churches, like Paul and Barnabas were sent as delegates from Antioch, right? And the decision that was binding was made at the council. They didn't go back. To the second.
Here, I called black people over 1,000 times the N-word. I called people chinks, beaners, niggers, kites. Every word.
Twink's
I'm
experience.
sorry. I don't
It's literally the end of the world.
Twinks all the time. I don't even consider that a slur. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about you,
but
but I'm just saying in general, the twins.
When they start saying there's like a box.
But if somebody was special, you leave it out. Why would it have to be special? Why wouldn't it be the most decent thing to do?
Look at Brian.
I think they're one of the most intelligent guys on the app.
I didn't do it. But his profile is open.
And I think that people
I
can
saw
learn a lot
his
from
earlier
it.
photos
And you have
and
to
some of the comments that he's posted.
I think you have the energy and stamina.
Those look really
Keep
solid
really
decline
going
over time.
and going. A lot of people can
These are still old
learn
pictures.
from the intelligence that you have. So I think whenever you try to muddy the waters and dirty like your language, it doesn't add any justice to you. It doesn't give you any fucking goals. You know what I mean? And I think you have
Guess what? We made a Diego sighting!
teaching people as opposed to
Thank you.
I gotta say, Pepe's the fence
He
though.
got moved down and I accidentally moved him back up.
Okay, yeah, Rich, I'm gonna move you back down, nigga, if you don't cut off the people, bro. But and Pepe's a fence, BB, but you notice what happened. There was a lot of tension when Pepe first opened up White America, but you notice towards the end, all the black people were in there smoking and joking, laughing with him, and they actually learned to respect him. They learned how to tolerate and get past the shock jock language, and then the conversations actually started being very good and very and a lot of substance.
Lot of
That's what I'm saying, like, I want people don't listen when you're nice and kind and hey, wait, just to get them into the room, and then you start a lot of blacks ended up respecting Pepe, and they're like, you know what, Pepe ain't so fucking bad, yeah. And shit, I got shock jocked by the shit he was saying, but you know, you can actually have a good conversation with the dude. He's actually fair. I actually give you a chance to and state your side and shit. So it ended up building racial.
We can all hate you together.
Yeah, you're right. Even right now with my situation with you, when I came in, it was all hot and heavy, and Pepe was the first one to scream up and tell everybody to shut up and let just me and you have the mic. And he didn't have to. He could have added to that. So I've learned to respect. Like, believe me, I say kind things about him lately, and I always have. And I also say fucking some shitty things, bro. I'm a black fucking Jew. You know what I mean? Like I get shit.
He's a black Jew. He's a black Jew. I love it.
I don't.
I understand. You would frustrate me, and I would just say a word to get under your skin. And I personally don't care. How do I put it? I use, I don't know. It's just like a habit.
That's content, bro. You're building content.
No, he's not. I'm John Kitover's building content. Femi doesn't build nothing.
I see you there because I want to hear you speak. Because I do see you know how to fucking rage bait and click, like you know how to get people going. And then whenever it gets serious, you can tell you're getting serious because you're like, oh, shut the fuck up. And then you go on a rampage and it makes a lot of sense. Because there's a lot of people that go on a fucking rant and it makes no sense. But you, it's like, I listen and I'm like, like I like how you hear it. I can
Abby, they deleted 5 of my other Clubhouse accounts yesterday. They took out 5 Clubhouse accounts yesterday. It's time, boy!
We've managed to reason civilly and actually come to a consensus on the things that we did and didn't agree with. That's really rare.
I'm basically willing to put a monetary bet that when Pepper meets someone that he is absolutely in love with, there will be absolutely no wording like this that will be coming out of his mouth towards that person. I think some of it's a defense mechanism.
What if you do their 23andMe or something?
I've always had a big mouth. That's always been, how do you put it? Since I was a little boy, something I've it's been my potty mouth. The same thing.
You're like that little Johnny in the corner.
Me? Johnny?
Well, I was like, how do I put it? I was actually really small at one point. So I'm 5'11" now. I'm like average height, average everything. But I was the smallest kid in 8th grade, and there's me and this kid Ronnie. When we started freshman year, we're like the 2 smallest kids in the school. But yes, I was.
This is like going to the observatory deck of a retard convention. Oh, did I say the R word? I meant an R word convention. But we're in the viewing gallery, ladies and gentlemen, looking down on these people, and we're just like amazed that they're spending all their time sitting here having this conversation. But what's the convo about, really?
I want to get off topic though. What do you guys think about what's going on with Trump today in Iran? So the latest thing I heard is, so when I started to run this morning, and then I had to go, I had a couple meetings to go to, but Trump said they're asking for a ceasefire, begging for one, and he's not giving them one. And then right now, I heard one of the defense or somebody in the IRGC said, "Hell no, we didn't even have a fucking conversation."
I think the second part is probably more correct. They're going to give them a letter. The Iranian IRGC is going to drop a letter in a few hours, they're saying, from their leader. But I'm waiting for it because I have some put options for next week.
You think the market's going down next week, Takashi?
Uncertain things. I think defense and oil is going, and energy. Because the past are lining up, they're going to be inclined to make some type of retaliation or attack.
I am wondering what this is. The weird thing about him going live tonight at 9 is that normally you get like leaks of what he's going to talk about, but I haven't seen anything about that.
Who, Trump's going live tonight at 9?
Yeah.
Oh man, I would love to fucking bet on that. Do you guys think he's going to engage in a full-scale war? Like it's going to be like
he's going to see. They're going to say yeah, no choice really.
Do you think it's going to be a ground invasion city?
Oh yeah, I'm ramping it up right now, bro. Like all the signs. So they're getting a bunch of troops ready right now. They're doing ground exercises. They're also they're raising enlistment age to 42. Yeah, there's a bunch of signs, bro. Yeah, it's the same shit as 2003. They're waving a bunch of shit. Yeah, they're waving a bunch of sending out a bunch of waivers. That's exactly how it was when I got enlisted, bro. They're just waving everything to get as many bodies in.
Well, what'd you say? Like I started off 2.8 and then transitioned 2.25.
You Marine? Oh, Super 5, brother.
Started off do or die. Yeah, I started off old 311, transition old 30, 332, and then I just every
This is Steppy, a brain dead Marine.
6170, and I just transferred.
He just wants to fit in with everybody.
Just signed up.
I was 6283, so EA6B Prowler, Electronic Warfare. And then my tour in Iraq in 07, did FOB security. Got pulled out to a security cadre and did FOB patrol and FOB security.
EA6B is so cool. I have a model.
Yeah, beautiful plane.
I built it right near my house. The ground that's cool.
Nice
to see you.
So 6170 is a crew chief.
Nice to see you.
Super Stallion. So I went to that route after I did a 2-year recruitment contract. And when I go transition back into 3-4, I ended up talking to the XO, and he was like, "Hey, you want to requal and see if you want to go to Rotary?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, why not?" So my last 9 years active, I had a 6170 crew chief on a Super Stallion.
Nice, brother. Nice.
That's the big boy, right?
Yes, that's the big helo, man. Yeah,
that's the biggest one, right?
So Diogenes, you kicked me down. You kicked me off your stage the other day. That account has been deleted now. Apparently, you can't stand to be interrupted.
Hell yeah. Hey, you know what? I'll have you know, Edmund, I go into these white nationalist spaces, they fucking love me. Okay, so you be careful because I will put together an army. They were telling me just a moment ago that they need to defend me, they need to support me, that I might be the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler, and that really makes a challenge for my brother.
That's a fucking lie. That's not true. You both are fucking Jewish. Something the Jews do hate.
I know. You look just like me. You know, you and I, we have the same Ashkenazic facial structure. What is it called when?
Exactly. Make that up.
It's called craniology, or what's the name for a skull science? What's it called? Phrenology. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, you just maintained your hair, luckily, but technically we're like 99% genetically identical.
No, my hair's going.
Oh, you're thinning out?
I expect it to be gone in 10 years.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God! What a tragedy. How will you live?
Time and tides, man. Time and tides.
Well, I was at a bar one time and the bouncer was bald, and I was like, "When did you lose your hair?" He goes, like 20 years ago, peach fuzz." And I was like, "What do you mean peach fuzz?" He goes, "Yeah, you got peach fuzz on your head. You're going bald." I was like, "No!" So this is.
Wow. What were you guys streaming that room?
Why was I streaming it?
We were just kind of like, we were just roasting some of the speakers there.
Oh yeah, there's some guys hanging out.
Yeah. That's like the viewing gallery for an R-word convention.
No, like it really is. Like if you pay attention,
It's super fascinating. Like it's pleading and intriguing constantly. Yeah, there's no chest in it. I mean, yeah.
And then how easily topics can be deviated from the primary conversation, and people bring up their own personal
himself to where I can understand where he was coming from. My goal is to squash the stigma, man. It's criticism doesn't
an opportunity to talk about them.
It's when the gefilte fish and the hot sauce meat with the pumpkin spice.
Even crazy autistic people are welcome in this place.
That's right.
Dude, I was across the street at the Jewish deli, and I was not okay. My screen was open, and it was in this title would have been shown because I was kind of holding it up to near my chest, and I was like, "What?" The lady behind me, I could hear the two talking, but I was kind of ignoring them. It looked like she was kind of looking over my shoulder, and I'm like, "Well, I'm not saying anything." So it couldn't be anything I said. But then when I stepped forward, I saw that this title was there, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
She's probably on the phone with Masada.
So
they probably didn't something.
It's a collection of people in the masculinity mansion today. What a phenomenal group of guys. Truly, I think we can make some changes in the world around us.
So it looks like the partial government shutdown has ended, and it looked like
that was your cue to say "shut up, nigger."
Yo,
Did you see that the TSA wants clear bags to go through check-in?
didn't see that. I don't know where you get a clear bag.
Yeah, clear, like carry-ons, the bags that are too long.
Buy new stuff. I don't disavow that decision. Never heard that one.
I got a phone call, so I don't know. We were talking, and I don't know. Does anybody have any idea what Trump is going to be talking about tonight?
Yeah, Iran.
You think it's going to be?
Well, we're having.
Hopefully he talks about Artemis. I mean, that's a big accomplishment today. It's hopefully going to take off at 6 p.m. thereabouts.
I think he's going to essentially redo.
It's going to redo. It's going to go around.
Carg Island blood sacrifice.
We're finally going to win.
Yeah, finally. A couple years late.
Why should we go to the moon?
If you have money, you could travel.
Why should we go to the moon when we can make the Middle East look like a moon?
So, number one, the government shutdown is ended, and number two, the Supreme Court justices are like, they're buying this ending of birthright citizenship. So those are two big developments, both sort of government.
The arguments I've heard, though, are really, really bad, it seems like. I know that, there was one argument that, I can't think of her name right now, but she made that the reason why, she made the argument that if you're in Japan as a U.S. citizen, you have an allegiance to their laws. So you have a sort of allegiance to that country, which is really interesting. I wouldn't call, knowing that you have a consequence of committing a crime in another country as allegiance.
That's not really what that means. This is the argument that Trump is making, and this is sort of indelicate. This is for the slaves. This is for the slaves. Literally, that phrase in the Constitution was designed for folks who had.
That's a question you'll have to ask yourself.
That's his argument. It has nothing to do with, again, as he put it, Chinese billionaires visiting the United States, having a kid here, and then making them all family citizens by it. Of course, you can't just have the kid as a citizen staying here.
Abby, what are you doing listening to El Normo?
It doesn't look like he's going to win on that one. Because the Constitution is pretty specific. In other words, he's arguing.
Why are you listening to him if you don't want to? Just click leave.
Not on the actual words, which are very clear if you're born here.
Hello?
We're all educated enough to realize that the 14th Amendment is not even relevant. It was never properly ratified, and it could not have been properly ratified. We don't need to have useless conversations about whether or not an illegitimate extension of an illegitimate
What am I doing right now?
is going to say one thing or another. The entire government is illegitimate. If you'd like to get into the weeds and understand,
are you visiting one another
illegitimate? Please don't interrupt me. I find it hard as a rule to listen to you whine. It's not a question, not a whine. I think the term is kvetch.
Are you visiting from another solar?
As a matter of fact, I think it's going to be easier for you and your conception of what I say if you do consider me to be from another solar system.
Okay.
So
how easy is that?
Can I ask you to explain your position? Why it wasn't amendment run?
Yeah, I would like someone who shares something in common with me to ask me a question. If there are questions about why the 14th Amendment is not valid, so not you, not Norm. Regan could say.
No, I get why.
Come on, why are you exclusionary?
Because America is illegitimate. He's an open racist.
I am an evolutionary rule. I am an open racist. So.
Okay, well, I accept your racism, and
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I accept it.
If you're willing to accept my racism, I'm willing to help you understand the 14th Amendment. Not that there's anything.
Yeah, no, I understand the 14th Amendment. My question is why wasn't it ratified?
Correct. Thank you.
From your perspective.
Oh my God, your pussy is as sore as your.
So ultimately, You have what is called the Civil War. You may know it by some other name. What's relevant is that we understand the time frame facts. You have 1861, the opening of hostility. The Union and the Confederate States of America. Ultimately, the Union, the law.
Hello, Kevin. Hey,
Hello.
This is the argument from Alpha Centauri.
Yes, call it whatever you'd like to call it. So the basis for the legitimacy of the government. Let me just say very clearly, if we want something succinct, is that an illegitimate government cannot commit a legitimate act, and that really is the crux of my argument here. And he's not just talking about Israel. And I'm not just talking about Israel. I'm talking about all things at all times.
He's talking about what was once his country. His argument is once you're a pickle, you can never be a cucumber again.
There you go. No, there we don't go. We will not go there. Where we will go is to understand that if a government is illegitimate, its acts cannot be legitimate. And to understand that. So when I tell you that the 14th Amendment is illegitimate, understand it's because the government that sought to impose it was illegitimate. Not only that illegitimate government used a process that was not legitimate. So even if the government was legitimate, the process they claimed to utilize to legitimize the 14th Amendment.
Abby, what are you doing here? Let's sit down now. They wanted to leave.
And the jurists
in
his party claimed that the states did not secede and could not secede from the Union.
Oh, you must be here listening to your lover boy, Diogenes.
The states did ratify the Constitution. They became inseparably party to that contract. That contract to which they were a party specifically laid out the process for the ratification of amendments to the Constitution. After the conclusion of hostilities between the states, who's got an open mic? This is very disrespectful. I'll mute you. Who is it? Thank you. After the cessation of hostilities at the end of the so-called Civil War, the southern states who were not seceded, this is very disrespectful. I will use this green bean that I have been bestowed with to bring order and discipline if necessary. Okay. Thank you, Norm. I don't know why. I don't even know why you were allowed onto the stage. I'm going to imagine it was a mistake or somebody was bored. But no, thanks. I mean, look, if you have something productive to add, maybe we'll give you some time to dry out. Go ahead and put a bow on this. So, at the conclusion of hostilities, okay, the states were still required to send delegates and representatives, House of Representatives, into the Senate, and they refused to ratify the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. And then the lawmakers said, well, it doesn't matter what you have to say because you lost the war. Look it up. I'm not making it up. The ratification process laid out in the Constitution, which is supposed to establish the legitimacy of the state, was not even pretended to be followed to amend the Constitution. So
not to mention that Colorado has a different copy of the 13th Amendment. I don't know if you've ever looked into that.
I have looked into that, and I think that it's valid. I've looked into it. I think there's several other areas. But I think what we could agree on, Diego, is that the wheels came off in 1861, and arguing about something that doesn't exist, that is the legitimacy of the government, is a completely fruitless endeavor. There's no point in spending time arguing about what an illegitimate apparatus will or will not do. You have to recognize that it is illegitimate. So whether it works in your favor or against your favor, it needs to be replaced. I don't know why I was given the green bean, but I do enjoy it.
I was just looking this up as you were reading it. I understand now. So your issue is that the states revoked, they voted against it. The federal government reseated their governments in those states, after Reconstruction, those reseated governments in the states then approved the amendment, correct? And that's the illegitimate part, is that they were forced.
No, the illegitimate part is that the Constitution, was fundamentally violated in 1861 when the northern states invaded the southern states. Slavery was legal in the North. Slavery remained legal in the North. They had just recognized and accepted West Virginia as a slaveholding state into the Union. They had acknowledged that it seceded from Virginia and that it was a legal and appropriate process for them to do this. So, as a matter of fact, the entire government apparatus is illegitimate. We don't need to worry what SCOTUS is. It's an illegitimate appendage.
Your boyfriend is a sovereign citizen, Abby.
On improving our condition, and we'll recognize one of the first things we need to do is explicate what is and is not proper. The language we could use was in the Declaration of Independence itself. It says, what does it say? A decent respect for the opinions of mankind compels us to declare the causes. Well, we ought to do that. We need to declare our causes. We need to draw in stone. We need to etch in stone our causes.
So you're pro-slavery and anti-constitution, correct?
Absolutely not. And see, this is why
I want to make sure you
This is why I sent you. This is why I sent you to the gulag, my boy. Because nothing I said. Nothing that I said in any way, shape, or form can go slavery as an institution.
It's just a troll.
Direction is rather than getting distracted by trolls. So let's take the
ultimate troll.
The government has been operating without a legal mandate, that there is an ongoing fraud. How practicably do the people take that power back without mass bloodshed? Given the differences in weaponry strategy and the organized state, comparing the American Civil War to.
Yeah, thank you, Tina. That's a great question, and it's a question that I'm sure all of us need to mull over. I can't pretend that I have the single definitive answer, but I will give you the best I can, and that is to tell you that ultimately we have to create a different system. We have to be able to articulate it. We have to say, this is right and this is wrong. The government is illegitimate, does not have a legal mandate, as you said. We have to be able to say that, and then to conceive of the actions of the government with that being true. You've got an open mind. When you do this, you shift your conception of this, and you don't waste time considering whether or not the Supreme Court is arguing this, that, or the other. Because you understand, well, the state doesn't have a legal right to do this. So this is a completely illegitimate act. And so then you're left in a void where you say, well, what is legitimate? And that's what we need to provide. That is how we will create the revolution, when we are able to articulate what is valid. A lot of what we believe, I think, the state, a legitimate state looks like, is predicated on the rule of law. I find very little reason to believe that the law itself, as a tool, is not a great civilizational aid and should not be a basis for our union. I believe that the ideals of free association require that people be allowed to participate or secede as they see fit from a union. Tuna, I saw you come off the mic. Is there something maybe I'm not getting to the heart of your question?
You are. It's just raising a sort of bigger question for me. If the basis for a rebirth of America, in your viewpoint, is predicated on the idea of the fact that the Union had to unilaterally and completely agree to certain states making laws that, and correct me if I've got this wrong, but the 14th Amendment was illegitimate, and it created this snowball effect of illegitimate governance.
No. No. I want to be clear. The illegitimacy. So again, I hope that you will. You sound like you're acting in good faith. I take that so far. I think that you are. I don't know if we've spoken before, but let's be clear that we can point to any period in history. At any point in the history of the United States of America, we can even point to the late 1770s, the Confederation, right? Prior to the Constitution, we had the Articles of Confederation, and we can, along that timeline, point to various things that we might argue were or were not in keeping with the law.
Like the ratification of the Constitution, which was done through a convention and is illegitimate.
The Constitution itself was fruit of a poisonous tree in that the delegates who were sent to the convention were never given the authority to discard the Articles of Confederation and to redraw a constitution. But my point is not let perfect be the enemy of the good. It's that at every step in our agency and existence, we have the ability to use tools like writing, like the law, to ensure that violence is not what governs us, that the whims of the powerful and the wealthy are not what governs us, and that we can have a system that is more natural and that respects the right of individuals before a law, derived from a higher power and a higher purpose than greed and mammonism and the capacity to hurt other people.
Did you say law or Allah?
You can hear whatever you'd like. So, I don't think it's fruitful to go back and try to poke holes. I think that it is necessary to accept that in 1861, there could not be an argument that the state was legitimate, because it chose the law, which clearly said that slavery was legal. And I've argued it so many times, but I hope that you will understand, listeners, I hope you will understand that the law has to come first. The law has to be more important than your feelings. And so if you feel that the law is wrong, you have an obligation to change the law, not to act on your feelings against the law. And even the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the biggest, baddest bogeyman that has ever been conjured in the mind of the effeminate left, understood and gained power through legal means. Adolf Hitler himself, in the beer hall putsch, locked arm in arm with fellows from the NSDAP, marched on the police in their attempt to illegally seize control of the public, and they were met with gunfire from police officers. Adolf Hitler was imprisoned. Several members, important members of the movement, were killed. And others went into hiding, and people thought the movement was destroyed. And Adolf Hitler came out of this stronger than ever, but committed to following the law. And he said, if we are going to have success for ourselves and for our people, if we believe that our ideas are better, that our laws are better, then we have to follow the laws that exist to obtain power. We have to respect the law that we will impose. Because if we teach a disrespect for the law, how then can we use the law to serve us? And so we have all these people out here on the right and the left who believe that we can just enforce the laws we like, ignore the ones we don't. And this will always result in discord, in strife, in pain, in suffering, and exploitation, and a total lack of our sovereignty.
The law was able to condemn someone else to save them.
Don't worry about what the Supreme Court has to say. They are an illegitimate and unconstitutional appendage.
Can you hear me? With that said, you're saying don't listen to the Supreme Court, but they did pass Dred v.
You're in the Matrix, Diego. You're in the Matrix.
Hey, Yago. Yeah, Yago want to say something. Yago, you got it.
Yeah, John Locke, who probably one of the best political theorists, who really influenced Thomas Jefferson, the founding fathers, the Declaration of Independence, and the French Revolution, said governments inherently draw their liberty from the consent of the governed, based on three things:
ensuring that the government provide life, liberty, and property, meaning the protection of property, meaning if the government takes some property, they have to provide you compensation. They just can't, rip your farm from you and say it's ours. Legitimacy comes from that. But you're inherently saying legitimacy doesn't come from that? I just want to make sure I understand.
Well, I think he said it. John Locke said that laws come from nature. It's the natural laws what John Locke actually. I don't care. I don't care what John Locke. I'm not constrained by John Locke's conception of the legitimacy of a government. I am making it abundantly clear that we have the capacity to speak, to read, to write, and to the extent that we share conceptions from phonemes, words, we have the ability to explicate something called law and to agree to participate in a contract to create a solution for our violent conflicts that doesn't involve death and dismemberment. And when we do that, we can decide that our state, thereby created, the government that we consent to create, is gaining its legitimacy from any such thing. We've had multiple empires in the history of the world that drew their legitimacy, their claim, from God. We've had monarchies. They said, we're legitimate because we have the mandate from heaven. Okay, and if you believe that's legitimate and you submit to it, so be it. It is maybe a matter for debate, but I think that it is generally accepted that the experiment, the revolution in the United States of America was predicated, nominally at least, in word at least, on the basis that we reject the legitimacy of someone who is not accepting representative government. We reject the idea that someone who is not here and claims something from before we were born can have legitimacy, and that legitimacy must be predicated on something else. They confer and they describe this as the consent to the governed, because everyone has a natural right from God to be free and sovereign and independent. And we know that those people will want to naturally cooperate with others, and then where they cooperate, that cooperation should be explicitly bound in a contract. And as long as the contract's performance is delivered, then it is legitimate. And I'm telling you that the contractual obligation of the federal government created by the Constitution has not been performed. It is not a Democrat issue. It is not a Republican issue. It has just flat out been ignored. We don't have to go as far back as 1861 if that's distasteful for you and you're so ignorant that you can't disassociate those events from slavery is bad. When the state, as you say, fails to provide for life, liberty, and the protection of property or the pursuit of happiness, however you'd like to define it, and you can argue it has lost its legitimacy, and I would agree with you. I don't care how you come to recognize the illegitimacy of the government. When it is wholly illegitimate.
And you know what he said after that was, when it doesn't provide those three things, then the people have a right for a revolution.
It is not just their right, it is their duty and their responsibility.
Their obedience to God.
Or abolish! Wake that shit up.
Resistance to tyranny. Obedience to God.
You said a lot of good stuff. What's your opinion on the Talmud?
I have no opinion whatsoever on the Talmud. It's irrelevant. What we need to be doing is raising a new standard, and we need to be etching in stone what we will etch in our hearts, what we will defend, what we will protect, and we need to be focused. And so when I hear people having a conversation about, well, the Supreme Court will rule this, well, do you know, we don't need to worry about what an illegitimate government does. So I need us all to collectively take a deep breath and say, the state is illegitimate. We must work to create a legitimate system of government. We must work to protect the right of free association, speech, and the right to keep and to bear arms as the final solution to the tyranny of a state.
Would you be worried if the state
The final solution.
The last couple days, and good afternoon, everybody. What
Hey, Beth, how's it going?
I just want to point out before she asks me a question, I will not talk to women when it comes to politics, because that which is political is as Carl Schmitt said, you know, politics is warfare by other means, or was that who was that? Von Clausewitz, yes. Yeah, the political is the extension of war by other means, and women have no place in war. I will not send my daughter, my wives, or my mother to go fight in a war, and I will not have them fight in a proxy for war. So I will not have anything to do with anything women have to say on the matter.
Tell her you'll talk to her husband at best.
Very good. You may send your husband, and I'll take those questions.
Okay,
so did we all take a deep breath? Are we all ready to engage in a little group activity where we can say, hey, definitively, the state is illegitimate. I recognize that, and I'm going to stop pretending or allowing this insidious idea to creep into my speech and into my actions, where I take something that is wholly illegitimate, that I recognize could only rationally, logically be illegitimate, and treating it as legitimate.
What if they're trying to take away your rights, and while they're doing it, they're quoting the Sanhedrins?
I'm not going to speak to you any longer. Thank you so much for participating. I guess no one wants to participate in that group activity, but I assure you it would be very fun.
The state is illegitimate, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Let's go! Back out! Proud to count you among the members of the Rick Party, Diego.
You turn on the news and you see Ted Cruz. He's talking about the Sanhedrins.
Diego's the only one with the courage to do it.
So are you saying the Sanhedrin, they're like good? That's good, or?
Let me help you with the understanding of Sanhedrin here. There we go. Now you'll have all the knowledge you need about the Sanhedrin.
So I already know about
everything you need to know, my boy.
Just switched up sides. You got some power, switched up.
Are you like an Israeli type of person?
Are you talking to me? No, I'm not like an Israeli person.
You must have any questions, do you? The immunity is there. But when you have a lot of questions, I just want to see. I just want to ask questions about stuff because I don't know which side to take, the United States or the Israelis. So I don't know which one to take.
Those are the same side. I'm not really understanding why you see them as sides. They're not on opposite sides. They're on the same side. They're all working in the interest of transnational capital. Let me give you an example of this, okay? In World War II, a necessary precursor to the creation of the Israeli state.
My bad. I didn't mean the United States as far as Trump being sucked into the Israel thing. I meant the people who are trying to divide from the Israel thing. So when I say United States, I mean that side of the United States, the people that are trying to disassociate from Israel and Israel. And there's a part of the United States that are in a sense slaves to the Israel basically.
That's right, my brother.
Why would he get back up on stage? I'm not Superman, I'm not God, but I want to understand your question, Young. I'm not really quite clear on what you're trying to ask. Let me give you a little example, though, that I think will be informative. At least, Diego, you might appreciate this. Do a little research and you'll find out that while English boys between the ages of 17 and 25 were fighting and dying at the hands of German soldiers, a bank vault in London held thousands of pounds of German gold for the Germans. Now, do you see the problem with that? The Germans are killing the Englishmen, but the English banks are holding and protecting the gold for the Germans who are killing them. This is transnational capital at work. That is the enemy that I seek to dispossess and destroy in the vein of the great Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, apocryphally saying, "You are a den of vipers and thieves, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out."
Oy vey, who's running those banks?
I'm just saying.
How do I shut him up for good? How do I put him in the oven? Is there an oven? Is there an oven?
He's got a point, right? Why does the British royal family have a loyal? I mean, he has a point.
Well, here's the thing: if you go back to the First World Wars, Chase was a man behind what died in Chase is talking about. And Chase is not a Jew. Okay, so this really has to do with greedy fucking bankers looking to capitalize on both sides and not really being loyal to any side, but enriching themselves and fattening their fucking pockets.
Well said, Sig. Wake that up and make sure that everyone fucking hears it, because this is so fucking counterproductive for you to get hung up on this idea. Oh, it's the Jews. It's the Jews. They love it. They don't exist unless you recognize them. And so they constantly fucking interrupt and try to make it about them because they are pathetic, servile little fucksticks who have never been able to successfully establish a nation. They are parasites. Cut them out. You are being actively betrayed by rich fucking white men, rich fucking black men, by rich fucking yellow men. It doesn't matter. The only constant thread is their ability to manipulate your conception of value and exploit you. To get you to send your blood to die while they enrich themselves thereby. That is the rule, and that is transnational capital.
I agree. I'm going to say something also really quick, and I'm going to give it back. I'm going to say this very quick. In the Bible, it talks about the kings, and God saying, hey, don't give yourself to these kings. You're going to be selling your sons off, and they're going to have to go to war, and they'll run in front of the chariots. And the kings will have this, they'll do all these things to you. And it's crazy you just kind of mentioned that. And so our whole world is full of this manipulation. Yeah, so that's a good point, man. And that's why I said no king's thing. That's a good ass point. That also. But yeah.
Did somebody say adrenochrome?
Are you in the reserves, Diogenes? That's fine. No, I'm not. The only way that they could possibly get me back, Diego, is if they have a draft. I've already served all my time. My active time and my individual ready reserve time has already been served in full. All right. Yeah, so I'm not. I got a friend though. I got a friend who just got out, and I asked him. I was like, "You good?" He's like, "Yeah. Unless they draft, I'm good. I already did. My IR time was good too." I was like, "All right." I was worried about you because he was actually stationed. He was stationed with the 33rd MU. He just got out, like literally a month before the deployment. So,
I mean, we might have our political disagreements amongst Americans, but I'm praying for all Americans that do, if they end up getting deployed or drafted, because this is a bad one.
Yeah, it is definitely a bad one. It is. I mean, look, the state is illegitimate, and if we can get them to wake up to that, we need to create a space for them to object to their participation here. Now, I want you to come up here and take your licks, Nav, for being a fucking Trump glazier while he's doing everything I told you he would do. You told me I was wrong. You told me, oh God, Diogenes, he's America first. He cares about America. And I was like, Trump is not going to convict anyone of anything. He's not going to convict anyone. I said this very clearly to you. I said he is not going to convict anyone for this so-called stolen election. He's not going to convict anyone related to Clinton. He's not going to convict anyone for employing illegal aliens, and he is never going to engage in mass deportation. And here we are, you fucking voted for him. Because you know what the truth is? You're looking out for yourself and the military-industrial complex. That's the fucking truth of it. And I hate it, but here we are.
And that's the burn.
Yeah, and look at, you know what, it's great that Brad jumped into the room, because Brad and I have had a disagreement on the basis that I was willing to criticize the blind participation in the United States military, and most importantly, the approbation and acclaim we unquestioningly are called to visit on them for their continual support for an illegitimate state. As I was saying, Diego, we should try to create a safe environment for those people who are actively participating and going to do the bleeding and the dying. And there are thousands of U.S. servicemen who are dead at this point. The United States is not admitting to you, but there are thousands of dead U.S. soldiers from the Iranian strikes. We should try to wake up the other boys and girls who are being sent to that. And I saw pictures from the well deck of the 11th MU, and I deployed with the 11th MU. And I saw pictures from the well decks from these guys getting on the LCACs. These guys fucking 18, 19, 20 years old. And I saw the look in their eye, and I was like, these guys don't even have the fucking faintest conception of what a legitimate government is. And we have an obligation to protect them from giving their lives for something so goddamn foolish and worthless as money that's being printed right now as the Treasury, the Federal Reserve buys treasuries at the secondary market. And ask your fucking favorite AI where the money comes from to buy that fucking debt. They fucking make it up. And people are going to go and die for that. Because we're failing them. Because we're continually telling them, thank you for your service, and you're so brave and so noble because you signed on the fucking dotted line. And we perpetuate the ignorance and the continued tyranny of an illegitimate state.
Can I negotiate with you rather than destroying the federal government for you to be in favor of secession for your own state wherever you're living?
Well, so, we don't need to destroy the federal government as much as we need to create a new system. And because what you do, I think all experience in history has shown that what you do is you create a better system. You create a clear system. You create a new standard. You raise that standard. And as you do that, people will join your cause. And then you'll have all the questions answered for you. The path becomes clear. National socialism in Germany, in Weimar Germany, was the only solution. It was the only reasonable thing for reasonable men to do. Far be it from the narrative portrayed in modern media that the Austrian painter, for all of his humble beginnings, somehow touched in something occult and became capable of hypnotizing entire populations. He simply represented the will of the people. And he opened himself to channel the will of a people, oppressed and beaten down and exploited to the fullest extent by transnational capital.
So I'm not sure I guess it's always clear what the whole deranged ceremony is, but just I'm pretty certain that every claim can be critiqued and dismantled. But one of them specifically that I have looked into before is the claim that British government was holding money for Germans. That's a very deceptive claim because those assets during World War I and World War II were frozen as an enemy asset with the label of an enemy asset. So they were not held, or no business was done with Germany at the time. Those assets were frozen just the same way as the Iranian assets were frozen.
The bank, maybe. I'm not sure what the status of that gold was, but I will tell you the Bank of International Settlements was very clear as it provided clearing services for Germany. And, when Czechoslovakia was taken over, ask where did the gold go? They said, we just changed the name on the gold. We didn't move? No, it didn't move. We just changed the name on it. Because we don't really have any allegiance. And it was an American. Born in America, raised in America, who was responsible for the Bank of International Settlements. You know who made the Bank of International Settlements? It was the United States. And they continued to process and clear transactions to ensure that National Socialist Germany could exist and import the things it required for its war industry. So the point stands. Transnational capital is the enemy. I'm not trying to take a position as I don't want to be seen as criticizing the National Socialist German Workers' Party. I would hope that when all was said and done, they would have come after the Bank of International Settlements. But that history was not to be. But we are here now, and we can recognize that we don't have the ability to express values outside of a totally fabricated currency. And that is the basis for sovereignty. Everything that you buy, everything that you sell is mediated by a create out of nothing. That means that it is worthless. It has no value. And they're printing it right now, by the way. He's on the phone. That's not fair.
That's why you're seeing all the banks buying up all this gold, man. Because they know where the vibe. Like you said, it ain't in this fucking fiat currency, this bullshit dream they've been selling.
Yeah, and I ask people who consider themselves informed about the financial system what the reserve requirements are for banks right now. Prior to COVID, I used to constantly point out that there was a fraudulent monetary system, on the basis that the fractional reserve was like 10%. You only had to keep 10% reserves, but in March of 2019, something very strange happened. Something that I thought would make it clear that our entire financial system is as illegitimate as our government. and that was the banks had all of their reserve requirements reduced to zero, meaning by law, no bank was required to have any reserves of any kind.
Even remotely true. You're just doing.
That's 100% true, dude. Bonds.
Brad, you're fucking winning $1 million in 6 months.
Bonds. Go ahead, look it up. Go ahead, look it up, Brad.
Do this.
Okay, Brad.
It was March 2021, and that means they're.
So we can do this, and I can finish my statement, and you guys.
Oh, wow. Okay, why don't you go ahead and look it up?
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, I can do this because again, I've been in this room longer than you guys. But like I stated, I'm going to finish it. Currently, the reserve requirements of depository institutions is $37.8 million. The trash amount, or what you would
What are the reserve requirements,
What are the reserve requirements? $645.8 million.
What are the reserve requirements?
Give him a chance to rebut, bro. Give him a chance to rebut. All right, let's be fair. We can have a discussion because there's people who want to learn and want to hear both sides. So let Brad rebut. Be fair.
And I'll do that.
Yeah, can I actually shut your mouth?
Yeah. So right now, the $37.8 million is what the reserve requirement exemption amounts are, and their previous amount was in 2024 $36.1 million. So it actually received the low reserve amount.
I had to do that so he moved me down for no reason. I didn't cut him off. I don't know why he did that. That was a bad move by me, but you can't do that. I mean, come on, you can't.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, okay,
I agree with I cut everyone off, but I didn't even interrupt.
Brad's a coward and doesn't deserve a month.
But listen.
I want to point out he's lying.
Hold on. Let me get order back in the room real quick. Hold on.
I don't even know what he's referencing either.
Hold on, Diego. Just give me 2 seconds to get order back in the room. So here's the deal. All right. Again, we're discussing ideas, gentlemen. Give someone some room to breathe and rebut. All right. And yeah, Brand, don't drop people down who haven't, broken the rules so that are
So actually, I dropped them down because they started modding Rico and absolutely.
Didn't mod anyone. How'd you know that? How come I did?
Because I can tell.
Okay, so
why don't you move everybody out of the mod, and then you be the only mod.
I can do this because I can see the news on the top. I can see who did it. You did wait.
Yeah, so here's the deal. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me
down. So you could just didn't matter though. These two twits were like modding absolutely everybody to have their little K group come in and be like the overwhelming force until they would do it.
Here's the
thing.
thing.
See it, you can watch it.
Here's the thing, guys. We gotta be fucking. And I'm looking now. All right, yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, so here's the deal. In my room, I'm the only one that's gonna mod people. All right, and I should be able to trust you, gentlemen, to be mature, be able to agree to disagree, but don't mod anybody else unless I'm the one that's giving the mod. But look, guys, let's have the conversation because I'm listening to both sides and I want to learn too. I want to hear both sides. Let me turn hand raised and also I get Diogenes back up here. Yo, we just fucking kicked Brad back.
I had to. I got my leg back. I had to get my leg.
That's a faggot thing. I don't know what you expect. All right, I moved you down, Keegan. Nobody's going to
Keegan, Diogenes. So last thing you want is to make me a fucking
grown ass man. All right, so not needed. Hand raising. Everybody come up. Hand raising's off. Come on up. It'll be, I guess, me and Pepe because we got a bunch of fucking vaginal tampons. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Trying to hear this shit. Right. This is crazy, bro. What's up, sick? What's going on? All right, come back up. Diogenes, come back up, man. What's going on, man? What's everybody on their fucking
I want to be clear and say, because we'll have conversations after this. Brad got on the stage, interrupted me, and then I let him talk. Diego said something, and he kicked Diego down. He advertised it. He said, "This is what I'm going to do to you," and he kicked Diego down. When he did that, I brought Diego back up and tried to mod him to prevent him from being.
All right, so people on bitches.
All right, that makes sense, Diogenes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. All right. Let's keep the conversation going, Jess, because I'm learning to lie here.
Yeah. Here's the point. What Brad tried to do is lie by bringing up something that's completely ancillary to the fact
absolutely true. There is a zero reserve requirement since March 2000. I was wrong in the year 2020. I thought it was 2019. 2020. There is no reserve requirement, which means that the money is completely fake. You can argue, oh, well, they said that these reserves exist, but there's no reserve requirement whatsoever. You would have to audit every financial institution right now to verify what they did have and what they did not have on their balance sheets. And guess what? They would legally have to have no value on their balance sheet. That's a fact.
Well, and they didn't have it before. I mean, you're just talking about physical dollars, but those dollars they are instruments of debt. So he didn't have any value to begin with.
Well, yes, right. But I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, it's one thing to try and point out to those who are intellectually challenged that money, the primary transnational capitalist tool to deprive nations of their sovereignty, of their blood, and of their soil is interest to debt. It's another to simply point out that how can you claim that your value expression is legitimate in any way, shape, or form when there's zero reserve requires actively printing money? It's actively doing that. It's right now, as a matter of fact.
You know what I said? Basically, what they're trying to claim, I kind of believe saying that. What they're trying to claim, though, that it's short-term T-bills, and it's only to get liquidity control and not for economic stimulus.
Right. But three. You got to understand. Yeah. They're always, your mic is a little low. I think I heard most of what you're saying. You got to understand. They're always going to have a practical excuse that depends on them being smarter than you are to justify what they're doing. And what you really need to look at is what is the actual legitimacy of their action. Fundamentally, legitimacy is obtained by productivity. Is what you're doing productive, and do other people agree to participate, especially when it comes to an economic model? The entire economic model in the United States is predicated on deception and your inability to conceive of the fact that the money comes from nowhere. It is not tied to anything. The idea, if you are to take them seriously to some extent, not to fullest extent, you maintain some healthy skepticism. You're not fully well, but you've got some healthy skepticism. They make an argument about gross domestic product. But gross domestic product is not measuring any real productivity. It includes money that is simply changing hands regardless of whether or not a good or service has entered the economy. And as I said, and you can verify this for yourself, the Federal Reserve is creating money from nothing. It is literally getting on a keyboard and telling the secondary market, give us treasuries and we will credit your account. The money, has there been an increase in the productivity of the United States? No, in fact, there's been a decrease. And not only has there been a decrease in
more police and firefighters on our streets.
To this point that can be argued still depends on U.S. dollars as the primary clearing tool is gridlocked with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're printing more money. You can't deny that productivity globally is declining rapidly with the closure of the strait. Yet we're printing more money. Clearly, money is not connected to real goods and services. And if money is not connected to real goods and services, I challenge you to show me
Central banking is a key tenet of Marx's
The problem is not whether or not there is a central bank. You can have a central bank that is legitimate and issues money in a direct quantity to the goods and services.
So let's hear Brad.
As a discrete nation.
Let's hear.
This guy just likes the.
Let's hear.
I don't have time in the office. I actually have a job of not working part-time and then crying about
Brad
situations. Well, Brad,
Brad.
Dude, you still on me.
All right, guys. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
So Brad, I want to hear your rebuttal because everything that I've been researching the past few weeks. It's literally
about captives or resources. Have you?
Well, I want to hear it. That's why I want to hear your rebuttal. I want to hear what you know
about reserve requirements and all that stuff. So like, you're saying the
Rico.
You know what? You know what? You got it. See, like, I mean, you're gonna let these guys do it, man. Because if you can't mod them, then you can't mod them.
No, because
you know what? You can keep the keepings. You can keep the
Because you're making this personal like you always do, Brad. It's not personal. I want to hear both sides, Brad. And just quit making this shit personal.
You don't want.
Wait, that's why I just called on you. I said I'm glad you got
You know what I mean?
Guys, Brad is fine. I'm just saying, we're gonna mod abuse all the fuck out of all of you.
All right. So again.
We'll block Keegan.
Again. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up. So, yeah, I want to hear what your rebuttal is, Brad, because everything I've been researching the last few weeks, Diogenes, from what I've seen, is spot on. So what's your rebuttal and why?
So the current reserve requirement for all U.S. depository institutions is zero, but it changed over time. And the requirement now is $674.1 million in the low reserve tranche. What he's taking apart is because he actually doesn't understand the reserve requirement exemptions and low reserve tranche claims because he doesn't understand economics. What he's doing is he's listening to somebody online, kind of give a partial take on it, and then exemplifying that. The requirement is actually an exemption that's set at $39.2 million since 2026. So that the issue that he just stated is null and void because he actually doesn't understand economics. Neither do the twits in here, nor do they understand federal regulations or actually IORBs. They don't have anything on this, and they don't understand the ONRRPs that exist within the financial realm. So, I mean, again, if you're going to have that kind of discussion, make sure you cover it from top to bottom and not just cherry pick it up as some Tinder thing and then think somehow or another this idiot is right.
Hey, Brad, I just looked it up, though, and it says that there is no reserve requirement.
Of course, it does say that. Go on for the reserve requirement exemption and the low reserve charge is zero. However, the Federal Reserve continue to publish its annual indexes and reserve requirements exemptions amounts of low reserve as required by the statute for 2026. The reserve requirement exemption is set at $39.2 million. The tranche is set at $674.1 million. So you can look those up and understand that, hey, guess what? What he's saying is partially true just to try to trick you into giving it. It's like saying, oh my God, look at how evil this person is, but actually not looking at the whole structure behind it. And if you're not an economist or if you're a part-time truck driver who just thinks you can articulate stand up with some Marxism or read it off some Reddit page to try to help facilitate your point without actually reading it yourself and making some conditions like this idiot just did.
So Brad, you know what? Just listen to me, bro. Hold on, Diogenes. Just listen to me because I'm very curious about what both of y'all are talking about, and I want the right answer. So I just looked up what is the trench set at, and does it matter? And it says the low reserve trench was a cutoff level of old deposits, but it's irrelevant. That's what it's saying. That's basically
the reserve requirement being set at zero allows banks to sit there and lend out 100% of their net transactions. That's all that means.
Shit, Sherlock!
Jesus
Christ! Just the fact that they don't have to have anything on hand and the fact that they're a fucking bank, retard. No, it's partially true. It's partially true, but actually totally factually accurate to say without any doubt that there are zero reserve requirements. There are zero reserve requirements. Zero reserve requirements. Full fucking stop. Reading the fucking hand.
You're not
really so bro. I'm trying to learn, bro. Can y'all stop arguing? Because I'm just trying to learn from both of y'all. Because what you saying, Brad, it says what you said in 2020, but it says that shit stopped in 2020 though. That's 6 years ago.
So let me tell you what the zero reserve requirement actually means. It's subject only to the capital and the liquidity of regulations. The Federal Reserve
currently uses interest on the reserve balance, or the IORB rate, which for those of you that work in finance or insurance will know regularly because you see that on a daily basis. Now, the IORB, the interest on reserve balances. And then you have the ONRRP, which is overnight reserve repurchase agreements that help set short-term interest rates and manage liquidity in the banking system. The prediction, this kind of changes the way we did reserve requirements as a tool for controlling money supply. So idiots like Diginies couldn't figure out how they couldn't freaking go and falsify on debts. They couldn't fucking take out more than they wanted to spend. So they basically changed these requirements to ensure big corporates. And while these guys are spinning and freaking about it, they actually don't know how the system actually works. So they're just spinning this on one approach. It doesn't mean that there's not money in the bank. It doesn't mean that the requirements are somehow nefarious. What it does allow is a better, broader complication of loaning and lending while being able to recoup it at a faster rate. They don't require it to
he's absolutely trying to respond to my argument without giving me a chance to respond, and he's spreading horseshit. And I'm not moving. Well, you're letting three.
I didn't give him room to fucking rebut and breathe. When he's done, he didn't respond to the points. I'm taking notes down right now, so you can say you can take notes down and respond to his points. Go ahead, Brad. You got.
He doesn't want you to get convinced of the truth because he spent all this time.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, Brad's got the mic. Brad's got the mic.
I'm not trying to take Brad's mic. I'm trying to let you know. Can I read what they say it is, and then they can think about what the fact is. Instead of listening to opinions, bro.
I'm gonna let you. Okay, give Brad room to breathe, and then you can ask his question since it's the back over to me too. Okay, 3 seats. Hold on, stop, man, stop. Yo, fucking. Hey, hold on. Yo, quit fucking disrespecting me, bro. Brad's got the mic and respond, and then we'll open it back up. Brad, you got it.
So again, look at the actual requirements. These people that are coming out here screaming about like this guy, he doesn't actually understand the policy of it. So like, just because they're set at zero doesn't mean that they can just go ahead and go bankrupt. That's called misinformation. It's called lying, and nobody would be doing it because you know who would be screaming about it? The Mandamis of the world, the AOCs. They'd be screaming about this all the way to the bank. But these idiots don't really understand how the Federal Reserve actually works in terms of that board. So the dollar amount of a depository institution reserve requirement is determined by applying reserve requirement ratios, which is specified out in fucking multiple board regulations. Like I think there's a whole, like it's 10,000 fucking pages long. These are outlined all the way to its reserve liabilities. So the Federal Reserve Act authorizes the board to impose new reserve requirements on transactions amount and non-personal time deposits. So if you have this actually going on in the insurance and finance field, again, I ask you, why not listen to people who work in those fields on a daily basis rather than listen to some guy who's driving a truck and then sits there and gets a TikTok information or goes on to like fucking George Jones podcast and figures out, oh, I'm just going to regurgitate some dumb shit. And if you think I'm wrong, C is about to, or whoever the gentleman is about to read it to you. So apparently I'm not wrong. This guy that's about to try to argue my point is apparently wrong because he can't provide nothing.
I'm willing. Y'all just go ahead and go and debate that, and then I'm gonna read what it says. I'm gonna read what it says online so that we can figure out what the fuck is the truth.
And go ahead and look up Federal Register Volume 85, number 57, Tuesday, March 24th, 2020. Regulations. This is the actual.
So Federal Register Volume 55.
Let me type it in the chat. 12 Part 204.
I want to specifically address the IORB.
I want you to have the opportunity to do that, Diego. I want you guys to be able to pick apart the horse shit that he just tried to hand wave to convince people. Like, you see how his argument went from Diogenes is lying to, well, Diogenes is partially right to, well, Diogenes is right about that, but he doesn't understand how that's not relevant. You can go read, shut the fuck up, you stupid, insignificant little cocksucker. Shut the fuck up. Now we're disrespecting you, Brad.
Okay, so we're gonna let Diogenes respond. We heard Brad, we heard your side. Diogenes, go ahead if you want.
I got a few more interruptions.
We'll let Diego go. Brad, Brad, look, I'm asking you nicely, brother. And I hate the fact that
I got it.
Okay, but hold on. You started moving. Brad, stop. I'm asking you, brother, just put the personal shit aside so we can hear both sides. No, I don't have a different standard, Brad, because I go through this shit with you all the time when I'm like, you always bring this personal shit. I ask you, in this space, drop the personal shit and let's stick to the topic. That's all I'm asking, bro.
I will not talk about how, certain wives go to Africa.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody cares about that right now. Let's stick to the topic. So, Diogenes, go ahead. You got the mic, brother, so we can hear your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that not be interrupted.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt you all the time. Just
no, we're not. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Jesus fucking Christ, man. All right, so here we go. Last time Diogenes is speaking. Anybody comes off mic, you're going down to the fucking goo. That's it. Bottom line, that.
But I mean, he was able to do it the entire time.
We can clearly see that Brad went through stages of denial where he started with Diogenes is outright wrong and he's lying. And then he went to, well, Diogenes is partially right, to Diogenes is actually 100% right. He made a factual assertion, but here's why his factual assertion doesn't have any real influence on the financial system. Great. So we got back to where we started, and we spent a whole lot of fucking time doing nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, the reserve requirements don't exist. Which means that when the money is being printed, and it is, you can go and look right now, the Federal Reserve is buying treasuries on the secondary market, and it is simply creating Federal Reserve entries on the balances with those secondary institutions. It is creating money from nothing. So it's creating money from nothing. The banks aren't required to hold any money, and you're going to tell me that this system has any legitimacy? Yeah. 3, I want to point you in the right direction. Ultimately, you're going to waste your time if you're trying to go through all of the different justifications that have been offered. As a matter of fact, the Federal Reserve did argue that eliminating the Federal Reserve requirements is just a sensible thing to do to improve financial conditions. But I ask you to have more sense than that. To understand that money needs to be tied to something that has value or has some persistence, some value that you can conceive of, if you're going to use it accurately. Because at the point where it's fucking printed, brother, you're a fucking slave when you depend on it. And because the whip doesn't bite as hard, and the manacles are not as tight, does not mean that you have any more freedom or sovereignty, because your entire conception, your mortgage, your rent, the food that you buy at the store is mediated by whether or not that counterparty can stop fucking interrupting me, you cocksucker. You are the most disrespectful. I can't believe Sid gives you a time of day. You are so disrespectful. Shut the fuck up. The point is not about what kind of excuses are used to justify the removal of the reserve requirement. It's that the reserve requirement was removed. And it was removed because, in essence, they needed to ensure that they could continue to keep the Ponzi scheme going. They needed to continue to manipulate the public's perception of the value expressed in US dollars. And I want us to all collectively recognize that the economy is as illegitimate as the state. That's it. And if you guys want to look into that, you want to research that, cool, do it. But understand that they are not smarter than you. These people who spend all day figuring out how to justify their fraud and exploitation are not smarter than you. They wear suits and they dress up and they're well groomed in the hopes that this will convey a sense of betterness. But they're not. It's the age-old fraud. They're literally just making money that you have to work for. And they tell you, oh, we're making it because we need to make sure there's adequate liquidity. It's like, okay, well then give that liquidity to me, bitch. Because if you understand, and this is an irrefutable fact, that if you have a fixed amount of currency representing a certain quantity of goods and services in an economy, and while holding the goods and services in the economy equal, you increase the currency competing for the same quantity, you have just created inflation. You have just devalued the purchasing power for everyone else who holds that currency. And so the appropriate course of action is to only increase the currency in an amount directly equivalent to the productivity, the goods and services that have entered the economy to avoid deflation. Okay, acceptable. And if you're going to increase the currency, you're going to increase the amount of currency in that fixed system, then you should do it justly and fairly before the law, wherefore all men are equal, and ensure that in direct proportion to the purchasing power lost, you remunerate the individuals who hold on that currency. Don't accept excuses for why we can't do this when you are required to file a tax return every year to tell the federal government exactly where you are, exactly how much money you made, exactly how much purchasing power you have. They know this about you as a matter of federal law, and they refuse to ensure that your purchasing power is protected when they print the money, and they hand it to the banks that have no reserve requirement to keep it.
I got a question for you, Diogenes, based on your submission. Because one thing I've seen that constantly came up as a rebuttal is that this might be a 40 chess move to devalue our dollar to bring manufacturing back into the United States the same way China has done over the past 6 decades or so. What do you have?
Yeah, what I have to say, Sig, is that ultimately you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you rich, or you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you young, or you can get in bed with the devil because you're just a faggot. But at the end of the day, you got in bed with the devil. No 4D chess moves add legitimacy to an illegitimate act that does not represent the will of the people and only serves to enslave them to interest on debt.
Diogenes and Sig, if I may, I want to educate Sig on a couple of very important things about American law. Number one is, I want to say out from the outset so you know where I'm going with this. The reason that they're doing all of this is to bring about a controlled by central bank of the United States. They're trying to create the third central bank of the United States. But, okay, the law is very clear. The Constitution, the first article, the first set of laws of the Constitution clearly state what a dollar is, who has the power to set the standards of weights and measures, and more importantly, the Federal Reserve creates these instruments of debt, which are not by any statute money. Okay, 12 U.S.C. 411, they are instruments redeemable in lawful money, and they are illegitimate, or they are void ab initio, because there is no appropriation made by Congress for these instruments, which is a requirement, Article 1, Section 9. Okay, so they're completely void, man. It's a complete Ponzi scheme designed to bring about total control on the U.S. population. It's not about making money for U.S. industries or anything. It's about basically laundering. So how do we, as the people, what do we do about it? What's the solution? How do we fight against it? Well, some people do Plan B. Are you familiar with Plan B? No?
No, what's Plan B?
Plan B is it's a thing called Bitcoin. That's one option. Some people do gold and silver. That's kind of like the Plan A. That's the old school plan.
But isn't the digital currency you just talked about as far as method of?
No. Bitcoin is a private protocol, maintained by voluntary participants, and it's not controlled by a sovereign.
Okay. Copy that. So
and it's not money, okay? It's a form of it's a system designed to facilitate barter.
2026, we're still explaining. So
what I'm saying is basically, do you think that our money that we have in the United States, do you think it will ever be backed by anything again, or this what they're running with
be where you have Article 1, Sections 8 and 10, which really say that you can't do these things. You cannot create paper money. It's right there in the Constitution. And whenever it actually touches the Supreme Court, there's likely going to be a referendum, and they will eliminate the Federal Reserve note. They're going to have to bring back, Treasury notes at the very least, if not just straight up make physical money again, because that's the only thing that the Constitution affords. There's no other. I mean, you'd have to have some kind of amendment that will never get voted on. No one will ever accept it. So there's something going to happen.
So, Diego, question for you. What's the difference between the central bank cryptocurrency and Bitcoin's cryptocurrency?
Central bank cryptocurrency is a violation of the Appropriations Clause. It's a violation of Article 1, Sections 8 and 10, monetary powers and disabilities.
You said articles, section 1, what was it?
Sections 8, 9, and 10. Okay? Let me tell you how bad the situation is right now. As of May 16th, the Supreme Court passed a decision that is a PB, which is a sub-agency of the Federal Reserve, is now the first agency in the United States that has the legal right to create its own budget and pay itself. Meaning it can, like what Diogenes was talking about, where it can create money out of thin air, but now it can actually fund itself. So again, violation of section 9 of Article 1, because it's now, there's no appropriation. It just decides what its own budget is and it pays itself with Federal Reserve notes.
What's that shit you were saying about the IORB?
The IORB is the thing that replaced the reserve requirement. Yeah. And basically, what it does is it incentivizes banks to deposit money at the Federal Reserve because the interest rates are preferable. So it's not true what Brad is saying that there are requirements. There are no requirements. They just have this incentive mechanism that they've installed, and it kind of makes them have a reserve, but it's voluntary. They don't have to do it.
Is this the repo market?
No, this is what Brad was talking about. It's like it's the interest incentive system that they created to replace the reserve requirement. So most banks still keep some kind of reserve. But if you remember what Brad said, $39 million. Do you understand that just your average major bank in the United States is dealing in trillions? $39 million, that's a joke. That's like saying, hey, put a penny here and that's a reserve. Like, you know what I mean? I'll have a penny for that.
Looks like it came early this year.
Yeah.
So I saw baseball was in the chat disagreeing. Yo, baseball, what up, bro? Are you able to come up? Because I want to hear your side because you're disagreeing. If you're able to come up, bro, definitely. It sounds like you work in the industry too. I want to hear your take. And Brad, look, man, I love you to death, bro, but you're not being fair right now, bro. And I'm trying to. These men have been respectful to let you fucking speak, bro. Because I want to hear your side too. I think everybody deserves to hear your side as well. Because you gotta be fair, Brad.
No, first off, Tweedledee and Tweedledog, the guy who's going to get his wife is getting fucked in the ass by a gangbang, and the other guy who can't afford child support. These two idiots, it's better be about your fairness. Don't give me fair. You put me down as a you so they can sit there and disparage me as well. And then you had Diego, who contradicted himself. It's literally a Bitcoin Ponzi scheme. That's all it is. And then he says, oh, there's no reserve requirements. But it's incentivized. But there are reserve requirements. The 30.9 million, or whatever it was, 35.9. That is actually required per bank, per financial institution. So no, it doesn't need to have any of those set up, but it does need to have a lot more on top of that. And again, if you're looking at only major banks, yeah, but you forget that there's a whole freaking banking network across the country, and you're leaving those out. So the idea that you're going to take and manufacture into fucking Bitcoin, and that's the only solution to go forward, that's absurd. But you're just investing in trade share stuff. You're not investing in Bitcoin.
It's nothing more than a share of a part ownership. You're not doing anything because it has no intrinsic value. It isn't gold. It isn't some consumer mode. It isn't any of that stuff. So what they're telling you is fraudulently false. And if the whole currency system were to collapse in turn, because that's what they're fearing, your Bitcoin is fucking worthless. Because guess what? China would make it mandatory that you have to follow on their form.
Oh yeah, mute up 3ski. Yeah, mute. Hey guys, mute up so Brad can finish what Brady.
I'm saying his mic is fucked up. I couldn't hear him. See him?
Yeah, so you can get a little bit closer to your mic, Brad. Go ahead.
But I mean, you got the things there. You know, the two that like circle jerk each other. I mean, you got it all right. You got it all figured out. See, you didn't need oppositional voices. This is why nobody's coming up.
Don't do that. Don't do that shit to me, Brad. It's bullshit. If I had,
I just said,
okay, you're not gonna fucking accuse me of something that's not true. I've been more than fair to hear your side. And I want to hear your side of the opposition.
No, you don't.
That's why I got 6 notes in front of me right now, jotting everything all you guys have been saying, so I can go do my fucking homework. Don't put that shit on me, but go ahead and finish.
Okay. Yeah, you got it, dude. You got your answers. Like, listen to these twat waffles who fucking have been in Clubhouse for 5 years. Tell me what any of them do that actually provides some significant income and how expensive their lifestyles are. You got one who lives in a fucking home and works at an Ace Hardware as a lawnmower mechanic. You got another one who can't afford child support, which is
denying insurance claims isn't really a job either, buddy.
You know what? You're right. I do it on a national-wide scale. I get paid a lot more than you.
Hey, Sid, can I ask a really quick question? Yeah, you know, Brad, you know, you might. All right, go ahead, Lucky. You're making these claims about Gay King. Oh, my bad, Viking. Can you tell us in 59 seconds, without using the gay app, ChatGDP, LGBTQ, what blockchain technology is? Thank you, Gay King.
Is that the same one? Is that the same one that gave me the powder for your?
Oh, so now you're gonna ask me. So you don't know what blockchain is? Thank you, Gay Lords. Thank you.
That whole thing of where actually where that fails.
I'll send you $20 for the new one plug. Thank you. You are amazing.
On an amateur car.
Can we go back to the topic?
For the record, I wasn't saying Bitcoin for the United States government. I was just saying that's an option for you as a person or individual. No, obviously I believe in the U.S. government, the Coinage Act of 1792. I believe that the U.S. dollar is a certain amount of grams of silver, and that's what I want to bring back. Obviously, I'm not like.
So you want to go back to the gold standard?
No, we never had a gold standard. We had a silver standard.
Silver standard. You want to go to the gold standard universally overall?
I want to go back to hard money.
Let's not change the subject. We can have
we were talking. You can just be quiet and sit down. Go back to work. Turn those fries. Go buy
Because
this for you.
that's the point, right?
If you guys listen closely, you'll notice that when you're really trying to understand what makes sense to Brad and whether or not something is true, you'll see that he refers to the same authority that 3 is questioning, that there seems to be this idea that the better dressed you are, the better groomed you are, the better you are, the more of a claim to truth you can make.
He's a certificate whore. Somebody is.
Yeah, exactly. And he's essentially admitting it. He says, well, I make more money than you make. If I make more money than you make, then what I have to say is more important. When I am making it very clear, and this is the reason Brad is really upset, that the money he's making is essentially worthless. And so in an environment where money is worthless, when it is based on nothing, goods or services actually exist to back it, the thing that actually has value, friends, your family, your ability to produce primary goods like agricultural commodities.
So here's what I'm gonna say, man, because this is, you know, I got 6 pages of notes in front of me because I've been taking notes down to do my research. But what I can see with my own eyes is that yes, the fiat currency, American dollar, has gone down in value. My buying power is not as strong as it was 10 years ago. But what I can constantly see is that gold and silver and precious metals, which is what we used to back our dollar on before World War One, is steadily going up, and that's when I see the central banks are currently. Hold on, Brad. But here, I'm giving you my take and what I witness and what I see, and I'll be more than happy to let you rebut when I'm done. But what I'm seeing is a thing that the central banks are currently hoarding and buying. Right, they're buying it up. This is why the shit's going up right now, because there's a fucking demand for it, and a big chunk of that demand is coming from these fucking banks. Okay, so what I have seen is the value of precious metals has gone up. The value of the fiat currency has gone down. I can clearly see this with my own eye, brother. The dollar I'm putting in my retirement right now is not going to be able to give me $1 worth of goods when I go to pull it out here in another 20-something years. So that's what I hear what you're saying. I'm going to do my research, but it's hard to get that side and trust the system when I can clearly see that everything I'm busting my ass and scraping my knuckles for is becoming worthless and more worthless and more worthless every single day. Well, go ahead, Brad. If you want to rebut, you got it.
It's not becoming more worthless. First off, I'm talking about trends and dynamics while inflationary growth occurs. But you're sitting there and equating that to a less buying power. Okay, maybe, possibly, consumerism at its finest, capitalism, great. You should be able to make that product and charge. If you can't afford it, well, sorry, your dollar doesn't work. But at the end of the day, that's what capitalism does. Now, the problem with what these idiots are proposing is that you either join in some socialist Bitcoin fucking Ponzi scheme, in which case socialism works great for the first, 3% of its term until it runs out of other people's money. Once it does that, these idiots, they don't know it because they're too stupid. They don't know that shit is exactly what they're proposing. They're just trying to dice it up. These guys are just proposing Marxist economics and probably putting it on some kind of spin because they think somehow they'll have it. When in reality, these guys aren't economists. They work in the finance sector. They sit there and read like whatever fucking Reddit threads tell them about economy, and you're taking advice from them. And that's fine. It's in the baseball. He works in the economy. He works on economics. You have a mother who fucking is an actual accountant who can go into further detail. You have a couple. You have Bill on here, who's an economic professor. But I mean, shit, why listen to any of us? You got it with these guys.
I please point out that appealing to authority as some kind of argument is actually a logical fallacy. To say that you should listen to my argument because somebody told me that I was right is actually a very, no pun intended, bankrupt defense. And this entire conception that in fact what's happening is inflationary growth is I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. I don't know if there's something else going on there, but definitely when you have inflation, you have a growth. It's a very bad growth. It's a growth and a decrease of your purchasing power because they're printing. No, Brad, what I want to know is do you understand how? Yeah, I mean, I want to show everyone that I am acting in good faith. I don't care about your good faith. Yeah, I know, and I don't know why Sig continues to offer you a platform when you're so clearly a worthless, angry, ranting. You really are, and I don't understand why Sig left you on mute.
Hold on 1 second, man, because here's the thing, man, and you told a lie on me, and you're inferring something that's not true, Brad, and I don't appreciate that. So again, my mind isn't 100% made up. And I'm not just taking their advice and just dropping it, okay? What I'm doing is I'm trying to hear both sides because I've done a lot of deep digging these past few weeks. Shit. And what happens is the things that I've come across, the articles I've read, the things that I've watched from people who are respected in the economics. And it aligns with what they're saying. So again, don't put it on me that, you're just taking their advice. And no, what I'm doing is I'm listening. I say, okay, that aligns closely with the things that I've researched, but I'm willing to hear the opposing side. And again, this is why I have 6 pages of notes sitting in front of me right now, jotting down everything that you told me, Brad. Okay, so again, with Diego, Diego's point about Bitcoin, it's not necessarily Bitcoin. What I hear as far as the argument, and again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear it. What I'm hearing from Diego, it's not specifically Bitcoin, but it's a currency based that's open format for the public to check and track where everything goes and be able to have some type of accountability to the American people. There's no accountability with this money right now. So whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Dogecoin, whether it's fucking Pussy Coin, whether it's fucking Fart Coin, a system that gives the Americans the advantage to be able to check the records and keep track of everything to make sure everybody's on an equal playing field.
But Sig, what you're talking about are appropriations made by Congress where they have to keep records of where they appropriate the budget. But just to be clear, the purpose of the U.S. dollar as defined by law is specifically designed to be private to protect the privacy of every American citizen. It is the opposite of what you're calling for. If that's what you need.
What Diego's trying to point out is that people are supposed to be free and secure in their persons and in their property, and the idea that the state will always know how much purchasing power you have, and that somehow is a good thing for them to have, has to be rejected. The state has granted itself, the illegitimate state has granted itself the ability, in the same way that the Federal Reserve created an excuse for removing reserve requirements, it creates a problem, an inclusion, which always is that we're going to have more ability to determine and control your value expression and currency. We should not accept central bank digital currencies. We should not accept any kind of currency that is wholly and totally controlled, or totally and wholly de-anonymized by the government. They will absolutely use it to prevent you from doing anything that they don't want. We saw what happened with the trucker protests. Nobody was convicted for abusing the truckers that way. They literally proved to you that if we know where the money is and where the money goes, if it goes a place that we don't like, we'll stop it. Your ability to freely express yourself will not exist. It cannot exist, and you're a fool to trust an illegitimate state to properly have that power. The founding fathers knew they should never have that power. The only power they need, the only power you should give up, voluntarily delegate to your state and to your federal government, is their ability to mint the money, to create the money, and to the person who needs to be transparent is the government. The government has turned that on its head and said, oh, well, we need to know what money you have and where your money is and where you spend your money. When in actuality, the truth is that we are the ones with the power and the privacy and the right. We created the government in that capacity as a servant of the people. We wanted to have the authority to mint a coin to prevent counterfeiting.
Shut the fuck up, let him talk.
You are insufferable and show what to do. It's your life.
Again, you're like the founding fathers didn't want us to know where our money was going. They actually did. They actually did.
My thing is though, you could debate this shit in a better way, bro.
I don't have to debate it with these incel bros. Here's the thing. The idea that somehow they're saying,
hear me out. I'm trying to learn from both of y'all.
Okay,
I do think you may have good points, but you the extra shit you doing is overshadowing the information.
Are you doing it because that's all that they got? And I mean, go ahead, bring it because do your shit.
And he's 100% correct, Bray. You're getting emotional. I mean, again, it's not a good look. You're trying to prove your point.
Give me the substance. So he went off and said, oh, the founding fathers never intended to have this. Well, first off, the founding fathers really weren't totally concerned with any of the aspects that he was saying in the Federalist or Anti-Federalist papers. But you know what? We digress from that. In fact, the founding fathers were kind of wonky. They actually believed in taxes. And, let's not it, they wanted to cling on to their wealth. So they made sure they held on to it. They weren't in for a collectivism fucking bug on fucking currency. In fact, they wanted a broad separation of it as outlined in many of the state legislations and the houses. In fact, they wanted the churching. One of the primary reasons under Payne and others in Pennsylvania was to ensure that the church didn't have access to the funds and create distributions because why? They wanted to keep it. But, you know what? These guys all want to take the Alex Jones fucking Martin Luther Queen speech and fucking put it on steroids and then tell you, this isn't what the founding
you reading economic books in mass that grasp an understanding, or are you just reading the sources that these guys pull you from fucking Twitter?
No, what I'm doing is I'm looking at respected economists who have a good following, a good reputation. I'm looking at economists who.
You just yell at me for
Can I answer your question? You gonna let me answer the fucking question, Brad?
I fucking like your answer, but did you
okay, then don't cut me off. Don't ask me a question and then 5 words into it, you fucking cut me off. Ask me a question and give me the fucking respect to respond to your question. So what I'm saying is, I'm looking at economists who were laughed at when they were talking the same shit 5 years ago, 2008, shit like that. Everybody laughed at them. And then what they ended up predicting and saying has been true. Okay? And it makes a lot of fucking sense. So I'm asking you now, why is our fiat currency, why is my dollar devaluing then if what you're saying is true?
There's not one fucking reason for all of it. There's multiple reasons. Fact the fucking inherent wealth has increased exponential fold. Fucking trade agreements, decrease in manufacturing you can blame on. You can blame it on the massive.
Hold on, Diabetes. Let him finish. Let him finish, Diabetes. Let him finish.
Piece of shit. Come on. I want you to come to my house.
What's the address?
I'll show you the side of your fucking skull.
Let's go. Diogenes, let him finish, man.
I got you.
Finish. Go ahead and finish, Brad. Go ahead and finish, Brad.
Hey, fuck your wife tonight. Dude, your kids fucking, yeah, you're all gonna enjoy it. So there you go. Fucking A, I don't give a fuck about you fucking KK wannabe lights, you latte fucking white supremacists. You guys all have the same fucking jihaded fucking mind. Like, hey, give me Bitcoin. You fucking want to decentralize, tear down the economic system. You want to say, oh, it'll prevent your fucking dollar from decreasing. But you got to invest in Bitcoin, which fucking, hey, last I checked, only one of us on the stage can afford to go buy a Bitcoin currently. And it ain't none of you. Because you don't have the cash in hand.
Well, here's the one thing, Brad. I know, and I can, again, this is what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I know more people who have increased their wealth investing in Bitcoin than going out and working a normal fucking 9 to 5 every day. That's one thing I can say for sure. I've seen personally.
You believe that?
It's what I've seen. It's not a matter of believing, it's a fucking fact.
You see the economic pictures?
Oh my god. It is a matter of fact.
These guys do it solely off of Bitcoin. No other investments in the stock market. No it's actually propelling and helping out the increase in digital currency. But these fucking guys seem to have the answers. But again, they don't. They don't even know who switches the ads.
So to answer your question, yes, when it comes to common working 9 to 5 blue collar guys that are on the same level as me, I saw them accrue more wealth with their investment in Bitcoin than fucking decades of just going and working in fucking 9 to 5 with no other investments. Yes,
can I touch on that? Can I touch on that without because I want to help you understand. I want to help everybody understand like that is a sign that the economy is illegitimate because no people who value productivity would ever allow a situation where speculation was offered a greater return on investment than productive labor, than productive contribution to the total social welfare. No one would accept that. What is happening, what is emerging in Bitcoin, and ultimately what's happening in equities markets, is happening because there is no real productivity left. And you have models in AI and in real estate that are being propped up by circuit accounting at the same time that even more money is being pumped into by the Federal Reserve. I don't want to hyper-focus on the economy. I know it's really important, but it should be sufficient to say that if it is disconnected from goods and services, it is just a general rule that it has to chase fewer and fewer goods when you print more of it. This is just a fact. And there's no amount of hand waving and there's nothing that can do to change that fact. This is just a plain law. The entire basis for Brad's argument, and I pity him for it. And again, I don't understand how anyone who really wants to understand what's happening and work to solve it could deal with these kind of personal insults and just repeated unnecessary digressions. I want Brad to be successful. I want Brad to have things that have real value. Because if we're all playing a fair game where we're equal before the law and we are able to constrain our government to transparently issuing currency only as the legislators permit, we don't allow a pseudo-private entity like the Federal Reserve to simply announce that it's going to create money to purchase treasuries, that it's going to monetize debt, but call it something else. We can actually fight back against the illegal immigrants. We can actually fight back against the traitors in our government. We can actually have representative government with free expression. We could. Baseball. I'm not propping up outliers. The truth of the matter is, and the National Socialist German Workers' Party recognized this, money is a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. SIG doesn't work all day because he loves the way the presidents look on the paper. Brad will do that. Brad loves Donald Trump, so when Donald Trump successfully puts his face on the central bank digital currency, I'm sure Brad is going to go collect it because he likes the way it looks. Fantastic. But that's not what SIG does. SIG has real shit to worry about. I have real shit to worry about. I don't want the paper. I don't want the currency. I don't want the money. I want the things. I want the food in my kid's mouth. I want a house. I want gasoline in my tank. I want real fucking things that really change the way that I live. They nourish me. They nourish my children. They improve my quality of life. And when you're telling me that in order to get those things, I have to use these tokens, then I'll use the tokens. But when I find out that those tokens are being created on a computer somewhere, I can see that that is unjust and unfair, and I don't want to play this game anymore. And I would hope red-blooded men would rise up and cooperate with me to rectify that grave injustice. It is the most serious crime against our sovereignty and our integrity that we would be deprived of our value expression. They are printing the money out of thin air.
All right, Dad,
and they are doing it so quickly. Monica, I don't talk about it, man.
No, this is ridiculous. What? Do what?
What do you cut? You know what? I'm so tired of you emotional motherfuckers, man. Get the fuck off my stage, bro. Tired of this shit, man. Fucking tired of this shit. Shut the fuck up, Monica. Go create a fucking woman's space and you can do your little vaginal fucking bullshit, but the man is fucking talking, yo.
Based. So we want real things with real value. We want wives to have security. We want our family to flower and grow and develop, and we can't do that when we're relying on the ability to purchase bread, and then we find out when we go to the store that bread and beef, ground beef, for example, has almost doubled in price. 22 tons of beef. I don't want to abuse the people who clearly want to engage in a contentious debate and fail to accept my principles and predicates for my arguments. But I urge everyone not to be mystified by a man behind a curtain telling you that, well, you don't understand, there's exchange rates and there's the velocity of money and there's of course the tariffs and there's all these other considerations. Those things would be relevant if the money had integrity in the first place. But it doesn't. And I welcome anyone to challenge the integrity of the money on those simple bases. And I yield.
And that's the one thing too, you know, again, what I've been looking at is 1913 seems to be the fucking key year all this shit fucking popped off. American citizens weren't charged income tax. It's what we needed. That's what you said? Yeah, I researched that video, bro, and everything that I've been researching from very reputable sources has been pointing to the same fucking thing.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's
right.
But actually, Diogenes is more correct that the Civil War is the key because that's when you have the legal tender cases. That's what we talking about, Diego. Oh, okay. Civil War.
Civil War, yeah, because the legal tender cases allowed people to pay back debts that were made in gold contracts with paper. And that's what fucked everything up.
Okay. They essentially established. So right. Now here's you're gonna love this, okay? If you really want to know the inside baseball on what happened with the legal tender cases, the Constitution was clear in that it needed to prevent the government from having the ability to issue currency without any increase in goods and services. They understood that the money as a tool could not offer an exorbitant privilege to the executive, or it would be used to dispossess the people of their wealth. It understood that, and so it said that the money will, it has to be coined in gold and silver. Okay, and then this is essential because this is a thing of finite value. You cannot print gold and silver. We get to the end of the Civil War, and as Diego just said, people had made contracts that they had to pay in gold or silver because the Constitution limited the states from recognizing anything but gold or silver as payment for debts. And the Supreme Court ruled on this originally correctly. They said, yeah, we can read the fucking plain English of the Constitution. You have to pay it in gold. And then the union said, we'll burn your fucking house down if you continue to argue this case. And so the Supreme Court reversed itself. And I think it is the quickest reversal in the history of the 250 outright reversals of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reverses itself and says, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, no, you totally can. You totally can pay the debts that were made in gold and silver, which the Constitution recognizes as the only thing that is able to be offered as legal tender for the payment of debts. You can offer paper. That's okay. Like, you have to understand, and I don't want you to get caught up and confused that the issue is, we just need to return to gold and silver. No, that's not the issue. You can use anything as a backing, but it has to be finite and it has to be auditable by the people. The Congress has to be able to verify as your delegate, as the recipient for your voluntarily delegated authority in Congress as a legislator. In the House of Representatives, wherein all legislative acts must originate, all financial legislation must originate.
So, what are the solutions to these
problems? Brad actually has 6 brainwashing I can be able to say to him. He's just named Pastor.
No, it's not. First of all,
that's exactly what's going on.
No, it's not what's going on, and I'll verify it for you. So again, let me explain myself. You're gonna accuse me of something. So no,
Brad tried to make a statement. Diogenes,
and I told everybody else to shut up and
then you allow it by allowing them to be.
Okay, again, don't fucking lie on me, Rich. Don't fucking lie on me.
All of them, including Pepe, down.
No. You know why? You know why?
You could have made your only yourself.
I could have moved you.
You could have controlled
it. Again. So again, what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna fucking lie on me. That's the one thing I'm not gonna tolerate. You ain't gonna fucking lie on me for shit. Cause I got 6 pages of notes in front of me, and I've jotted down everything Brad said. That's why I asked Brad to repeat himself with some of the things that he mentioned and said. So again, I haven't spoken to Diogenes in damn near a fucking year until 2 days ago. This is the first time we've had this conversation about this specific topic, so again, this is the shit I've been researching, and this is the first time I had the conversation. How is it that Diogenes is the one behind my train of thought, sir? That's not fucking true. First time I've had this conversation ever with Diogenes, today in this fucking room. But the things I've researched just happens to be on point with what he's saying. So again, when Brad was speaking, I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt Brad. And I've done it several fucking times. If you can't see it, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Monica, if you want to come up, you can have the fucking mic, but we're gonna fucking be respectful, man. This is a conversation about information and throwing the ideas back and forth. But I don't want the stage to go to shit and drop the fucking emotion so we can have an objective fucking conversation. That's all I've been asking the whole fucking time. This is crazy, man. This is fucking nuts with you people. Yeah. I don't get it.
It is fucking nuts, and I want to point out we were having a productive discussion when we start to recognize the history of value expression, and we really concern ourselves with it because it is a matter of fact that we have to mediate our value expression. I mean, literally and figuratively through the United States dollar. And so, if that doesn't have integrity, that calls into question all of our value. Right. And as a matter of fact, the moral decline in this country is directly correlated with the decline in the real value articulated in productive goods and services of our money. And this is just ridiculous. I think and I hate to say this, I think some of you guys are struggling to understand basic principles. And so you're getting upset and you're thinking that I'm making things up or I'm not trying to, this is all basic, verifiable stuff. You would never agree to play Monopoly with me if I got to give myself free money. You never would. You'd flip the fucking table. You'd do what Jesus did to the money changers. You'd leave. You'd be like, you fight me. You'd say, fuck that. You're not going to fucking sit there, go and collect $400. You think you're slick? I see the shit you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking going to play this game.
Brad is like a court intellectual is what he is.
Yeah, he is. You hear his arguments literally were reduced to, we need to trust the people in the suits with the PhDs. And just ask yourself this. If you can't think for yourself, are you not a slave? Are you not submitting your intellect to someone else? And you know, even a dog knows when it's being kicked. Think for yourself. And if you think for yourself and you're willing to consider that the money is not real, that it's even a remote possibility that the money is being created without any increase in the goods and services available, and you just think through that basic, what has to happen there? You'll realize that you're being cheated. You realize that you're playing Monopoly with a thief or with a liar.
All I'm saying is there's no problem with questioning these people. Like, there's no problem with that. Now, if y'all got things that can back up what y'all saying, there's no problem with that either. I don't get where everybody is so fucking mad, bro.
Yeah,
like we literally just share information. That's it.
Well, Brad is angry because Brad owes me $1,000 because he made a bet that he doesn't want to pay, and in his reaction to saying things that he's not going to deliver on is to issue violent threats, profanity, vulgarity, obscenity, unceasingly. He doesn't have an argument. There's no argument to make. You literally heard him go from Diogenes is lying about the Federal Reserve requirement to Diogenes is only telling a partial truth to Diogenes is telling the truth, but the truth doesn't matter. Here's how it's
going to explain. Came nowhere near out of my mouth, that shit. So now that I have time, that never came out of my mouth that way, and you know damn well it didn't. So first off, you are fucking lying. You cherry picked one line out of it, and I thought you'd run with it and cook with it. And you even got the Civil War wrong. The reason being is that states were printing their own money, mostly the Confederate fucking states, were printing their own money, and as a precautionary tale to prevent any further revolutions, it was actually a genius act to prevent states from printing their own fucking money, and in order to have the states say, hey, the only currency you can actually do that would be acceptable in a federal society under a union would be gold and silver. Not fucking whatever you want it to be, and then label it whatever its worth would be, which would be fucking discombobulated, which would be an economic nightmare, which would allow for fucking states like California to be the prevailing authorities, and New York, and every other state having to sit down there and say, my currency is not accepted anywhere else, so this is all I can make. But you didn't look at that because you don't look at the economic picture. You just like to cherry pick something without actually researching it, and then give this long drawn out pontification of fucking Martin Luther Queen speeches and think somehow you own on it. And you don't. You really are retarded.
What did you
are a fucking Alex Jones fucking type.
Brad, what the fuck are you even saying? What the fuck are you arguing? Baseball, get your ass up here and defend that. Baseball, get up here and defend him. He needs help. What the fuck are you even arguing?
Brother, I just don't.
What was the genius act you're referring to? The legal tender acts, was that genius? And how was that genius? And how was that? Help me understand if you're not confused.
Yeah, you are confused because you've been confused. Again, somebody who isn't prevailing in the system, you can tell immediately how they scream about the system that it's unfair. But if you were on top, if you were doing okay, if you were actually applying yourself, you would actually be screaming, oh, it works fine for you. But since it's not working fine for you because you have to pay your debt, you're not accountable for them, you have to pay child support or whatever the fuck you got going on in your life, it's not anything that everybody has to tune an entire system for. What you have is a perspective from Alex fucking Jones and some other fucking Naziist fucking parties, and how they determined their economic picture, which you left off, was that at the beginning, prior to World War II, what did Hitler say? Fuck the debt, we're just not going to pay the debt. And that's how they inflated their fucking currency, because they didn't about this whole fucking, the Nazi socialist fucking extreme experiment was an economic experiment, which has no sustainability, which has no fucking bearing, and no measurements because they basically determine their own wealth. And guess what? It went fucking corrupt. But you left that key card on.
Yeah, the National Socialist German Workers' Party certainly did not go bankrupt, and I think you're conflating the Weimar Republic with the National Socialist German Workers' Party seizure of the apparatus of power in Germany. I'm definitely going to remain confused as long as I try to understand your arguments. And absolutely, the idea that you would continue to be a slave to interest on debt when the state can simply issue the money in direct proportion to the needs of the people to transact and express their values in real terms, that's a fundamental truth that I think every sovereign nation ought to enforce
fucking money and
their legitimacy on.
Doesn't even work that way under the Fed, is what you're saying.
So,
again,
we obviously
Hold on, 3Ski. Let Brad finish his talk. Go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead. No, 3Ski, go ahead, because it's like watching paint dry twice.
Because I want to hear from both of y'all, but obviously y'all both have different, standpoints. So I just want to hear what both of y'all's solution would be to the problem, because we obviously have a problem with this currency and what the fuck is going on with our economy.
Well, Brad doesn't agree with that.
I just want to hear some solutions.
Yeah, Brad doesn't agree with the assertion that we have a problem.
I'm talking about the
trying to do that, though. I don't want y'all to fight.
Stay right there.
It's where you belong, in the back of the bus. That's where you are. That's where you'll stay.
Understand me now?
I thought so.
You're saying that for the black guy?
No, I said that. The white guy.
Yeah, right. Because
I want to sit on the back of the bus. I'm white. Let me sit on the front of the bus.
Yeah, again, all the same fucking KKK wannabes, the lattes. That's what your group is, just a latte like, screaming about how it's unfair that you have to share a division of wealth with various people. But again, there's many solutions. It's not just one. You could, in theory, apply accurate regulations on equity. You could control housing markets.
Regulate equity.
So again, you can put legislation in. You can do that. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the union at its inception. But apparently you missed that in, civics. I'm sorry?
Regulating equity was the purpose of the union?
No, the purpose of the union was to ensure that they could pass legislative acts in order to facilitate a union that was equitable to all people. Unfortunately, they didn't realize it until about now. And now, even at this age, you don't have it going on. But dipshits like you screaming for fucking socialist republics of fucking Germany and Nazism as an economic picture show me that, you really didn't understand how those implications worked. Then that's what you're preaching. That's all you're preaching is actually Hitler's economic plans for Germany. You're just regurgitating that.
Do you even know what Hitler's economic plan for Germany was? I mean, did I say it? Did I tell you what it was? The only thing I've referenced is that the National Socialist German Workers' Party refuted slavery to interest on debt. And I would ask that you stop and think about those words and just understand what that means. And I think everyone would agree that we should not be slaves to interest on debt. I know when I was a child, I asked Mommy what money was, and she said, listen, don't go into debt, don't get a credit card. And I haven't. And as I grew up, I started to look into this. I could see the wisdom in this, don't get into debt. She wrote about this, in Hamlet, neither a borrower nor a lender be, never forget, stay out of debt. The words the father passes on to his son.
Do you own a house, Statues?
No, I do not. So when we have a history of people who are pointing out the danger of debt, add interest to that debt, understand compound interest, and you'll start to see the problem. I see a lot of people want to glom onto this idea that I'm a socialist, and I don't want to be too defensive here. I absolutely believe that when I work together with others in my community, that we are creating a society, that our actions are pro-social,
and a society allows for cooperation and for the product of an individual to be multiplied more than the sum of the parts. And that is a net benefit for the entire community. I encourage everyone to work together, and we should have a currency that facilitates that, not a currency that allows individuals to exploit the Cantillon effect and other money mechanisms to enrich themselves at the expense of other members of the population. And that, the fact that that could happen, stands in contrast to the stated law where for all men are equal. So I absolutely am a socialist. I own that 100%. And, you know, in the United States of America, unfortunately, we have some socialist programs that are extremely asymmetrical. I'm for real socialism. Socialism where everyone who participates obtains the benefit for that participation, where only merit, only productivity allows someone else to exceed another. Not speculation, not nepotism, not relationships to the money printer, but productivity, real measured productivity. Productivity that values the most essential component of any civilization, which is the ability of its agricultural class to produce real edible energy to sustain us. Money that is not created from thin air, but that is predicated on a real good and service. I will not ever defend a law that allows foreigners to come into the country and allow, and more so, more dangerous, allows private interests to exploit the foreign labor, to enrich their own private interest at the expense of the public, because it is the public who bears the cost for all public schools that are currently teaching 2 languages, increasing their class sizes, providing health care, providing other forms of welfare to people who do not legally reside in the country. As a matter of fact, I own the fact that I am poor. I am proud of the fact that I am poor. But because I am poor, I refuse to be stupid. And I would encourage some of you to really reflect on that. There is no shame in being poor, and I won't be cheated. I would rather be poor and have my integrity than enrich myself unjustly through speculation and participation in a completely fraudulent system.
Please. Say, can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely, Seppi. Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic, brother. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Be quick. Just because you're poor, I know what you're saying. You're not trying to be stupid. But where I come from, I grew up as a poor country guy, and if you're poor, it's because you're stupid. Why? Because you're either stupid with your money, or you're stupid because you're not being an entrepreneur, or you're stupid because you refuse to think outside the box to project yourself forward. A stupid man subjects himself to the fact that, you know, he's bad at something and he can't curve it and educate himself to go forward. So, if you're a poor man, thank you. If you're a poor man, that just means you're just a lazy man.
Hey, Stippy, I
ain't never considered that.
Stippy, I got a question. How much do you make a month, Stippy?
You're speaking my language. Damn, bro. Like,
Stippy, how much do you make Cattle Hauling each month?
Fucking hick.
Yeah, how much do you make Cattle Hauling?
I haven't established that the.
Go ahead,
I made the argument pretty clearly.
$41,000 last month.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's usually what Cattle Hauling makes, about $250,000.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start.
How's your $18 an hour?
Hey, man, it's a living.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How much do you take out in child support?
Hey, man, how are your children?
Oh, my kids are amazing. They're in the other room. I don't have to leave them. I actually have been able to be home with my kids since I was my old lady didn't take them away like yours did. It's a compromise.
Let's get back.
You don't have to pay child support, Janice.
Let's get off the personal shit. Let's get off the personal shit and get back on topic. So, Brad had every opportunity to talk, and he.
Oh, when he was being screamed over?
No, he wasn't being screamed over. He was talking live. And then he yielded his mic, and then he yielded it back to 3Ski, and then he got it back, and he said his piece uninterrupted. So yeah, that's a lie, Rich. So again, Seppi, I got a question. I know what you're saying, Seppi. I agree with you. A lot of people are stupid with their money. Unfortunately, the problem right now is that a lot of people don't have financial literacy and financial education, right? But still, no excuse. But even if what you said, what you're saying is true as far as being an entrepreneur, again, not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. The vast majority of people are going to be 9 to 5 employees. And I don't know if you're familiar with Henry Ford's model, and kind of what he did with Ford when he pioneered Ford. He had a heavy belief of taking away the power. I mean, goddamn, bro. I mean, you guys are fucking interrupter or what? You guys have no fucking decorum, no self-control. This is crazy. Grown-ass fucking men, bro. Grown-ass fucking men can't even have a fucking conversation without stupid shit. So Seppi, I don't know if you're familiar with Ford's model. Ford actually took the power away from the shareholders and believed in investing it into the workers, right? And that's how he blew up. And then I forgot old boy's name who founded fucking GM. But he took the exact opposite approach and gave power to the shareholders. And I believe the Supreme Court ruled against Ford in taking away his ability to take those earnings away and take the returns away from the shareholders and investing it back into his company. But it looked like Ford's model worked and the workers got paid fairly. They had fair benefits. Like the Ford workers had a leg up, and then it seemed like once we went back into the system, putting the doggone ball back into the field of the investors and the uber rich and uber wealthy. Absolutely, 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 yes. I definitely want to hear your. Durant. Yeah, thank you, Frisky. Durant. So it seems like when we put it back into the ball back in the court of the uber rich and uber wealthy, that's when the average person started losing. And I'm sorry, but the majority of people are going to be worker bees, man. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. But go ahead, Seppi, if you want to rebut.
I'm gonna go ahead and sponsor.
No, I gotta clarify something. Like,
actually, shut the fuck up and let's.
Hold on, Diogenes. I want to hear stuff.
I don't
want to lose the opportunity.
No, shut up, Trump.
Yeah, but I hear you, Diogenes, but I want to be fair and let Steppy respond because I was responding directly to what he said.
You can't speak to Diogenes.
Okay, but Diogenes, I'm asking you, let Steppy respond, please.
Yeah, go to the club, Terry.
Want to get with?
Well, thanks for letting me respond. I understand what you're saying, and I hear you clearly, and I get the concept that you're explaining it to, and I agree with you on that matter. But when people tell me they're poor, but they're not stupid, maybe I'm biased to it. Me and you both were cut from the same cloth, my guy. We both have been in the barracks, struggling on those 2 paychecks a month. I had some good leadership roles growing up as a kid. I had good leadership roles when I was in the military. And the thing is, you got to project that out forward. And the biggest thing that I project is you can be a worker bee 9 to 5. But if you're dumb with your money, you're going to be dumb in life. And that's all the way. It doesn't matter how it is or what you do in life. So if you can be the most intellectual, smartest guy. You can know every constitutional literature out there. You can know the fundamentals of being an Einstein. But if you're dumb with your money, intellectually, you're naturally dumb with your life. And so I respect that.
Diogenes is one of the richest men I know.
Well,
let me finish with Diogenes, please.
I'm going to land it. So I understand where you guys are coming from. I just want to make sure that I just want to know. He might be a poor man, but he could be very smart. But it's hard for a worker like myself or anybody else who doesn't know the individual personally or has to interact with them. If he's saying he's poor but not stupid, some of us worker bees are going to be like, well, how can you be so smart but so dumb with your money?
So go on ahead. I'm sorry for taking too much.
Oh, thank you, Stubby. I appreciate the way that you did that. I want to clarify here because you brought up something that really could be synthesized, Sig, that really needs to be addressed. You pointed out that there's this conflict between Henry Ford, one of the most, if not the most impactful entrepreneurial men in the history of the United States of America, and the way that he was brought to heel by the Dodge brothers in a landmark Supreme Court decision that said that we're going to place the well-being of shareholders and investors above employees of the company. Now, I disagree absolutely with that Supreme Court ruling. I believe that is absolutely more fraud built upon the fraud that started in 1861. But think about the implications of that, Sig, if you really understand that that's what happened.
I was Henry Ford.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
Don't interrupt, please. Just wait your turn. Go ahead, Patrick.
If you understand that the Supreme Court, that there is a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first, and those shareholders are getting the money that is printed from nowhere, what that does to the actual value provided to the worker bee, you would understand that the amount of time and effort that we put in every day to feed our families, to feed ourselves, is actively being undermined by money created out of nowhere. And sure, get this capital that is created out of nowhere, these banks, and they get to have the fiduciary responsibility given to them. Like, you understand how that works? They print the money from nowhere, and then they buy shares with it, and then the companies who are actually doing the work are prohibited by law, Supreme Court precedent, from allowing the employees who do the work from enjoying the benefits of it. And you know, men like Henry Ford are rare who would even have an interest in ensuring that the largest component of their profits were actually disseminated back to their employees. Ford was famous for saying that every one of the people who builds the car should be able to afford the car. And he was sued for this because people wanted to maintain profits without productivity. Ford said, if you are productive, you should be profitable. The shareholders said, no, speculation in equities should be more profitable. Not only that, by law, you should be bound under threat of subpoena and discovery to owe your profits to your shareholders first. And it's that simple. That is the game we're playing, and I will not play that game.
That's exactly what I read and come across nowadays. And again, Durant put emphasis on debt, creating debt, having the average person, average citizen go into debt, to be able to, because he was the one that introduced, hey, let's make tiny little insignificant upgrades and convince people that they need to get the latest and greatest, and we'll incorporate the function of debt to allow them to do that. So we're selling cars and making money, and the bankers are also making money off the fucking interest, versus Ford's plan, which is again, productivity equals wealth, sharing the wealth with the people who, you know, keep that company running. They come in every day, keep that company fucking running, keep the gears turning, keep the cogs moving in the system. Again, what I keep saying is, I keep seeing this small select few taking wealth, taking money, taking stability away from the average American and hoarding it to themselves. Whereas, and that's the same thing I'm seeing. And that's the same thing I read about when it came to Chase, and they took the liability away from the government and put it onto the people, and then they took the profits and privatized the fucking profits and converted the debt and the responsibility and liability over to the American taxpayer. I'm seeing the same thing repeat over and over and over again. And again, Dodgen is right. Just from common sense, we know debt is not a good thing. You're in a better state when you don't have any debt, and you're able to accumulate tangible liquid assets for yourself and have them on reserve. This is just common sense to any human being. is that being in debt is not good. So why do I keep saying this government, this political system, and these politicians creating and implementing policies that create more debt? Again, we had a balanced budget in the 90s. Once this shit in 2001 kicked off, we're now at $40 trillion in debt, and we can just use common sense to say having debt and being beholden and owing shit to other people, it's just not a good fucking thing. It goes against everything we've been taught as kids.
It's sick. This is the most nefarious part. It's at interest. It's at compounding levels of fucking interest.
Too, yeah.
You can never escape that. You are literally enslaved. You are saying I have an obligation to pay a compounding interest on a debt that doesn't have to have interest attached to it. There is no reason whatsoever to issue money at interest as debt. If you have to do it, fine. You don't have to do it at interest.
I didn't have that worse than brain damage monkey room.
Society's efforts should always create a surplus of energy that is stored against the future.
So Sig and the evidence.
Sorry,
no, my bad, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and cook. I just wanna. Basically what I'm saying is from what you said, you have to listen to what Sig is saying. I'm noticing a pattern of basically the government telling us that we do need to be business owners. We do need to stop working and stop being W-2 workers because none of this shit is beneficial. It essentially makes you a slave. So we kind of need to be a little bit more independent because I feel like that's the only way that we can combat this bullshit is play the game the way that they roll it.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Drewski. Not everybody can be. You need workers, man. Everybody can't be a business owner. So you
Sig, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
So everybody can't be business owners. I get that, but I do think, and this is just my opinion. I may be wrong. I do think everybody can be a contract worker. So when I say run a business, I'm not saying that as in like you have a whole bunch of employees. I'm saying that's in contracting yourself out to businesses.
Yeah.
And working under the 1099 tax.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, Threeski. Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers are 1099 contractors, and they're still getting fucked. So again, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, what's going to happen? You're good. You're touching on it, right? So you're recognizing what is happening in the economy right now is that everyone has turned to speculation because it's the only way to keep their standard of living in the face of this money being printed with no real goods or services being produced. As Sig said, someone has to do the most important and most essential functions in society. Someone has to till the crop. Someone has to slaughter the beef. Someone has to change the trash can. Someone has to do it. And as a society that thrives, we rise and fall with our ability to incentivize people to do that and reward them with a currency that allows them to buy things that they want. That's not happening. People are waking up like you are, to the reality that the only way to get ahead is to speculate, to try and start a business, to start a side hustle, to try to hustle to the side hustle. And they still can't keep up with it.
Can we let us 500 go? Whenever he asked if he could get it. Yeah, that's.
I'm about done. I'll land this and I'll walk away, if I might. So you're right, 3. And that is where we are now as a nation, and this is why the powers that be have brought in 30 million illegal aliens to displace you. Because they don't ask questions, they have not felt any obligation. They literally have come in to do all the jobs that you can no longer do. You refuse to do. You refuse to be treated that way. And so you can't outrun this. You can only acknowledge the fact that it is fraud. Demand integrity in money, demand integrity in politics, demand legitimate systems, and don't accept anything else. You will never, because one of the things you're not really, you may not be aware of is the way private equity is functioning right now. A lot of people created a robust middle class by starting their own businesses and finding out ways they could provide goods and services, right? And then the private equity you'll never be able to compete. They will have more money because they print it from nowhere. They print it from nowhere, brother. They literally just have to go onto a computer and tell their friend, like, hey, give me more money. And then they buy real goods and services with it. They will buy your business and they'll buy you off. I worked for a business and that business got bought out by private equity. They said, fuck it, I won't do it anymore. But where did the money come from to purchase it? It was fucking printed during COVID. You gotta realize, like, unless you're willing to step away from denominating value in a currency someone else controls, you will belong to the person who denominates that currency you depend on for your value expression. It's that simple. Thank you, guys.
Please? Yeah. Well, yeah, that's 500. We'll go next. Yeah, that's 500. You gotta go. What's going on?
Thank you. No, I don't really have too much to say. It's just Diogenes said Henry Ford is the greatest American entrepreneur of all time. I mean, what about John D. Rockefeller? What about Andrew Carnegie? They were they were a different status or a different tier of entrepreneur than Henry Ford.
Carnegie. Asking me a question, or are you?
No, that's not a question for you. This
because you're wrong. I mean, obviously it's a subjective opinion. I'm not stating that on a factual basis. I didn't say he was. I said he may have been. Obviously, I respect Henry Ford for what he wanted to do for his employees far more than I respect Carnegie or Rockefeller. They were very greedy men. Okay, so
pronounce his fucking name right. It's Carnegie.
Hey man, do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion? Do you just sit there in the gutter? Do you just sit there in the gutter and snipe, or do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion?
Truck driver.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
You're not a highly paid truck driver. Like Stimpy's a truck driver.
Why? What is wrong with truck driving, bro?
Right? You're right.
I literally pull over. Like, I'm not gonna put my fine hat on.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Like, what the fuck?
Three. You have to recognize that what you were talking about, like 1099s and trying to build your own business, people are desperately trying to justify the things that they have done that are not productive and protect them. When Brad gets angry, it's because his industry, finance, insurance, and real estate, should be some of the least rewarding. Things like truck driving, things like primary productive activity. Without truck, our shit doesn't get where it has to go. It doesn't get bought. It doesn't get sold. That should be one of the most lucrative endeavors because it is the most essential to a properly functioning economy. But it's not what is most lucrative. Banking and speculation and equities is more profitable because the entire currency has been fucked.
And also, too, those industries, I mean, look at the industries that are thriving right now. Look at the medical industry. Fucking government subsidies, bro. Hey, you know what I'm noticing, too? I'm noticing a pattern of the most thriving industries get a lot of fucking government taxpayer fucking subsidies, bro. I wonder how they'd be hanging on right now if they didn't have all that fucking money flowing to them.
I was going to say real quick, it's always the door swingers, the freight movers that complain the most because over here on the bull ranch, the grain haulers, dude, COVID, man, shit, dog, dude, we're making bank, dude. Like, I was seeing about 50, 60,000 a month hauling stock. So, like, the drive-in haulers, shit, like, probably like that.
But y'all be stinking, though. Y'all be smelling like shit.
Shit, bro, that's money, dude. That's money.
I'm just talking shit, bro. I'm just talking shit.
You know, it's not my fault that the oxygen's in that 65-mile-an-hour freight shaker. I'm in the left lane game, you know.
So the way that it works is you make a nonprofit, and then that nonprofit requests grants from the federal government, and the government will reward the grants to the people it deems best, right? So that's what it is. Like, that's why states like Massachusetts and the blue ones, they just make a lot of big nonprofits, and they get all that federal funding.
Yeah, that's government subsidies, yeah.
But we can't lose sight, guys. We can't lose sight of this. We can't lose sight of this, right? The source is basically that money gets created without any real value being added to the economy. That has to be rectified. Everything else is just speculation about the way that it's unjust. The greatest injustice from which all lesser evils are spawned is the fact that the money is printed from thin air. You can work as hard as humanly possible. You can be the smartest man in existence. It doesn't matter if someone can print the money and buy anything you have and claim ownership of it.
Yeah, like look at the Somalians with all the hospices. Like, I'm sure that they just ask. They say this is what we're projected to do, and the government will reward them. You know.
And that guy that was was doing all of that fraud shit.
John Kitover, these old neighbors helped me win the race. Our campaign was built on community, cooperation, and just a few sentences. As your mayor, I promise to care for every part of the city. Human, John Kitover, and I've got a simple plan for Chicago.
Several different laws and felonies that bankers routinely violated. We're talking about entire banking policies that violated federal law. And when Obama was asked, and when Attorney General Eric Holder, when they were asked, why has gone to jail, they said, about what would happen if we held them accountable for their fraud. Imagine that. Imagine believing that the system of governance and justice is fair, and that we're equal before the law when you can't steal a $10 sandwich.
I'm gonna dodge the fuck out of you, Dodge, and it's just like I did JB and Roger. Hey, just like I did Roger and JB. Just wait for it, bitch. All your records, everything. Registries, dockets.
Crazy.
Wow, I got a question for you, bro. You seem like you know. Never mind. Here you go. Fuck.
Yeah, I just keep it from the room, man. Anybody threaten to dox someone personally, I don't tolerate that shit, bro.
Based.
Y'all are heading for real, bro. No lie.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. I've been trying to be objective in this conversation, and the other side that I've been hearing, it's just been a lot of emotion, man. A lot of emotion, a lot of personal shit, bro.
No, what it is people want to be right, and I'm just like I come from the spot where I'm just trying to take in as much information as I can on either side, and then make my assertion after I do my research. But these people, they just want to be right, and it's like, damn.
It's not that I want to be right. It's that I'm just laughing at it because again, when you have these,
you gotta be real with yourself sometimes.
Dude, I am real. You know what? You know what's funny about the whole Ford example being used is, yeah, he started out with this whole vision of this like socialist workplace and the idea that it was there, but you're also forgetting the fact that there were major labor strikes and fucking aggravations like destruction of property, all of that shit going on, similar to Hershey, Pennsylvania, when he created his fucking mecca to create a candy bar. But these guys don't.
Brad, you gotta wait. No, Brad. Like you gotta admit your fault sometimes.
Does she practice shooting? Is she a member of the Ummah?
But you do be trying to be right sometimes, and it's like we can just collect the information instead of doing all the bickering.
If you're going to collect the information, then collect the whole story. Because Ford ran his company into the ground, and it wasn't Dodge, it was actually GM that supplanted him because they diversified. Ford refused modernization. He refused upgrades. He never moved on from the Model fucking T. He never fucking wanted to innovate. In fact, despite the fact that his own workers who left him at a fucking rapid pace because they could make more money elsewhere, he thought, oh, no. In fact, it was even written by diaries, journals, newspaper articles at the time that he was a tyrant in his own factory with his own people. So despite the fact that there was a great opening at the beginning, his control over that little economic socialist experiment proved to be almost futile. And Ford almost lost it because I forget the name of the guy, but the lawsuit that actually really hurt Ford was the fact that he lost over the gasoline engine, especially in the way it was designed and implemented because it belonged to somebody else. So that lawsuit was there. Now, to be fair, he did win against the American Licensed Automakers of America or whatever, ABLA or whatever they went by back then, but they actually didn't have a right to do it, and the Supreme Court correctly ruled on that decision. But it wasn't Dodge that put the end to Ford, it was GMC. And what saved Ford eventually from becoming something of the history books was the wars. That's the only thing that saved them. And they turned around that fucking entire dynamic and became a for-profit company, and allowing shares and allowing investments and bringing in modernization, taking out loans to modernize equipment to pay off said debts. So this is how Ford propelled themselves into the future by actually saying, you know what? Maybe our business model kind of sucks, because clearly nobody wants the fucking Model T for the rest of their lives. And that's the only way it did. But you'd have assets on here saying, you know what, they were a perfect model to show what it was. But that model showed no innovation, no ability to make beyond what was set in there. And you didn't have the opportunities to succeed beyond the scope of what Ford decreed. So what this idea is telling you is that Soviet Union was a great economic picture. The problem with their models is it's always contingent on everybody else's wealth. They always want to take from you or from that, and they want to use overall everybody else's opportunities to pass it along and, quote, divvy it up. But the problem again with that is, if you don't have new developments, just like Ford, the problem expands and you lose. You lose. You run out of fucking money. Because if you don't continue to develop, if you don't continue to be capitalist, then you lose. So these socialist programs that are, quote, being magnificent, and God forbid you have debt in your life, these models really don't work. Again, Venezuela did it. They nationalized absolutely everything. Where are they at today? Where were they before Trump came in? Nowhere. They were broke. They couldn't survive it. If these economic viabilities, Soviet Union, all of the fucking Soviet bloc states would be fucking following the similar model. In fact, China doesn't even follow this model anymore. They use capitalism to boost their economy. So again, these tired old rhetoric fucking Marxist approaches don't really scale up when you look at the picture. And the examples they pick, they cherry pick certain highlights that sound good, and then they leave off the rest of the story. And that's what we should say. The rest of the fucking story should be told.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and you brought up a couple points that I'm gonna definitely check into, Brad. But again, you're bringing up the socialist argument. Again, if Ford had his little utopia, which it doesn't seem like it was socialist, it was paying people thought their value was, right, based on the profits that he generated from product that he sold and marketed to the public that the public thought was valuable. Again, true capitalism would be, don't get the Supreme Court's involved. If he's not able to innovate, someone else is going to come up with a better fucking idea. Someone's going to come up with a better idea and say, hey, if the people want more freaking, whatchamacallit, more rapid upgrades, right, at a more frequent rate, then naturally he'll go out of business and his only option is to compete. But again, once we saw the governments get in, then that's when things started going downward. So I'm trying to understand where you're getting this socialist. I'm understand where you're getting the socialism from.
So take it like this. Him and Hershey started with similar experiments. You know about the start of the Hershey candy bar, right? You know about Hershey, Pennsylvania, how it started. Yeah. So it's even a better example of how it goes wrong. So Hershey goes out, develops the fucking candy bar, goes through all these scientists. I think the guy eventually figured out how to add milk to chocolate from Cornell. Some fucking idiot. So it's actually really great. One of the greatest inventions in here. But he figures out how to make the fucking Hershey bar. Hershey goes ahead and builds an entire town, buys thousands of acres on credit, but then sits there and says, hey, I'm going to put all my wealth in this. So I'm going to build the factory. Now I need to build the farm to milk the cow. I need to buy fucking workers. I got to give them homes. I'm going to create an entire city under this social paradigm. Now, when you look at what caused the collapse of Hershey, there were other people, there's competitors. Everybody should agree that competition is fair. No one should have the stranglehold, except for the idiots on here that want to follow Nazi Marxism, fucking socialist programs. When you have this kind of the ability to make money, and he faced competition, the workers themselves revolted. The townspeople revolted. The fucking farmers went up there and they had fucking massive problems with the entire economic picture that Hershey built because he thought his socialist utopia would provide for all, and it didn't. It was not able to compete with that. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. So again, I don't give a shit, dude. Dude, you can go shut the fuck up. Go flip those fries. Finish this thought. Go flip those. Make sure that milk gets bought. Make sure that man that's on shelter is got fucking food in the fridge for them. So again, espresso. So again,
sample pack with 32 different flavors. This is going to be our first flavor we're going to test. It's a double espresso.
So again, when you look at these, the workers revolted. They wanted more of the price.
This is an espresso.
We just had was what was important. They were the product. They believed that they were the prize instead of the actual Hershey bar. They quote that their labor wasn't the only one out there. They had farmers, they had townspeople, they had teachers, they had hospitals, doctors, etc., storefronts where you got your groceries, truck drivers to deliver the shit. You had all of these people mixed in together in a society, and you had people saying my labor was more important to the other. Then internal fighting started, all at the behest of Hershey. And Hershey was demanding, hey, you guys need to listen to what I say. And they demanded a bigger piece of the pie. Finally, the farmers of the cows kind of won out in their labors because the cows were getting fucking bloated, waiting for milk to be made. And they came up there and started cracking a few heads. I think they actually ended up killing a couple people. But at the end of the day, the experiment fell. Hershey himself was fucking so distraught with it. He said, this economic picture, this model that I built showed me its foundational weakness is that capitalism needs to go ahead and be brought in. I provided free groceries. I provided free education. I provided opportunities for jobs. I provided all of, and it still was not sustainable. Ford model, again, was not sustainable because, again, he couldn't innovate and realize it. Now, you look to his sons, they innovated the fuck out of the Ford. They fucking went through a transformation. And Ford's model was okay for the time for the Model T. And his investments and the reason he was able to pay his workers the way he was and set it up was because of the initial success of the Model T. It had nothing to do with fucking all of this stuff. But as it lingered on, that success runs out. That money ran out. Because again, socialism is dependent on taking other people's wealth and not creating, innovating, or inventing. The same thing happened in Hershey with their little labor. The same thing happened with Ford. There was another group that happened in Kansas. It fucking failed abysmal. You should really look into the economic pictures that these guys all tried this approach that dipshit is fucking espousing. And you guys, you're clapping for it, and I'm laughing at it because we've tried it so many fucking times, and it's inherently failing. And if it was so strong and good, why wouldn't it last? Why couldn't it beat capitalism? Why couldn't it beat the economic picture of the U.S.? I should have been, that means my heart. Hey, Brad, you there? Is he on the phone?
I mean, I've been listening. If I could chime in.
Well, let me just point out.
Real quick, I just had a question. If anybody else could answer, they know about it because I'm listening. Whose wealth did Ford take? That's what I'm curious.
I want to point out that I have not in any way, shape, or form argued in any way about whether or not Hershey's economic model works or Henry Ford's economic model works. That was all a whole bunch of great, very interesting opinions. But in actuality, the only thing Ford has to do to inform me is that Ford was sued by the Dodge brothers and never claimed anything about GM's role in anything. It was the Dodge brothers who brought the suit against Ford, and they successfully sued and established a landmark precedent that there was a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first. That's the only salient point I'm taking from that example. All this fucking Ford failed. I see a Ford driving on the road. I see Hershey bars on affordable on its parent value.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whose wealth did Ford take? Because I've never come across that. I was wondering. I just want into it's like I don't see any evidence of Ford having any type of social program. As a man who came up with an idea, and Ford capitalized. His biggest capital was on the assembly line, which increased production at a cheaper rate. And
there's also one other thing Ford did. He designed the Model T to run off of ethanol so that farmers could make their own fuel. And then in turn, the oil magnates basically created the alcohol ban in order to get them out of business.
Yeah, the Rockefellers and Carnegies that were being mentioned earlier directly went to war to prevent alcohol from being used as the primary source. So then Ford had to transition because of prohibition to using gasoline burning it because he had no fucking choice. They literally outlawed the fucking possession of alcohol. I mean, this is just such a preposterous misreading of everything in service of nothing but trying to prove that he's got a bigger dick, which is just preposterous. Like, we're having a real discussion about what does our money mean, what our values are, and none of anything anyone said was in support of, well, we have to have free school and we have to have free housing, and absolutely not. We're talking about values.
That's why I was trying to figure out where the socialism comes in. That's not.
It's just insane. Yeah, that's where I think there is. I'm by no means a fucking socialist. I think they should. I wanted to risk losing my account, but I think should happen to them. But again, I mean, I can say I'm more like a Jeffersonian capitalist. Like, I'm extremely wary of big business or, monopolies in particular, and the influence and the power that they'll wield over both the government and the people. And there's a reason to fear that. So our founding fathers absolutely feared that. And now it's just a bunch of fucking greed and consumerism. Everybody, I mean, it's how can you squeeze every last dollar out of the middle fucking class?
Socialism for the rich. Socialism for the rich, ruthless capitalism for the poor. Because in 2008, when the bank's greed caught up with them, instead of prosecuting them, they said, oh, well, the public will have to pay for their debts. What? Why? That's the worst kind of socialism. You can have socialism. It meets the definition of socialism when I bring my paycheck home to my family and we use it as is best for the entire family. That's socialism. When a part of my paycheck goes to the national defense, that's socialism. We all agree that we should have some kind of socialism. The problem with communism, the reason communism fails, is because they lose the ability to truly express value. Just like this money printing, you don't know what something's worth. So the farmer doesn't know what to plant, the school teacher doesn't know what to teach, and it all falls apart. This is preposterous. It never has been an argument about whether or not people are going to work together and call the net profit social or communal.
Right, especially when it's privately acquired and then privately dispersed to the people who help run it. So yeah, that's where I'm lost. I'm trying to figure this. So I'm trying to. I
saw that. This is disgusting. It's because he doesn't have an argument. Because for a second. Just we agree on the basic. Brad ultimately wants the same thing that I want. We want there to be justice and integrity. I will not accept an illegitimate government, even if it does an act that I like. It is illegitimate. It has to be legitimate before I can endorse any of its actions, and that is not going to change. So shit.
Anthony, what's going on, Anthony? Welcome, brother.
Hey, man, I've been on the phone a whole lot, and I just been catching up on the conversation. Ray Boom said, I just wanted to say this. It's a very interesting conversation going back and forth. I'm going to be honest with you. In 2026, I think that it's a moot point. I think that this current paradigm that we're in, it's over. It's like it's on its last legs. Whether you like socialism, communism, whatever, I think it's on its way. It will be in full effect shortly.
that's my prediction. I feel like, when you combine automation with artificial intelligence, the worker really doesn't matter. So it's either the government is going to provide for the people, or we're going to have anarchy like we've never seen. It's going to be the real life purge. That's the way I see it.
Can't we all agree that the most surprising thing is guys like Brad that continue to try to tell you everything's okay, move on, nothing to see here?
And that's what throws up a red flag for me, especially when it gets emotional and all that. I'm like, if you stick to the point and just rebut the thing, it's like, okay.
That's what I was telling them. You don't sound like a dumb dude. You just gotta stop all of the ad hominems and talk, nigga.
Right, and it's like, I'm hearing the other side of the argument, and the argument keeps saying, well, trust the system, but time after time after time, I've seen all the system do is fuck me over. And fuck the middle.
You've had the literal fucking erosion of the middle class.
Were you black? If anything, you should have no trust at all in this nation. You're black.
And that's what I'm saying. I've literally seen, from my great-grandparents, my grandparents, them being financially stable, them owning houses outright within a matter of a few years, and having cars that were paid off, their dollar being...
Grandparents would die from a splinter. What the fuck are you talking about? They don't die of heart attacks.
It doesn't matter.
First world fucking problems, Pepe.
Shut up. I get really sick when
you threaten to dox someone on stage, bro. You can't come back into this room, Rich. Sorry, man. But, and that's what I'm saying. Is like, I hear what the other side is saying, but it's trust the system that I've seen with my own eyes continuously fuck the middle class over, and the middle class is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's literally the uber rich that are benefiting, and the extremely poor are benefiting because they're getting a bunch of fucking government subsidies. And who's paying those government subsidies? As far as welfare, Medicare, Section 8, all this other shit. It's the middle class. So again, I keep saying, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I hear what the other side is saying, but it's like, with my own eyes every day, I keep seeing the exact opposite of what you guys are saying. Trust the system, but the system is repeatedly keep fucking us over, man.
The system is wildly broken.
Man, I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's designed the way it's been always designed.
You know why it can't be designed like that? Because the founding fathers literally said we're making it different because.
Hold on, Diego. Let Rob.
More so, point, brother. Yeah. Let me say this. My point is more so as we talk about the justice system, and then y'all talking about the economy. I don't think it was ever set up to be fair per se. I think it was never distributed fairly for certain groups of people, and I think what's happening in modern times, as we evolved from our history of sorts, you see that class warfare is a real thing. It may have been masked over the years due to other issues in America, but class warfare has always been a thing, and we're seeing that now based on the conversation we having. Right now, it's like everybody can kind of agree that something about this system isn't functioning correctly. I don't think anybody wants a system like Russia. I think some of the communist systems that we have around the world, obviously we know what it is. I think some of the socialist systems we have around the world, we actually could look at them and see if it's anything that could work. Because the truth of the matter is we have a socialist type economy, like system. I mean, somebody know it that already. Defense system, schools, roads, healthcare, any of that shit can be deemed as socialism. It's the big difference is our government isn't per se like owning business like China, but it still seems like it's rigged in a big business favor. So it is what it is. I understand. Shut your whole ass. Weird ass fucks. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I hear the shit Brad be saying. I think Brad is a psychopath to a degree, but Brad is really intelligent on a lot of levels. When I hear people talk about socialism like that, it's just like, how do you discount all of the socialist factors in our society and that have been there?
Well, that's the thing. That's what we were questioning, and unfortunately, Brad had to take a phone call because that's the thing. Like from what I gathered from the conversation, Rob, everything the other side brought up were examples of true capitalism. Someone coming up with an idea, exercising that idea, bringing it to fruition, and then profiting based off that without any type of government subsidies or taking money from other people, without them knowing or against their will, or from the public, and then being able to profit off of that and then expand their idea. So that's why I was kind of wondering where Brad was coming in with the socialism. There you go right there. From the other.
There you go right there. Brad.
What? Sorry, I have a call. It was work.
Steve?
Yeah, Brad. Brad, I have a question because you kept bringing up socialism.
Is he going in and out, or is that me?
Where are the examples that the other side gave was in connotation for socialism? Because you kept bringing that up.
Oh, because their primary example was the Nazi Workers' Socialist Party. Those guys. That's their overwhelming icon. And so when you look at these Nazi socialists, and you realize exactly how their economic picture fell apart, and literally their dollars were worth nothing. And again, war has a tendency to pick winners and losers. You better be the biggest, baddest. In terms of it, Germany had good production. Its problem was its resource allocation, its inability, and again, centralized leader leading it under a socialist framework always turns to shit because their idealism is a stranglehold. You've seen that. You've seen that time and time again. Maduro, fucking dipshit in Nicaragua, Noriega, and again, we can see all of these things continue to go on, and this idea that somehow debt is inherently bad, that's not necessarily true. Charging interest rates, if I go to you and ask you for $10,000 and you take it out of your bank and give it, you should expect interest on that. Though I hold on to it. If I don't pay you back for 10 years on it, and you're just like, well, you still owe me $10,000, but you're not getting any of that back. You're basically taking out of your pocket, giving it to somebody else, and then saying, so you lose out on the opportunity to invest it, to buy shit with it, to use that at your discretion. You're taking it out of your own pocket without getting anything back. And unless you're talking about a flat fee, which that doesn't fucking really work too often. So, you want to have interest on these loans. You want to be able to do it because otherwise, if you just had that straight there, can you imagine the number of idiots just borrow and never pay back and never have that debt? Interest helps ensure that.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. And that's, I think if a private entity decides to loan money out, they have every right to. But what I was gathering, Brad, was that once you start bringing the public, you start putting that liability on the public. I think that's where the point of contention was.
In a situation like that, Brad, how much government intervention do you think should be? Well, not even. Let me not say intervention, just oversight of things like loans.
How much like government intervention?
That's why I said
I think a lot. I think you should have the ability to redress your grievance in a court. You should have the ability to sue. Someone should be arrested for not paying you because if they're not going to pay you back your debt, you should have a platform or an entity such as a government to back up your ability to go after, say, assets, to go after them for that amount of money that they are not going to return to you. So yes, I agree with government oversight on that. Why wouldn't you? Like if all of a sudden I borrowed from you and refused to pay you back and you had no entity to back it up, what do you think happens? The next step is we become kind of mafioso. We criminals, Brad, right? But you want that way without doing harm. You want to be able to be able, and so you're going to put liens on people. You're going to put liens on property. You're going to, I don't know, if you were a private bank and you loaned out money for someone to buy a home, you're going to seize that home and liquidate it because that person refused to pay you. The argument
I don't have a problem with that type of stuff, man. Like,
there you go.
Like, I don't. I don't have a problem with the government doing and operating as it's supposed to, which in my mind, it should act as an oversight type thing. Just make sure the systems are running efficiently. When it's time for us to step in on things, we step in to make sure things are distributed, justice is distributed fairly, whatnot. The problem is we just have so many cases where it's not.
No, but I think this inequity of distribution of the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the human aspect of our system.
Rob and Brad, if we gonna have this long thing and you're gonna say what's right, I think that it should be, they need to work on it not being so many predatory loans and lending going on. You know what I'm saying?
You're in hate.
I mean, well, they've tried, but in a free market system like it is, it's like, you know, what we gonna do about it? I used to work in the payday loan business, which is very predatory. But at the same time, if you have $500 to pay your rent, but you do have a job, you couldn't go into a bank and get no loan, right? But you can run into that payday loan and get that $500. Problem is, with all of the interest and all that shit, by the time you pay it back, you done paid $2,000. So it's like if you was to like compare that to a big loan, that'd be like getting $1 million and paying back $50 million.
Well, that's just part of doing business, Bob.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, it is predatory, but at the same time, like I'm saying, you fucked off.
Well, take it a step further. So let's say this. Let's say I build a hospital in fucking Steppy's backyard. I buy the land from Steppy. I build a hospital, provide services. Sig invest in. He sits there and says, I have $10K to invest in this hospital, and whatever you guys make, I want 2% of profits over the years, or whatever it is, whatever the terms come out to be, whatever we decide. If I fail to execute on that, if it's because I go bankrupt, well, Sig's out of that money. But if I make a profit and I tell Sig to go fuck himself, well, now Sig can actually provide legal actions. He can go to a court, because if I'm a big entity and I have millions of dollars and I don't pay him his interest, he has a way to, he can remove me because he's got control. He has some measure of control, and he's also part of the system that's there. So again, when we hear these like broad-based, weird Nazi socialist programs that, you know, labor, I'm all for labor. Yeah, you're all for labor, but you want the overwhelming dynamic to the slice of the pie beyond the share. You're not the product. You're the producer.
Hey, Brad, are you familiar with a book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, where he says that in America, to successfully sue a corporation of that size, you need at least $10 million?
Yes, I have heard Peter Thiel say this, and then I kind of laughed at him because even when he came on Clubhouse and did his speech, I said, that's not necessarily true. That doesn't always happen because, quite frankly, the way we have our system set up currently, pretty much McDonald's got sued for a woman burning her vagina and a cup of coffee, and she became a millionaire. Now, granted, it was really painful. It caused surgeries, and she had fucking scarring. It was horrific in and of itself. But the idea that we have lawsuits and you have a way to collect off of that shows that theory isn't true.
Personal injury. Obviously, we know that lawyers will do personal injury against big corporations for free. We're talking about that, though. We're talking about regular civil lawsuits, not personal injuries.
I get it. And even civil lawsuits, you have a myriad of cases that go through. You can Google civil lawsuits that have been won. The insurance company is a prime case in point in that. We have civil lawsuits all the time against us.
Diego, the person that brought up the Dodge Brothers suit.
Partially, I said that the Dodge Brothers, Diogenes got into it, but yeah, the Dodge Brothers sued Ford.
I just want to ask you a question because my limited understanding on that. I talked to somebody about this about 2 years ago. That this is like the case that set the standard for like the profit dividends and sharing for like whether ultimately is a business at the whole, like a public business. Are they working for the public or their shareholders?
Shareholders, yeah.
All right, your opinion on that. What's up? Go ahead.
It's very important to understand that the way, once again, it was represented, the suitcase was represented in a very dishonest manner. It had nothing to do with how much Ford was paying his, like, in wages of workers.
What about the president insists?
But
Andre, the case actually revolved around because they just basically didn't get their money from being the investor, nor did they get paid for their products.
So the way it was represented by the genius guy, I think that's his name. Ford was sued because he was paying good wages to his workers. That's bullshit. It had to do with what the incentive for the profit would be. It's because Ford wanted to reinvest back into the business and create more business opportunities for the company. What they were arguing is that they're due
Is this legal for
their shares because they invested money into his enterprise and they were waiting for their payout. And he was going to use the money that was that they were that was owed to them to invest back into the company. And that's
Andre, you're also forgetting in the other part where Dodge brothers or family provided multiple, like literally today it would be $billions worth of parts to Ford to make it, and he refused to pay on those parts.
But from his point of view, they took money from Ford and invested it to create the competition for Ford, and that's why he was pissed, and that's how he ended up, writing all his extracurricular books.
So Diego, if you're a parts maker, let's say, so the Dodge brothers started out being like manufacturers. They were just parts makers, and they did prefab and fabrication of work, right? And if all of a sudden you're like, well, I invested in this guy, he's the pinnacle, he's got the best freaking car out there, and all of a sudden he's not paying you for your work, your labor, because, you got dipshit saying, oh, he's investing in it, and then he's not paying the money you helped him kickstart his company, then you don't pay that back, so now you sue him, and you're like, you know what, we've got money, why are we making parts for other companies? Why not just create a car ourselves? Wouldn't you do that?
What's the question?
If you are a fabricator, a parts maker, Dodge brothers were.
But they weren't.
They made parts for Ford. No. That was part of, yes, that's part of the lawsuit. That was a major part of the lawsuit.
They learned how to make the tools from Ford, and then they started becoming a parts manufacturer. You gotta read the history, man.
Again, Ford refused to pay for the parts. That's literally, go look at the lawsuit itself.
You want me to go look it up so we can
look it up.
Everybody know that I just do Ford versus Dodge brothers. Ford 1919. Was that the same case you're talking about, fellas?
Yes.
19?
Yes.
So what happened? The Dodge brothers were
invested in Ford.
Shareholder. Yeah, I'm gonna read it. The Dodge brothers were shareholders in Ford Company. Henry Ford was the majority owner. Ford's plan was to stop paying big dividends, use profit to expand production, lower car prices, pay workers more, and Ford basically said, I want to benefit the public and workers, not just, I don't need to care about all of that. Why the Dodge brothers sued? They wanted their dividends, profits paid to shareholders. They argued Ford was holding back profits and not acting in shareholders' best financial interests. So that was why.
There's also a part of parts.
I'm reading. It's just talking about shareholder, stakeholder, shareholder. I don't see anything about parts, bro.
Okay, so I'm wondering what you're reading because,
like the best source would be probably some like historical thing connected to like Britannica or something. You'll
You want me to drop the name?
A better idea. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
So John Francis, 1864. Well, his brother Horace Dutch. A year later, blah blah blah. The brothers grew up in Michigan and began their careers as mechanists. They co-founded bicycle company. However, by 19 they had sold the business and opened a machine shop in Detroit to make parts for the fledgling auto industry. Okay, so they started.
No, so Brad is right. I found the parts part about it. So it says
Oldsmobile's next Henry Ford contracted with the brothers to build engines, transmissions, and axles. Ford was unable to pay the Dutch full in cash, so he gave them stock in the company. So that is a cool, like this is actually how it all started. So Brad is absolutely on point.
On point, brother.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that, but I put it in the parts issue, and it gave me the whole rundown of it. So you're right, Brad, and
that's why I said like you have to look.
But do you understand how like one can spin that narrative in a very dishonest manner? Because the Dutch brothers, they filed a lawsuit not because Ford was paying the workers large wages. It's because he was unable to pay them the dividends on the investment that they made into the company by providing him with parts and later receiving a piece of the action. And Ford just wanted to reinvest the money to build up his business, which is also understandable. You know, like he was a businessman. He wanted like expand his company, but he was not paying what was due to his investors.
And in fact, his workers, like, were, if you go even further in history, or further up in timelines, you'll find out that those laborers that Ford was want to benefit all of society, they rebelled against him multiple times. There was huge labor strikes. And then, of course, you had
they made engines, transmissions, and other critical components.
Correct.
Excellent. Excellent. Correct.
I didn't mean I was laughing at you. I'm just laughing because, like, it's almost like liberals, they take the cherry pick a little bit, and then they want to, like, make this whole pontification about, hey, you know, this is how the society should be, and look at what happened to them. No, that's not quite the story.
I just want y'all to stop fighting and get the information out. It's liberals and it's both sides.
Yeah, it's not liberals, it's demagogues. People who are demagogues, who are, you know, stand on the soapbox preaching for some sort of utopian future, whether it's, you know, monarchy, whether it's Christian nationalism, you know, national socialism, international socialism. They spin the narrative. They take, you know, they do 80-20. They do 80% truth and then 20% of the poison pill inserted into it that will create very specific. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to chime in after you. I just want to make a pretty bold statement, guys. I just want the good old-fashioned American swagger days of ride, rank, and bank money days, just chasing your dreams, making your money. I just, you know, be unified together. You know, and that's just where I'm at. You know, when I understand what people say about
it. Young blood. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to because I never got to experience this shit. Where, man, I understand where you're coming from, Stubby, but that shit is it's way too far gone, bro.
It's not. Like, you guys are just not understanding. So how do I put this? So the landscape has changed. It's just different. So back in the day, I'm going to. So back in the days, like pre-Civil War, for like a vast majority of this country's history, it was all about land. It was all about that. Then it shifted a little bit to the Industrial Revolution. People congregated in the cities. They left all these free plots of land, and it was like some of it was stolen, eminent domain. I understand that. I'm not ignoring it. But But the vast majority of people, when they were deviated and passed on these large tracts of lands, they left it. They were like, sell it, I don't care, abandon it, and they went to the cities to go make their fortune in the Industrial Revolution. They wanted to go work for Fords and Hershey's and Carnegie's and Rockefellers and fucking Campbell's and all like Burnside. They wanted to go work for these guys, and they did it. Con Air, the AC guy, like a fucking genius, literally developed the entire Southwest and South for production and manufacturing, all because of an AC unit. He put it in homes, and that made it feasible for development out here. There was a race for land. Land is now, for the most part, divvied up. It's still there, but not, we don't look at it that way. So farm ag workers are kind of working, their lands are shrinking, they're selling to HOAs, and they're doing their thing. Hats off to them. But what you have now is you have a new age. We've moved on from the industrial age, the blue collar age, where you can build towering skyscrapers and all that stuff and become profitable. And you have that. Wait, hold on, Steppy. Let me finish.
So I can understand.
What you have is everybody wants the digital world. We are now in the digital world. And that's the new landscape. It's moved from land, industrialization, to now digital. And it's going to be the prevailing landscape, and you need to, unfortunately, figure it out. Now, some key industries will remain the same. Healthcare, a little bit, but even that's changing massively. The finance sector, that's becoming more digitized. You no longer have to go to the offices. Fucking most of Wall Street really doesn't work on Wall Street. Hats off if you know. You should come down to Austin, Texas, or Dallas, and you'll see that.
My homie, a tech guy, he worked for Owens Cornell. Been working for them for like 8 years. And after COVID, they stopped going to I understand what you're saying on that.
Yeah. So you're just dealing with a new game. You can wish for the old times, and there's still going to be a sector of our economy into it, but it's not the dominant one. And unfortunately, we have to navigate this going.
But the only problem I have with it is that it may not be the most dominant one, but it's the most essential. So you have to take care. You have to take care of the most essential people in your nation, or it's gonna fail every time. And I don't think that they've been doing a good job with taking care of the essential people that they need.
Well, I just want to interject real quick on what Brad brought up. Not contradicting him. He's accurate on it, in my opinion. But the farming community, which that's what I'm in, we just went back to old swagger and hustling roots. Like the HOAs that Brad's talking about, a lot of the smaller farmers have actually transitioned to basically renting land to HOAs because the suburbs and HOA communities are coming in and they're pressuring to buy up land while we're fighting back. And almost all the states are doing it, where we're transitioning, saying, "Hey, we'll rent you our land. You do all the land development, but you're gonna cut us a monthly check for so we can still have a living." And you're seeing it in South Carolina, big in Texas, Oklahoma, Phoenix, all the way up to the Midwest, and even some New England parts where we're straight up renting it out. We'll give like 20 acres out for HOAs, and I think the going rate is right about $1,500 per acre, and the HOAs are actually jumping all over that.
Oh, the other thing I was going to ask you, if you guys sorted out, sorry, I'm still working, but did you guys figure out the whole Federal Reserve thing? What other things the Federal Reserve is using to control the liquidity, like, the constraints that they put on the liquid assets and stuff like that? It's probably too high level for this room.
No, and these guys like the Ricos and the dipshits and Keegans who don't understand it will sit there and say the Federal Reserve needs to end, and that's their only we could go back to being a normal nominal nation. Because they still believe the Federal Reserve prints money.
Well, it issued currency in a test scenario when
it does not issue currency.
When it's using quantitative easing, absolutely.
There's other instruments that the Federal Reserve is using, instead of just putting some sort of reserve requirement in order to control it. Like liquidity requirements or capital requirements would be like, two main ones. And they're still in place, so it's not like banks can do whatever they want.
Well, Andre, look at that. Like when I hear that, dude, they're not considering the assets. Like even so, if you go and get a job, your Social Security number is an asset that can be used for the Federal Reserve as making money because you're paying taxes. And when you go into federal properties, like. Well, there's a multitude. Even the market is used slightly as an asset in a world platform because when I had a gentleman the other day was very argumentative about China having marketing, manufacturing. It's like, guys, I'm for bringing jobs back to America for manufacturing, but you got to be very cautious because the USD is high in value amongst the world. So if we dominate, yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean that your Social Security can be used as an asset, like a collateral?
Yes, as an asset.
No, it can't. You cannot use your Social Security number as a collateral, but to borrow money, to get a loan out? I don't think so.
Well, no, not individually. No, not as an independent. You cannot use it as an asset. I'm saying on the government end. Now, I might be completely fucking ignorant, just so you know, Andre. I'm probably just the dumb guy here on the platform.
No, don't say that. But I mean, there might be just some sort of confusion.
Well, I'll follow this. I'll explain to you how I interpreted it when someone brought it up to me. And see, maybe I was led by a fool that made me think like it. But I was explained after the Civil War, the United States of America was in debt, and that's, I believe, where Rockefeller came in, so that way the United States can work its way out of debt for being in a war, all right, a civil war, and say that's where the Social Security came in, and taxes, and they utilized as an asset that could give a line of credit to the United States.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. So what basically is like you can use your Social Security, your futures and your Social Security as a collateral when you get like a personal loan or a mortgage or stuff like this, and then once
for the government.
But so here's the but. I think, and check me, I might be wrong on this one, but there is a certain amount that is protected regardless. So everything access to that protected amount, which is whatever, like a minimal amount or whatever it is, livable amount, that can be released to the creditors once the Social Security is deposited into your account.
Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding.
No, you're right. You're essentially right. Not the world, but you're essentially right in terms of using it as a sort of collateral for like a personal loan or like a mortgage or a car loan or something.
Okay, well, thank you for a little.
Wait, Andre, I'll push back. Rockefeller actually did stabilize America, though. I mean, especially in the oil industry, because it was like it was so chaotic at that time. It would be up and down almost daily. He instituted massive pipelines. He helped reform some of the regulations. Now, granted, it led to a more monopoly kind of thing, which Standard Oil was then broken up. But still, he helped increase the tax revenue massively. And then he helped America achieve more equitable distributions from oil companies and allowed it. Not to mention, he also did a lot of philanthropic work. I mean, the guy started University of Chicago. So, I mean, he basically, if he had come along and did that for the oil industry, I mean, I imagine it would probably have been done at some point, but I would have shuddered to think that the federal government would have done it at that time frame, which a lot of the people on this stage that were here earlier probably would have cheered on for having the centralized government manage the ability to handle resources and distribute them, which would have been probably cataclysmic.
I mean, from what I understand, like what the type of system that's being promoted is the syndicalism, right? It's like the workers who are controlling the people who are making the product are essentially controlling the means of production collectively. I mean, and all you need to do is just like search for critiques of that. I mean, that's essentially like what fascist economy looked like. There needs to, and even they had to do some central planning through ideological means, like they had to guide the economy and its assets into a certain direction. It's just so bizarro, and like just open any critique of it. Like one of the problems is that it creates stagnation because there's no incentive for competitive nature of the free market. You know, like once you monopolize a certain industry and have like a class of people with the same or similar interests who want their paycheck to come regular in stable manner, there's no reason for them to change anything about this.
I didn't disagree with that at all, but I mean, the guys on stage were all screaming for that.
That's essentially what brought Soviet Union to its knees. I mean, granted, they did have like central planning, but it was ideologically inspired. And this sort of competition that was even at the early stages of the Soviets, it was sort of like a puppet competition.
Well, like again, I brought the examples of where that similar attempt was attempted by private industries. Hershey, I brought it up. Hershey, fucking Ford are two prime examples, like early Ford, not new Ford, but for Henry Ford, the original, where they failed under that ideology. Oh, and furthermore, I found it ironic that they were talking about how great a champion he was, even though he took other people's money to go ahead and do it. He had no problem putting his hand out there saying, give me, I'll redistribute the wealth, and then didn't want to pay the debt that he owed to the people that he borrowed from. That was ironic, and then people screamed that there shouldn't be interest on loans. But
Brad, we're seeing socialism at its prime in New York City. With that mayor, he promised so much, and yet what has he actually committed to?
Oh, he's going to start seizing properties. So he's going to take people's private assets, which are properties. Now, he's already claimed it. It's a policy in New York City now. So now he's going to take people's properties if they don't follow the rental paradigms or the way they can sell it. And the city now can buy it or take it from at whatever price they determine to be fair market value. That's ironic. So some poor schmo goes ahead and buys a place, and now some dipshit in New York wants to be able to just go ahead and buy it because they're in the government and they can just take it from you, and that's your whole life savings rolled up into one. Fuck that. Like, why would anybody want to do that?
Well, because Brett, it's very easy to spend somebody else's money. I mean, it's very pleasant, and there's no strings or responsibilities attached to it. It's great. You spend somebody else's money and you can do it as much as you want until it lasts, actually.
Yeah, Brad, and too, I don't think anybody was arguing against interest. It's that if you decide to lend out money, I think, yeah, you're taking a risk that person may default on that loan that you give them. So I think the reward for you taking that risk is that interest, right? No problem with that. But in the case like the subprime lending with the housing crash in 08, is that when you have the government take taxpayer dollars and say, hey, if you fuck this up, we'll bail you out. So now they start taking unnecessary risks because the liability no longer falls on them, it falls on taxpayers. That's what people have a problem with. And if someone does default on the loan, then yeah, I think you should utilize the government to officially put on the record that, hey, this person entered into a legal contract, took all this much money, and you were to pay it back with this much interest by this date, and you default on that. Yeah, I think the legal system is justified in enforcing that contract. But again, I don't think the privatized profits of people loaning money should be. I'm sorry, the liability shouldn't be put on taxpayers for a private transaction.
That's a fair critique, but just 2 points. Number one, the reason the market crashed is not necessarily because it was the government who was propping that house of cards, but it's the marketing of the product, financial product itself. The diversification or diversity is not necessarily a good thing always. And what they were doing, they were just getting subprime loans, like kind of chopping them up into little parts, making huge packages out of them, and saying that 1,000 people cannot all fail simultaneously unless the economy goes under, which is exactly what happened. And it was just kind of a snowball effect. The bubble burst, the whole thing kind of unraveled. And another thing I would like to say is that is not bad. That is good, especially if there is, if there is confidence of the loaner that you are capable of getting it to them at the end of the day. Because number one, they get their interest. Number two, it allows you expand at a very rapid pace, especially if you have a good idea and you have, if you are motivated to do something. So that can be a very powerful tool. It shouldn't be shied away from.
Right, but what happens is that then gets mismanaged when you take away the liability on that person.
Absolutely.
When you
100%.
People are gonna be more reckless with their loans when they know they don't have to pay the consequences for that recklessness.
But that's what they were preaching on here. That's why I was arguing back. So they were preaching that they shouldn't have interest. There shouldn't be accountability. There shouldn't be anything. Like if you take out a loan, literally, and I'm quoting this, you shouldn't have to pay interest or even compound interest on loans you take out, end quote. That was the statement. I mean, at the end of the day, what they're arguing for, aside from their fucking neo-Nazi socialist reforms, was literally it was the economic picture leading up to World War II with Hitler. Yeah, they had a strong economy. They were production. There was actually good work going on in Germany, but it was under ideology. It was under seizing. They didn't pay their debts, and they seized assets from other entities, and then furthermore, they expunged people from the market, which is why it didn't even fucking remotely last beyond that reform. And then they had to be built up because they had nothing afterwards. There was no contingencies. So these ideas that these guys get on here and say, oh, well, the Nazi Socialist Party had the right economic agenda and we're going to preach from that Bible. Okay, good, but it didn't last. It was defeated.
Yeah, see, that's not what I wasn't hearing the entire Nazi socialist part. I wasn't hearing them saying the entire thing. I think they were picking out aspects from it.
Well, they're cherry picking, sir. That's what they were doing. They're cherry picking the best agenda, and that's just my opinion, sir.
Saying words for a living. He's definitely no fucking sir.
You know what? Hey, beat me up, Chief, but you know what? I do like to show a little modesty to new people I interact with.
But my problem with it isn't that saying I'll fight you all day long and then we'll still drink beer. I'll still knock you. I'll beat you till you're white and you can beat me till I'm black. It don't fucking matter to me. But at the end of the day, with these idiots like this, the reason I go so strong against them, like these idiots, is because what they want to do. And really, you can see this because Pepe really went through this
one night. He started like really talking just real soft and direct, and he was talking about literally these groups. These guys all go on Discord. They all talk together, and Pepe started explaining their economic theorems, and it was a controlled class where they want to be able to control the economic production, have the means of control without having to produce anything, and then determine who, under alignment of their ideology, would be beneficial from it. And Pepe went through all of them and said, I recognize their voices. I know who they are. I can tell them from Clubhouse, from Twitter, to Discord, to Telegram. And he started laying it out one night, and I was just laughing because he was, to quote one of the women on this app, he was spilling the tea. And he did a great job with it. I'm just floored that people give such a platform because, again, their models are never realized. And when you push back against it, they are like, oh, no, I'm going to pick Ford. He just wanted to pay his workers a higher wage. Yeah, sort of. That was in part true, his own power. He controlled his workers. They were determined. You should look at what he did, what their workday was like, and not just kind of gloss over the highlights of it. Like, workers themselves saying working for Ford sucked. It was not great. In the beginning, it was okay, but then it became tyrannical. They were scared. They were threatened. They were abused. And when they went on strike, Ford himself had even offered, what was it? It's rumored, I guess, I'll say alleged, to threaten to kill his own workers. Like, it's certain people that were leading these labor strikes. So, I mean, that's weird to like quote Ford and then not even realize it and then pull up lawsuits like, oh, he got sued, that's why he stopped. But you didn't tell the whole story. He didn't pay for the shit that he went and bought to build his empire. It was all built on a house of cards.
Well, the way I was processing as he was talking, like, I mean, he was talking a bit, like, to me, Mr. Keegan, Mr. Agnes, it sounds like, you know, they just want stuff given to them for free, and if it's not that narrative, like Brad, you nailed it on the top. You know, it's not how it works. You know, there's a whole process, and you're giving examples of the process and the reasoning of the process. And if there's any contradictory in his opinion to your saying, then he needs to be resourceful and do his research. My whole issue that I've had with him is the same way that Brad, I'm sorry to speak on your behalf, Brad, but the way I was processing it, it's almost mirrored to how Brad was saying it, is, you know, take a loan without interest, no matter the reasoning. To me, that's not good business. It's not, you know, America, in my opinion, I might be a fool for having it. America is a business. And if you look at America as a business pyramid, the fundamentals are the same at any corporate level, all the way down from the CEO as the president, delegated all the way down to the workers at the bottom of the pyramid. And, you know, the best business, which I see with Keegan, I see with Agnes, is they want to have the best outcome for individually versus the whole operation. And that's what I don't see eye to eye with them. I'll listen to them. I might not agree with them. But what he was saying, in my opinion, Sig and Brad, is just utter nonsense.
That's not what I was hearing, though. What I was hearing, and again, to be fair, you know, you guys kind of floated in and out of the conversation a few times, and we're talking about this for a few hours before you guys joined. Is that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that there's a level of unfairness that's going on. And when we talk about the interest, it's the fact that we have higher up officials who keep taking out more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt, and the interest is compiling, and they're not the ones taking the liability. They're the ones, again, it's privatizing the profits and it's socializing the liability. That's what I've heard from the argument. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to think of where you guys are coming from. So I didn't hear them. So let's put it this way. Ford, right? No, I'm not Ford. Oh, I'm so sick and tired of Ford. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know Roosevelt, right? Yes. Yeah. A lot of people point to 1913, the Fed, all those transit. Those are the major issues and the turning point of what happened. Oh, and then the Civil War. Like, these are periods in times. These are snapshots. Yes. Blah blah blah. They some of the long-standing effects can be felt. Yes, culturally, economically, but really, what they're arguing for is from the Ford doctrine. Doing basically what Franklin Delano Roosevelt really did. He upended, he fucking made it illegal for people to own gold. He changed interest rates. He created a law and forced Americans to sell their gold to the government. Yeah, correct. Like, that's price later ratified. Yeah, right. Manufactured that out of there. And then he wanted to basically divvy up it. And they're arguing for that same centralization, but they're doing it under the guise of Bitcoin, or saying Bitcoin's going to solve it. And you heard them saying, I don't think a digital currency should exist. And then meanwhile, they're saying you should invest in Bitcoin. Like, you can't have two contradictions together and then have it go ahead and exist. Yeah, like partial Bitcoin bros too, like delusional ones. They just invest and then they're like, oh look, I made $100. Ooh. So
any competency or merit.
Yes, yeah.
You won the lottery and you propose that the lottery should be won by everybody.
But here, Bitcoin up as an example. His main thing was a decentralized currency that the government. But think about how that would work, Sig. Like, think about a decentralized currency. Like, we had that at one point. Prior to, like, the Civil War is a prime case I can go to. States were printing their own money. The reason Congress said, oh, hold on a moment, was because currently, like, South Carolina's monetary value would be vastly different than New York's. Rhode Island would have been broke. It wouldn't have survived. Like, having states embody their own currency and then having to uphold it, like, fuck, Hawaii would be dirt broke. Well, maybe not. Maybe Hawaii would be okay. But I mean, so we couldn't have a decentralized currency in a nation of the United States. Because then, if you're asking for that, what you're asking to do is create 50 brand new countries.
That's not.
And that's exactly. No,
yeah. True. Can I much broader scope? I hear what you're saying, and just like all the economic analysis or whatever the right wing, like Marxists, National Socialists, they're making a correct observation. Okay, what you said is right. Politicians, famously in Thomas Sowell's words, they don't bear any liability. Like they can make decisions, grand decisions, economic decisions, and then they just go out of office, and whoever comes after them, plus the public, has to bear the consequences of it. That's a correct observation. What they're arguing for is redistribution of power. They're saying, give me power, give us power. We can do it much better because we're for the common man. The little man, we're going to restructure it. The argument is essentially exactly the same as Marxist.
When he says us, what do you mean us? What do you mean us, Andre?
Us.
When you call him saying
the poor National Socialists who will give the power to the working man, who will create the syndicate. I heard you say exactly that. He said that the means of production should be controlled by the people who produce those things. He wants to cooperate and create syndicate-like entities that would control things outside of any kind of financier or loan officer.
Yeah, that's not what he was saying is putting that power and control back into the hands of your average American. Because clearly it's been taken out of our power, it's been taken out of our control. And one of those things was what Brad brought up, is that we actually had the federal government force Americans to turn in their personal private assets. And that's what he kept bringing up, is that the government, when we talk about monetary items, is that the government is taking it. That's our private shit. The government should never be able to come and say, hey, give me your shit. And FDR was a good example of that. Is the government put in a law, said, hey, you have to give me your gold. And then a few years later, what do? They turn around and then they allow us to buy it back, but it was at an increased rate. That's what they were talking about. So when they say give us, he's talking about the actual American people, the actual citizens, not just a select.
Okay, so it's a class. It's basically, once again, it's for distribution of power. Now,
no, it's not redistribution. It's giving us back the power we already have that the government took away from us. That's what redistribution of power is going to be. You know? No. But listen to the way that's right. But again, it's not redistribution. It's so technically, yes, technically are correct, but no, it's returning it back to its rightful.
Okay.
They took that away from the American people and then squandered it away and then created an even bigger problem that they're not having to suffer the consequences for. It's us who they fucked over. And that was their.
Okay, so where a bait and switch happens, in my opinion, is that it's the type of system that is proposed is autocracy, right? It's giving the direct democratic rule, basically, by the masses. I think it's a very bad idea. Personally, I'm much more in line with republicanism of some sort, of constitutional republicanism. I think there should be first principles that should be guarded and guide any kind of decisions. And whether the people, people with big P, or the government gets out of line and, tries to enforce some sort of law that is unconstitutional, it's not according to the first principles, the other part of the society should get a stick out or a whip and make sure that we're all back in line with first principles. And I think the type of balance that we have is fairly good. Yes, once in a while it gets out of whack and it needs to be rebalanced, which is what I think is the Trump is the creation of that disbalance. But I don't think the power should be solely within the masses, the mob, or it should be solely within the government.
Well, here's the thing, though. What you just brought up is that it gets out of whack and what Trump is doing. You understand what Trump is doing. So because it's been getting out of whack, and why has it been getting out of whack? It's because there's been a bunch of unchecked motherfuckers dipping their rubber hands into it, taking a bunch out. And yes, and they created a $40 trillion deficit. So the only way to protect that and keep that Ponzi scheme going and keeping Peter to rob Paul and accrue more and more debt is to go over there and start picking a fight with other people and fucking with other people instead of just taking the consequence. Hey, you mismanage this shit. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna kill a bunch of people, and send our troops in there to get killed as well to cover up this fucking Ponzi scheme mismanagement. That's essentially what Trump is doing right now. It's a hey, it's your life. Trump is doing right now, right? And that's not a problem with that. So if you just take the federal debt by itself, 34, 35 trillion, then you take individual debt, $18 trillion. So that's $69,000 per So it's a represent the people. I go there, get rich. I go there, get inside training. I go there, get damn hard future children and grandchildren. So until we the people wake up and realize that the people that we send to our state houses, the ones that we send to Congress and to the Senate, come from our federal states. And if we don't get rid of those people, I don't care what we try to do, guys. We're always going to be back in the wrong because we got people right now who I call people with power without purpose. We got people right now who want power out of purpose of leading our country in a way that we teach people you cannot invest in yourself as a citizen. You cannot invest in yourself.
Over Baltimore.
Right now, gasoline guys are $6.30 in California. Okay, there's no way in the world I want to continue because I drive a lot. So we have to make adjustments. So we downside some stuff. We decide to do things differently. You know why? That's my household. The situation with my husband might get you too. My wife and I have to do this. And I tell people all the time, you got to control what happens. And we can't just go being willy-nilly just because other people have chosen our leadership here in the state of California. My city, because they're still trying to operate on the same budget. When we all know that there's things going on, there's wars going on right now, things are happening, and no matter what happens in our state house, and then what happens in other state houses, and then ultimately what happens in the White House is going to come down and affect all of us. It's all start with individual spending. You got to be very careful. That's why the debt of the individual, whether it's mortgage, whether it's cars, whether it's credit cards, you got to learn how to get out of debt. And I always say, sing out in on this. If you're going to be pro-pot, you got to be in the vibe. That's being pro-pot. That's exactly what my point is. That's what I'm saying. On the other side, trust the system. The system has done nothing. I'm a fucking retard when it comes to high-end finances and all that extra shit. But I'm smart enough to know that is not a good thing. Long-term debt is not a good thing. Reasonable debt is not a good thing. Because then you want to but yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that you're absolutely right. The people that we have elected have mismanaged. And again, I place the blame on us because we're the fucking idiots and we're the retards and people like these stupid bullshit that keeps our focus off of the future. So I think that it's just, where can we get to as American people? Looking at the past 3 generations, shit has gotten worse and worse and worse. You know why, right? We don't have any masculine people, no masculine men, no courage, man. There's no courage. I'm sorry, King. Easy. This is very important. If we, as men, that were all homes, already universities, already understand, we have people right now in office in different parts of this country that shit have never done. I'm sorry, we're not teaching children to vote for values, not politics. Every last paycheck is a legal big truth to be something. But
This is like a rock for number two. A rock for number two. I go through the process of life. Leadership, someone in favor you. Someone in favor you. And I ran so far away. From my ride, from to show you a thing.
Middle East, whatever. But they had to create sort of competition among their producers in order to keep tabs on it and not allow one country to gather so much power as China did.
What would you think? I'll say real quick, you're to pin something at the top of the room from KK. What's that? You're to pin something at the top of the room involving political compass from. I'm just letting you all know there's a special announcement and a surprise involving tonight. That's all I can tell you. Okay, cool. Oh, you said it. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, let me grab it real quick. I'll post it for you. So are we still on the economic pictures of America, or have we moved on? Because I heard Africa involved. Yeah, I think we just, we were talking about
what you're not looking at is there's components to this where you're like a lot of people in this movie, yes. That's what it is. So it has to do
Has to support investment.
Thank God, he must have watched a lot.
The system has certain things that you agree with. The system is the downstream impact, like, say, let me tell you this. If we had done that in 2008, your daughter would be suffering today. That's how bad this would have been. Why did it to that point? All because the guys really think that you're getting off the people. I'm not just having a lot of fucking jail. Go ahead and get rid of the golden parachutes for these CEOs and execs. I'm not saying that. But if you had to financially prop up the industry because of those decisions of a few, yes, you'll see those lessons in jail. Meantime, our communities allow the millions upon millions, I mean, millions of everything. Let's say about 125 million people who are going to be drastically affected with both employment, loss of home, and income. Would you have like said, hey, you know what, we shouldn't have, we should just let that go because our economic picture, we're already going to recover from that. Would you still be going on that issue? Right? This goes back to
So a couple of things have happened. The number of cosmetic surgeries are truly down overall. What you have is repeats of individuals going for this, but you don't have the massive fluxes such as like the 90s and the early 2000s. That has kind of dissipated a little bit. Also, as well as a lot of the cosmetic surgeries, at first, almost all of them were denied by insurances. They are no longer denied them. So like breast reduction or augmentation can't be covered by your insurances. It's even covered by a variety of private health plans. So you're not seeing that on the private side, you're seeing it on the insurance side. We also cover a lot more in terms of like a variety of these issues. So the cosmetic industry has actually made its way into your insurance coverage. And actually, it's I get that. Facial reconstruction is actually covered. Like it's literally covered for your insurance. It's not necessary outside of that. No, it only has to be proven due to a medical cause. It cannot be just because there are not only the medical necessity is something different, but you have somebody you please don't go against it. Yes, I would like to make the proof that it's medical rights. The reason for this is like it costs like your which saying I know you got a contract, so but I mean like if you have that done, the reason why those rates are dropping is because the insurance carriers are actually paying onto it, so they can lower the prices, grab your clients, and say, hey, the call is shrinking. We can lower down the rates a little bit more for us. It's so literally cosmetic surgery is covered under insurance, medical insurance, and there's a shit ton of plans that are covering cosmetic. Why not just literally 2 months ago, just went to the payroll teacher school and actually did a one-time, two-time Buffalo teacher schools. The entire teachers district can get Westline medication. I'm not talking about that. It depends on the thing. Your Westline may not actually cover that. What's the
Exactly. Hey boy!
know, do I think if it will be or our governor, we need to lead people that might in mind? And no, actually, they could. I mean, pass legislation that benefits their districts or states. So yes, I mean, yes, at times you may not agree with it, but they actually are representative of the masses on there. And the whole personal responsibility thing is a cute argument, but it doesn't apply to the broader swath of the economic picture for a nation to operate in. But that's not necessarily the whole picture there. So yes, I agree that the government should have done for a lot of those loans and just guarantee the banking and colleges. But then you're doing accountability with the college and said, oh, wait.
Block me! In 1997, when Charles Taylor was like, kill my mom, kill my mom, and I will vote for you. You kill my mom. My friend! Oh my God, it's my friend! Hello? Hello, my friend. How are you, my friend? You're going to show on. They clipped 5 of my Clubhouse accounts yesterday.
Why would they do that? What do you mean? For what reason?
Let's just not talk about it on Clown House, but yeah, 5 of my accounts went down. I only have 2 left. I had 7 going. They clipped 5 of my wings, but here we are, my friend. You're speaking with the universe. Oh, Rebona Shalom. Hello, Dr. Denzel. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm battling the Republicans. I'm battling the Democrats. I'm battling the Libertarians.
How did John Kitover do?
Well, the election is February 23rd, 2027. If there's not a majority vote, there's a runoff in April.
Okay. John, you know when you send text, I have a hard time reading it.
Oh, if you can't click it, don't bother reading it. It's all communication is spam. I'm just spamming you, Ken. I'm keeping that heart beating. You got to keep breathing till we get to City Hall, Ken.
I agree.
Okay, great. Well, God bless. Have a great evening. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, John.
Okay, take care, Ken. Bye.
You can have a song. And I spam all night and day.
That's a good one. Let's do that Suno song.
Hey, how's it going, Zach? John?
Good evening.
How are you? Rabbana Shalom.
Rabbana Shalom.
Is that your first Rabbana Shalom?
No, I said it in a more Jewish accent, like the way that you were saying it, like a couple of months ago. Yeah, it was so embarrassing. I said it to my Russian Jewish boss, and that was super Jewish accent. He was like, what are you saying?
That's amazing. You said it to him like it was like a cordial greeting?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, by the way, Rabbana Shalom.
And then he's like, what do you say? Like,
That's amazing. It's very funny. Thank you.
but then, John started saying it like the English accent way, Rabbana Shalom.
It's actually the Yiddish way. That's the Yiddish way.
So Trump is making a major announcement. I've seen a top secret internal memo, and the world is going to be shocked tonight.
It's going to be an April Fool's joke.
That's the confusion and the chaos. That's the confusion and the chaos. But they're going all in.
It'd be funny. We need to see a little humor. I've never seen a government give an April Fool's joke. I'd love to see an April Fool's joke from the government.
is, or do you know about ultra running?
Where you like run like 400 miles and you just like stay up all night.
Yes.
And eat on the way.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, they shit themselves and stuff. The shit's running down their leg. Yeah. So anyway,
it's definitely like more of a mental thing rather than like a physical. Like that's what it's like turned out to be.
Yeah, definitely. So I listened to his audiobook. And I've been reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, which I've never read.
So Rabboni Shalom, Doctor, do you want to come up, Dr. Lucky?
He left the moment you asked him to come up.
I see. Well, this is our new song. It's called Spam All Night and All Day. It's not very good, but what I want to say is that I prefer the metaverse versus the, I have a sword and a rifle and I'm going to run it through you verse. Because I like life. And in life, one needs to breathe. So I want to encourage my friends, the listeners, and maybe a voter one day to say, I'm going to take a deep breath with John Kitover, regardless of his political history or his political opinion, because unity has to begin somewhere. Can it begin with breath? So I want to point out this video has 1.7 million views, and it's very dystopian because it talks about the destruction of America, it talks about nuclear war, it shows Pam Bondi completely disillusioned looking into a mirror. It shows Trump as a psychotic, crazy person with like his hair done way up, but also in like a very psychotic, crazy, like insane way, which is really not a true, reflection of who Donald Trump is. He is a man, okay? He has had wives and children, and this man has lost money and he has made money, and he has seen the absurdity of bad management, in my opinion, over many years. And, there's a lot of good points from a lot of different parties or peoples, but that's not the purpose of this room. My friends, we are here to breathe. So today, the Viking warrior Brad Stauffenberger the low-income children's health insurance denier. I don't know if you guys know how Brad Stauffenberger makes his money, but it's pretty criminal in my opinion. He denies sick children health insurance claims.
Is he Jewish?
Rabboni Shalom. Also, please, Zach, I want to say, when you talk to me on Clubhouse, I'm just asking you personally, unless we're having an N-word, F-word room dedicated to the N-word or F-word, please just use the N-word, the F-word, or the R-word. Use the word R, N, or F, but never say the word, because honestly, at this point, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube is so sensitive that any word based on the transcript that triggers will trigger a shutdown. And we're trying to use these accounts. I don't see any value in Clubhouse. However, I do see value in AI video distribution. That is honestly my opinion, because honestly, any video that I create can never be as good as what an AI video seems to put out and what the algorithm seems to like. So I am redundant, but my spam is not redundant. The one thing that I really like about knowing that Trump is our president is that every day the crazy people, the left wokeists in this country have to live with Trump rent-free in their brains. And in my opinion, Trump will be looked upon favorably because his mind virus is positive, despite what the left and the media try to say. He will always go. He is basically our Bin Laden. I know that sounds strange, but if you go to the Middle East, the underdog or the resistance fighter is always considered, like famous. But what I'm trying to say is, when everybody alive right now who hates Trump is dead and gone and history has moved on, people in the future, many generations from now, will look back at this era with some type of nostalgia. And that, to me, is the ultimate Trump is your daddy. You know, he's not a king. Trump is your daddy. And daddy's home.
Screaming for socialist approaches to solve equities, and they'll get upset when the socialist programs don't work. And they've already had them, we've tried them, we've developed them, we did them, and they weren't sustainable. And then they get proven wrong, and then they run to their echo chambers and then say, invest in Bitcoin.
So he was actually reading from ChatGPT earlier, and people called him out on it. But it was funny because he read it like an actor. So I got to give him some credit. He is performative, and because he is loud, the thing is, no matter, I guess some people become really gifted and skilled. I don't know what Viking's goal or purpose is, but if you think coming on Clubhouse to complain but not actually doing things in the real world is going to really change anything, it's just not true. Even if you project and hypnotize and convince other people that their position is wrong, it still just takes the doing and the action. All the words are meaningless. It's just spam. Action is the whole thing, which means you have to run for office unless you're willing, to join. Hello?
John, you know what's really interesting is when you're speaking, the music quality is actually really, really good. Of like the in the background that you're playing on Suno, but when you stop speaking, the music quality isn't as good.
Okay, let's try that again.
Alright, cool, man. Have a great night, everybody. Yeah, guys, be safe. I appreciate everybody. Alright, take it easy, man. Peace.
Oh my God, he's closing the room down? He shut the room down! He shut the room down! Can you believe it? Premature! Here come all the stragglers! Here comes the audience from the former room. Welcome, Rico. You know, some people. So some people are actually pessimistic, and I just want to say that eventually you're going to want to see another huge firework go off. Eventually. That's just my opinion. And I think after tonight's announcement, I wouldn't be surprised if as he's giving the speech, he drops a nuclear bomb. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the ultimate conflict of the baby boomers of America. I believe after tonight's speech, I think mid-speech, the United States Air Force, in conjunction with our incredible Space Force, some of the toughest soldiers on the planet that this U.S. military and Uncle Sam have ever produced, according to some of the people on this app who claim that I am terrified of Space Force. I just want to say that if they actually successfully detonate a nuclear weapon tonight, mid-speech, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not a prophet, and I'm not the Mashiach, Rabbono Shel Olam. I'm just trying to say, Rabbono Shel Olam, that tonight's speech is going to be a banger and one for the history books, because Trump thinks in terms of history. In the same way that the Chinese plan for 100 to 500 to 10,000 to 100,000 years into the future, Trump tonight is going to change the fate of America, the destiny of the world, and the entire history of mankind. Tonight's speech, I read a secret leaked internal White House memo put out by Stephen Miller. I can't believe I got access to it, but somehow someone sent it to me because, as you know, I am very social. And so that means a lot of communication comes in, and some of it is leaks. And we also got leaked another internal memo today here in Illinois from the Chicago and Illinois GOP, the Republicans. A leaked internal secret election on April 15th. You wouldn't believe the slate. It is so ridiculous. It's basically a clique of online social media shit posters. That's who runs the Illinois Republican Party. The whole hierarchy of the Illinois Republican Party is online shit posters. Some of them are so obese that they might not make it. They might not survive for 3 to 4 more hours. They're that obese. You never know when a giant obese person is just going to give out, right? Because you're just one breath away. I also just want to say the fact that 5 of my Clubhouse accounts got clipped means that I'm actually successfully doing something. Because to take time to dismantle my, intelligence node, though frustrating for me, shows that I'm actually upsetting people significantly. People who, in my opinion, if you are getting upset about me, well, then it's not a me problem. It's a you problem, and I'm doing exactly what I should be doing to cause your friction in your life. What do you think, kitty cat? Are you excited? We are about to officially announce World War III. It's coming, the big one, where every country finally commits total war. Russia, China, India. just want to say the reason why we are announcing World War III is because of Europe. It's not because of Americans. It's because of these motherfucking Europeans. And if you criticize American elites, you haven't even begun criticism. European billionaire elites are the biggest hypocrites because they have their own central bank. That's the thing that a lot of Americans who are complaining tonight and all day, central bank and fractional reserve lending, they don't have any actual money. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Well, we're not the only people running a Ponzi scheme. So what do you want to do, shut down our scam? Well, every other major industrialized country on the planet is running the same fucking currency manipulation? Hello? Basically, what the universe is trying to say is tribalism or gangs or mafias or families, that type of categorization is essential, in the entire recipe or masterpiece of creation. It's got to be that way. I don't think there is really any other way to do it successfully. But in the end, people ultimately choose tribalism or group think. I think that's the ultimate hypothesis. It's very difficult to change groupthink, in terms of herd psychology. It's basically impossible. It breaks tradition or arrangement. Anybody have an example? I can't even think of one, but let's go back to culture jamming. Culture jamming? Because look at it this way, if Zach and I were to take an expedition to Israel and go to Jerusalem and live amongst Orthodox Jews and completely integrate into some type of, Jewish Orthodox theological or religious organization or yeshiva or whatever you want to call it, like try to fit in. Say we fully integrate and we're accepted and we're thriving, and then we take wives and we find some Jewish girls in a monastery, and they're like, "Oh, you make my life and my dream come true." And then we bring them back to America and we have children with those children. That girl will also know other Orthodox Jews in Israel. And let's say those Orthodox Jews decide they want to come to America to start a new life so they don't have to live such an austere and expensive life. in Jerusalem. Anyways, I'm making a joke, but what I'm trying to say is, if you criticize any group, I mean, that is just the total faux pas of philosophy. And Zen wisdom is very explicit in this, that your opinion is what the problem is. And so what I'm trying to say is that if you're just criticizing one group think, but you're not criticizing group think as a whole or across 10 different types of group think, you are actually low IQ, and that's okay, but nobody's going to save you. Nobody's going to fix you. Nobody's going to come to your rescue. But the only rescue that I know of is books. And if you have to read from ChatGPT, but you can't pick up a book, well, technically, you don't understand what books are, because books are just ChatGPT sitting on pages. And everything is relative to our communication exchange, because there's a lot of space, and the human body doesn't actually take up much space. And this is the thing is, if you criticize the Federal Reserve or the US dollar, you are criticizing a convenience, also a communication technology. Because in my opinion, 99.9% of all technological advancement or all science, technically, at the end of the day, as they like to say in the Clown House way, it's just communication technology. That's what the Federal Reserve is doing when they send BlackRock $100 billion to buy, toxic debt or treasuries. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. You can complain a million different ways, but at the end of the day, as we have discovered in the Jewish Complaint Department, all communication on Clown House is just complaints. Only that rare 0.01% is not a complaint. And that's why you're here in the Election Day 2026 House, listening to the Trump speech and the major war announcement. That's why you're here. Because all communication is politics, and all communication is projection, and all communication is absolutely 100% hypnosis. And I'm hypnotizing you right now. I'm influencing you. I am informing you, and I am persuading you that this Trump speech is the ultimate baby boomer speech of all baby boomer speeches. You are about to watch and witness history and destiny change before your very eyes. Now the question is Donald Trump going to be able to sell it? Because remember, all communication is hypnosis. And Trump is the ultimate hypnotizer, the ultimate magnetizer, the master of communication, because he has conditioned us over and over and over again with the suit, with the red tie, with the blonde hair, with the words, with the fighting spirit of destiny. Will Trump dazzle the world tonight? Oh my God, it's JCC! JCC, oh, he left. JCC, welcome! Are you excited, JCC? You're about to witness World War III! Congratulations to your daughter, JCC. I heard she just had another major accomplishment. What about her dad? Sitting on Clubhouse all day long talking to the R words. And in the process, becoming an R word himself. When was the last time you read a book, JCC? Never? No, that's not true. Actually, I just read this book. Oh, okay, JCC. If you say so. Anyways, did you start digging a bunker out in your backyard yet, JCC? Because now is the time. Up, he left. So my friend who released this Illinois GOP secret election memo, it's funny because I think he timed it for Passover. You know, he wanted to release the drama and the gossip before the evil passes over. Everything he does, he times it. You know, it's very funny.
Destroy USA. Destroy USA. Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I like the look of the blood supplies. Be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far.
To Israel, and both would just bring so much calm and prosperity, and it would also be a major ally of us in that area. So it is America first. So thank you.
Thanks, Meg.
Anybody want to respond to that long diatribe? I don't know if I call it a diatribe, but I mean, she does make a point. A stabilization or a stabilized area or region would actually benefit a lot of things. I'm going to pass on the poor Iranian people. I don't really think the U.S. interests lie with freedom. We just don't like the IRGC. So if in a cosmic skew of things, some things align. I honestly, I have some quagmires and some issues with it. Some of you know that, but I'll allow the stage to go ahead. Anybody want to comment after that?
Yeah, Ocean needs to go back to Tehran. Let the fight.
No, she doesn't. She's just somebody who's an Iranian. What I would say is that having American ground troops on inside of Iran would take a lot more than 100,000, and the president only has authorization to do this stuff without congressional approval for another couple of months. Past that, he has to go to Congress. And I don't know about you, but I don't see any particular way Congress is going to go ahead and say, yes, let's invade Iran. Right? Which leaves the Senate in a quandary. One, the American public have a hard time with the idea of an invasion. But number two, it requires a couple of legal hurdles, which the system probably just won't do. Right? Like, how do you deal with that?
How do you deal with what? Like the system itself, or I'm kind of confused where you're going.
Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse everybody. I mean, given all of those things, where do you go? Given the fact that the American public doesn't want to invade, given the fact that it would take a lot more than 100,000 troops, given the fact that Congress is very unlikely to vote to invade the country of Iran, how do
how do you square those things with what you would like to happen? What we would all like to happen, which is that the Iranian regime goes away. Right? They all want that too.
Where did you get 150,000?
Oh, I pulled it from the invasion of Afghanistan. All I meant was it was going to take a lot more than that because it's a larger country. Right? And if you took Kharg Island, I suppose that doesn't apply that many in the grand scheme of things. I'm more meant if you properly invade Iran to chase out the regime, you're in a place where Congress is very unlikely to support it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we can discuss it after the live stream, but just to give some context, Iwo Jima was about, I think, 8-9 square miles. Kharg Island is about 12. The mission and battle in Iraq that you were taking your numbers from is very different from what we have thus far. So let's not debate those numbers and etc., but it's something to think about. And so after the address, then we can get into a little bit more specifics. Anyone else on stage would like to comment? If you've already spoken, would you be so kind to yield to other people? Because we only have a half an hour until the address. Thank you.
Okay, I just got in. I caught this last part of that. So I'm not sure exactly. I just caught a little bit about what Marshall was explaining. You're the part of the 150,000 or whatever was he talking.
Another 100,000. I believe it was up to 220 or 240,000 troops before we pulled some out to go into Iraq. My point was, because my point was coming in on Meg. Meg's point was a stable Iran is good for the United States, which I agree with. But to get there, you have to have military forces on the ground in Iran proper. That's going to take a lot more than that. And that took an authorization for the use of military force from Congress. I don't know if Congress would actually give the go-ahead to do that. And maybe the executive just does what it wants and things lie and they are what they are. Right? But like I said, I have a very hard time imagining Congress would support that.
Right. I think a big difference is the way that we're going about it this time. The airstrikes, the damage being done is far more accurate and far more damning when you look at what we've taken out there. Pretty much for the most part, their military, and when we start staging it, and I said this before, I think yesterday on another page, I forget the guy's name, but he was stationed over there, I think, for 2 decades, 4-star general, whatever he was, and he was talking about what their strategies were, and he says they got to have boots on the ground. He gave all the reasonings for it. He says they would be safe, but why and how, I don't understand. He has a lot better knowledge and understanding. To me, it sounds dangerous as hell, because I don't trust Iran. They would take out the whole island if they could, I could see them flooding it with missiles and drones, and sure, even if 20% of them got through, that's a lot of damage, and we would lose a lot of people. But I think they're going to hammer it really hard for a while, for the next couple of weeks. I'll be interested to see what this negotiation thing is, because he's sticking to it, that he's having negotiations. Making comments that will be out of there in maybe 2 weeks or a little less. So, to me, I can see that letting the Israelis, I just don't know what to think about the Kurds going in. You got a whole different aspect there. But I think if we pound them hard enough and long enough, and we can take enough sort of resources out, you do start to break the will of the people. Could be fracturing. There's rumors, and I take rumors with a grain of salt, but intel is saying that there's people inside the IRGC that are not really wanting to continue to battle. I think they see the outcome to be, bombs being dropped on them. But reality is, I do think they're going to hit them really hard for the next couple of weeks, and we'll see where they're at that point. Then you can maybe start bringing in some ground troops. But I would much rather see us just continue to pound them until, into submission if we can.
Also, she's can I jump in, Mr. KK?
Yes, we just kind of go back and forth popcorn style, but if you find 2 people that are engaging in back and forth, please don't interrupt them, because they'll lose their train of thought. Yes, so it's popcorn style, but just heed to others if needed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. KK,
your statement a little bit, sir?
Yeah, man.
Awesome. I, brought up some real good key words. There's, granted, it's a rumor, and I agree with him on that, but